Well, and with that, it's Sunday. Welcome back, guys. We're so happy to have you again. Where are we? Where are we? Toronto Metro Convention Center. It is the Toronto Offline Regional Championship 2025 here in Toronto, and we're so happy to have you guys here and all of our top 32 competitors here today playing it out to see who is the best One Piece player today. I'm not saying ever, today, because on the day, everything changes. Isn't that right, Patrick?
That's right, and we are so thrilled to be back here in Toronto for day 2. My name is Patrick. This is Jeremy. We're going to be your casters and your hosts and your stream technicians. And we've got Kobe in the back, our producer, and we are just so excited to be here bringing these matches to you. We've been running around all morning. We've been getting player information. We've been asking about limitless pages. What secret tech do you have? What's your plan today?
Yeah.
And I think we are ready to get started here.
Yeah, I mean, guys, we're looking at these top 32. There were so many fun games for us to show you. I mean, we think we picked a pretty good round 1 for you guys to see. I think you guys are pretty shocked, but you guys don't know the deck list yet, and we're not going to quite spoil it. But there's a lot of stuff in here that's going to surprise you, a lot of deck lists that are so interesting and unique and just amazing competitors. So you are in for a treat. These rounds are an hour long, so please grab your water, take your bathroom break, because once it gets started, the action is not going to stop.
Yes, and just in terms of leader distribution before we get started here, we have 6 Belo Bettys, 5 GP Luffys, 5 blue-purple Luffys, 3 purple Luffys, 3 Buggies, 2 GY Laws, 2 Lucci, 1 Smoker, 1 purple Kata, 1 Body, 1 Yamato, 1 Teach, and 1 red Zoro.
Wow, the number of Belo Bettys is almost statistically close to 25% if you do the math. That's crazy close. It's almost like someone predicted that. But yeah, with that, we're going to our first game, and we have one of the coolest matchups. And I was watching this person's games throughout the day, and I was just walking by their table, and everyone's just shocked. It's going to be purple Katakuri versus purple Luffy, who you saw yesterday on Beard, with Beard on purple Luffy. We're going to the game live now. Well, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's
now
go.
All right, we see here on the left, it's Beard on purple Luffy. Beard is the higher seeded player, which means he actually gets to choose the dice roll order. And Patrick, why does that matter?
Well, I was talking to Beard yesterday, and he was saying he was really happy about getting 3rd place because it's very, very important for purple Luffy to go first. Now, there's not a lot of statistics that I could find on this matchup, but it does seem to be almost a 30% difference across, these are looking at not a high sample size, but it's almost a 30% difference between going 1st and 2nd against purple Luffy as Kata. You really want to take 1st away from purple Luffy. You want to deny their curve. You want to deny them ramping faster than you, because of course we have 2 purple leaders here. Both of them really want to ramp up, and they both want to drop big bodies. There's actually very similar game plans here for both players.
Yeah, that's really interesting, especially for a game like this. For those who don't know, in Topcut, like, you try to play out a best of 3 within an hour, but you may play 1 game, 2 game, who knows. But it's going to be challenging, and really taking that first win is going to give you a lot of priority. So Beard getting that initiative is going to mean a lot, both from the mental aspect and the game.
All right, and both players mulliganed here, so neither player actually seeing what they wanted in that first hand, and that's a good thing. That's kind of what we want to see. We want to see parity between these players because we want this game to completely go the distance.
Yeah, and we're seeing Dimentio go to his Dawn too. I mean, this catalyst is so interesting. It's full of so many tools, searchers, all the things you see in all the competitive decks, but you just didn't realize that purple Katakuri could bridge it all together so well in the same way.
Yeah, exactly, and we're on to the 3 Dawn turn here for our purple Luffy player. What does he have for us? A 5 swing goes through, that connects. Our purple Kata is taking the first life. You typically want to do this as a 5 life leader. You just want the cards. You don't want to be pitching cards in hand and risking getting starved. Purple Luffy using that leader ability, taking a life to gain an extra Dawn. That allows him to play out the 4-cost Zoro Juro, the 4/6 body. That also allows him to take a purple Straw Hat card, and it can search itself. So it's kind of this endless engine that you can generate where Zoro Juro finds a Zoro Juro finds a Zoro Juro, and it just kind of allows you to build a board while keeping cards in hand, maintaining hand advantage.
Yeah, and this matchup really will be about the board. I mean, later game, that 5k Luffy swing is just getting eaten up by the Katakuri leader ability, which allows you on attack, he can minus the Dawn, and then he can go up by 1k, getting that free counter. And now we're going to see one of the key components of this deck come down, which is the Pudding. Now, Pudding acts kind of like the 5-cost kid, where anytime a Dawn is minused, Dimentio can actually get 1 Dawn back rested. So he's going to use leader ability now, minusing 1 Dawn, going up by 1,000, looking at his opponent's top life. And then he's going to be able to ramp one rested Dawn back.
And it did look like a Luffy Taro there, and so one of the nice things about this Katakuri is you both get information about what your opponent's going to draw, that observation haki coming through, but you're also able to use a lot of different Dawn minusing effects. And so by doing that Dawn -1, Katakuri gains 1,000 power for the battle, so when he's swinging, and he can also do this on opponent's attack as well.
Yeah, that 7K swing so early, it really does feel like Yellow Kata, but in a new shell.
Yeah. I like that, Bandai's been really consistent with these Katakuri leaders, keeping very similar effects. There's that 5 check coming through. This is very, very standard on these early turns. You just check your opponent for 5. You see, okay, do they take a life? Do they give me a 2K? Do they give me a 1K? You keep up the pressure. And here comes that 1K rush Sanji. And here comes a 6K swing as well. Again, Beard not committing any Dawn here. He's just swinging his characters, saying, give me some 1Ks, give me some 2Ks, or take some life here.
Yeah, because I think Beard's trying to also think about, like, what 7-drop do I ramp into, if at all? Like, if he doesn't have a 7-drop, maybe he doesn't ramp. Maybe he tries to play it slow. But I believe he has a 7-drop, and he's trying to decide what it plays. If he gets that Sanji down and clears, nope, it's going to be a Luffy Taro instead.
This is just the standard playbook for Purple Luffy recently, playing out the Luffy Taro Dawn -1 that allows him to play a purple Straw Hat Crew type character with a cost of 5 or less, right into the Sangoro. This is your optimal going first curve. We're seeing Purple Luffy is really seeing what he wants, and he's in a very commanding position going into Game 1.
Yeah, so we see how Dimentio answers this. This is a pretty big board he's looking at, so he's got to think about, how does he turn the corner later? I mean, he's not able to get the board back right away, but we do know this deck's got like 10 drops. It has a 10-12 rush that can give you so much power. It's got a bunch of those Katakuris. He has to start making a plan for how he's going to even get to those later turns now.
Yep, exactly. And are we seeing any of the engine cards here from a Purple Kata? So we really want to see cards like the 5-cost, 7,000 power Pero Sparrow. That allows him to choose a cost, reveal the top card of the opponent's deck, and then if the revealed card has the chosen cost, he gets to draw a card and ramp a Dawn. That really is the engine here for the Purple Luffy that he needs to see. It's kind of like for the Purple Kata, and it's kind of like their Sanji pudding.
Oh, it looks like he's choosing. He's going to actually play a second pudding, and now when he uses leader ability, he'll actually ramp 1, because in the -1, he'll ramp 2 rested.
Yeah, so talking about getting that engine up and running, this is an alternative route to really ensure that you can essentially use your leader ability for free and all of those Dawn minus effects for free.
Yeah, and I mean, he's going to keep, putting in that 7 swing for free, basically. He's going to put in, and he's going to start to ramp. I question, though, how fragile this board is, though. It doesn't, looking at this 8K and 6K across the board, they're really big. I mean, what if like a Usohaji comes down or a Sanji and they just clear these puddings? Like, your plan starts to whittle away.
Yeah, absolutely. You really, again, this is a race to build a board that's wide and tall, and we're seeing Purple Luffy Beard here able to really do that. And so what does Dimentio have for us? There's the 7K swing coming through, giving a 2 and a 1, saying, I don't want to go down to 1 life. That's scary. That, all of a sudden, lethal can come down really, really fast with a 10 mom. And so wanting to just stay healthy here, we've got 2 Dawn left up. What do we want to play?
Yeah, I'm wondering if Dimentio's debating. We know Dimentio runs some tech cards that are pretty interesting. He runs counter events as well, which means he's probably debating, like, how defensive do I have to be here on this turn?
Okay, and there it is. That is the 2-cost Katakuri. This is a very important piece of the puzzle. Important part of the engine here. Oh wait, that is the Katakuri, right?
Yeah,
that's the winner version.
I've
never seen that before. That's pretty.
It is gorgeous.
Yeah, and so that effect is you may trash the character, and then if your leader has the Big Mom Pirates type, you can play 1 Charlotte Katakuri from your hand with a cost of 3 or more that is equal to or less than the number of Dawn cards on your opponent's field.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
That is such a good tech card. I mean, well, not just tech, it is a core part of the deck, but it punishes your opponent for ramping because you're now playing your 8-cost Katakuri for 2 Dawn.
Yes, 2 Dawn for one of the best new cards in the game, that 8-cost Katakuri, the wall that allows you to ramp Dawn, restand characters, essentially stopping an 8K swing every single turn.
Yeah, and I don't know Dimentio's exact Dawn count. I think he's at 7 right now, so he's going to 9, which means next turn he could actually develop 2 Katakuris on the same turn, and that is a ridiculous tempo.
It is, and we see the 6K swing coming through from the Sangoro that gets taken. Now we see a 6K coming through from the Zorojuro. We're going to see a trigger. Nothing too scary here, folks. This just allows him to search for a Big Mom Pirates card in the context of this deck, which is pretty nice. I mean, it's going to help him find the pieces he wants.
we see Beard here asking, what's that card?
Yeah.
As a rogue player, that is one of the best compliments. What does that do?
Yeah. Okay, and
Oh!
finding one of the main pieces that he needs here with the 8-cost Katakuri blocker.
Yeah, we got WWE Katakuri coming out.
Look at that art. Oh, man. I'm shaking in my boots just looking at him. Menacing.
Oh, man. Beard's starting to think now. He's like, wow, wait, how tanky is this deck going to get? He's starting to think, wait, how many Katakuris are coming down next turn? He's starting to debate whether he actually has as much of advantage as he has, or if he should start playing slower, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. When you're against these leaders like Katakuri, Purple Katakuri, when you're against leaders that use that 8-drop kid, they tend to, all of a sudden, they start taking life. Like, you go 6-6 and they take life, and you're like, wait, why aren't you giving me any counter? And it's because there's going to be these bigger bodies coming down that can block that you want to be able to counter for to save on later turns. And we're seeing an adjustment from Beard. So he's going to throw down the Sanji, and he's going to say, I think I need to start to maybe control the board. I'll be curious where this Sanji decides to go.
Yeah.
Whether it goes at life. I mean, now he can clear the Katakuri. That was always the risk with playing this card out early, is that it does get rested.
Oh, I think oh, no. How much Dawn does Dimentio have up? None. Okay. I was wondering if he was going to be able to counter it with an event, but no, he has to get this up. I think Dimentio might have been planning this, though, this Katakuri play. I think because he doesn't want Beard to develop his own large body like a 9 cost or an 8 cost. Maybe it was in a way where, like, you know, I'm building my castle. I'm actually happy with where it's at. Let me force you to address this Katakuri for 2 Dawn. That's
true. I mean, both players play that rush Sanji, right? So they are both aware of it. So they should expect it coming down. And so maybe this is like just some big brain looking ahead, right?
Yeah, and like once again to clarify for the audience, like both these players know each other's deck list. You know, this is an open format, meaning they're able to plan and predict ahead for how their opponent's going to play.
All right, and that is a take on the 7K swing, and now an 8K swing coming through. This is just a ton of pressure. This is why it's just so important that you take first in this matchup. Can Dimentio even get his wall up? He's already down to 1 life, and he's going down to 0 before even establishing
But look at his
a blocker.
hand size, though. Like he has to have some kind of plan here. His hand is enormous, and this deck is is pretty tanky. I don't know how he's gonna do. I'm so interested to see how Dimentio. He doesn't seem like he's worried right now. He seems confident with his hand size. So, what's the play?
I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of problems here for him. I mean, that Sangoro is just going to keep drawing cards, so you need to simultaneously deal with that. You can't just leave that swinging at you every turn after turn after turn, but you also need to survive. You're down to 0 life.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how he plays here. He's on his 9 Dawn turn right now. He has access to be able to ramp, but it doesn't matter here. I think he has to play something now to address the board. I mean, he doesn't have a Luna, otherwise that would be amazing. But yeah, because there's no Verbal Luna. So how is he going to stay alive this turn while also progressing his game plan?
Yep, and that is the question. So we've got 9 Dawn here, I believe. There's not a lot you can do with that. I mean, if you play out your Katakuri blocker, that's going to use up almost all of your Dawn here. So that is certainly not ideal. But he does have the 2 puddings, which can allow him to kind of use his leader effect or use any of these Dawn minusing effects at essentially no cost for himself. And so, yeah, this is a really tough spot. I don't think you really want to be at 0 life here. You would much rather be 1 to 2 life. And we're actually seeing the pudding is swinging 5.
I believe it's 5 into lead. And I think what Dimentio's trying to do is give me a 1K right now. He's trying to say, like, you won't take this because maybe I can threaten lethal. Maybe you're not going to be able to play around this. But that 5, I mean, I think Beard might just, out of like conservative play, just respect that 5K and just give the 1K. Yep. Just say, okay.
Yeah, I think that's a heads-up play. You don't. I wasn't expecting that. I'm not sure if Beard was expecting that. And so when the unexpected, you're confronted with it, you should just play it safe, give him the card, and let's see, are we seeing the next pudding swing come through saying, give me another card? Okay, it looks like we're seeing the leader effect come through, so this is going to be a 7K swing. He's returning that Dawn that he gave to the pudding. Looking at the top card, that looked like a Mr. 2 there. A little bit late for that card, but probably will be just used as counter here, but it could also be played to match the 10 Mom. And so now, what does Beard do? Is he going to Giant the 7K? He is. Okay. So here comes Gum Gum Giant, allowing him to Dawn -2, trash a card from hand, and then draw 2 cards to go up plus 4,000, making Luffy 9,000 power and negating the attack.
Yeah. I mean, One interesting thing here is like, let's say Dimentio has more 2-cost katas in hand. I think he can't activate it anymore because he cannot play an 8-cost Katakuri if his opponent's 6 Dawn.
That's true. That is, we're seeing this. These really like these Dawn counts are really coming into play in this meta. This is such a purple heavy meta. You've got matchups like GP Luffy where you can turn off Rush Luffy, and now we're seeing that the condition for the 2-cost Katakuri may no longer be met.
And we're seeing 6 come across? Where is that going?
Fascinating. A 6K swing here, continuing to put on a lot of pressure on this turn. But how much of a wall can be put up? And that was 6 to lead.
We're seeing a chump blocker, Charlotte Anana, which allows you to. It becomes a. Oh, wow. This is. Oh. Wow. Oh, for those who don't know at home, Charlotte Anana is a blocker that basically is only a blocker if you have another Big Mom Pirate type card in play. It's, you know, chump blockers are so good, and having a 1-cost chump blocker that's also have counter on it means that, like, it's incredibly tanky. But I wasn't expecting 3 blockers in one turn. Maybe Dimentio's saying, you know what? I'm going to beta lethal. You actually can't. You know, you think you can kill me next turn. You can't. And you can see Beard here reading the card.
I mean, this is one of those interesting moments where I think for Dimentio, what he's seeing is his win con is just going to be the swing to block her up and swing. Yeah. He might not have had time to really like to establish his engine to play the game that he really wanted to play, and so he's saying, okay, I'm just going to swing at life. I'm going to drain your hand, and then I'm going to block her up. Can you get through? We do know that Dimentio plays the slow beam.
Yep.
That could come in clutch here. And to play against that slow beam, it kind of messes with your mind a little bit, because usually you want to swing low to high. But with slow beam, you actually want to swing high to low. So let's see what happens here.
We see Beard doing exactly that. Swing his highest swing first. And now we see Dimentio answer. I mean, like, does he have the slow beam in hand? I mean, he has to. I mean, it can't just be a bluff at this level, right? He has to. Oh, and wait. But
he does opt to block.
That he doesn't have the slow then?
Potentially, but he could save it because the highest swing did come through. I mean, if you would think you would want to stop maybe the 7K swing.
Oh, because then you can get you'll be able to use the counter itself to get out of the swing as well. Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
Beard really thinking here. This is a tough game. I mean, you know, to be in such a confident position and then suddenly have someone throw a counter punch like this back at you and realizing, you know, that's why Dimentio made those swings, because he's saying, oh, if you actually take both swings because you're like, oh, you can't win next turn and you are overconfident, and he does this, you might just lose on the spot.
Yep, and we see the 7K swing coming through from the Sanji, and this will be interesting. This will tell us a lot. Okay, so we're using the leader effect, returning a Dawn, looking at the top card, and increasing the leader's power by plus 1,000. And there it is. There's the slow beam.
And so he can rest anything. I believe a leader or character, or is it just character?
We'll check that.
Opponent's character. So
Opponent's
it must be character.
Yeah, so he can rest a character. He gets plus 2,000 power during the battle as well.
And he's using the rest of Sangoro here. I mean, good heads up play. I mean, either way, you're stopping a 6K swing next.
Yeah.
But this way, you're also preventing the draw from Beard, even though Beard, I think, is not at a Dawn count to allow the draw unless he ramps it.
Okay. I think we're going to be having a timeout, a pause here.
All right, give us 1 moment.
Yep, just 1 second. All right, and so we're going to just have a little bit of a game pause here, so bear with us for a moment at this very exciting time in the game when both players are about to go for lethal. So we just have the judges coming in. There's just going to be a little bit of a discussion here. Yes, and I believe it was to do with just tracking the top card with the dice. It's a little bit tricky. That is allowed in Japan, but based on the Western rules, you actually are not allowed to take notes. I do believe Dimentio did get confirmation about this, but it may have just gone through different channels. But it does seem like that's been resolved, and it looks like gameplay is now resuming. Yeah,
the game resumes. I mean, I saw something at Dimentio games yesterday. It made a difference, but I think a lot of players are like, to confirm again, like if they flipped it too fast, you know, sometimes you can just ask and say, oh, can you check in? Ooh, okay, we see Dimentio play, and it rests the Charlotte Anana. We're seeing 7 come across. It's got to be to life, right?
Yes, I think that's a 7K swing to life.
So, wait, and what's the last card in hand? Is it? No, there's 2 cards left in hand. Is it a 1K?
Was that 7 to life or to pudding? What did he just pitch? He pitched
1K.
Oh, okay, so it was to life.
So, are these bricks in hand? I mean, this 5 has to go into life, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
he's
he can ramp a
ramping,
Dawn,
so he
take a
can
life. He has to go for it
swing
here.
for 6. 'Cause
Fascinating.
he knows it has to be 2. Oh,
Wow.
and he knows one of them's Kata.
What an ending.
Wow. Okay, we're
Down to the wire.
super down to the wire. And just so you guys know, don't go anywhere. We're not going into another round. We are going into their next match in this set right away. This is going to be a best of 3 happening across an hour.
Yeah. And very interesting game 1. So now we're going to see, again, whoever goes first is quite favored in this matchup, right? And so now we're going to get to see Katakuri play on the first curve, taking that away from the purple Luffy. And that should give him an advantage here going into game 2. This round went relatively fast, so they should be completely okay in terms of time. And hopefully, we're going to see a game 3.
Yeah, I know. Luckily, Dimentio going this time around, he gets to go first. He gets to establish that party and do all these plays. He can play the pudding on 3 right away and immediately start using leader ability, which is such powerful tempo to put out against purple Luffy. I mean, this is definitely going to be in his favor, but he has to not just win this round. Like, let's say the dice roll decides it. Even if he wins this round, he needs to win one more round to make it into the next bracket.
Yes, exactly. And so we see both players just shuffling up here, prepping, you know, both physically and also mentally for the next game. You got to shuffle up your deck, but you also got to think, okay, what's my game plan here? Beard taking game 1 very, very close, very, very tight. And can he now win on the going second curve is the question. And it's really up to Dimentio here to show us, you know, why taking first away from purple Luffy is so important.
Yeah, we're seeing also Smiles and Last come across. I think Beard trying to, you know, show some respect. He's like, wow, I didn't expect that one. He was like really, I think he's really impressed by this list already off this. And I'll be honest, I'm going to try this deck later at locals for sure. I mean, Dimentio's list is just so interesting. And the way he plays, just you never know what he's going to do. It's like he's like a magician. You never know what his next move's going to be.
Yep. Yeah, no, exactly. Okay, and so the players are now looking at their hands, deciding whether they want to keep the hand. Is this a playable hand or is it not?
Dimentio's really thinking. He's like, you know what? I need to be able to do this. I mean, he's got, you know, in the next, I believe, 45 minutes to kind of like make it happen and try to get that next bracket. And he's starting to keep. He's looking at the leader. He's saying, he's thinking to his head, what do I need on 1, on 3, on 5? And do I have it? And he keeps.
Keeping the hand. And I mean, for Beard here, he is doing a mulligan. That makes a lot of sense. You've already won game 1. You know that you're unfavored going second. You're probably looking for a very specific hand. You really want to see like you know, that optimal curve that will see you through the game.
Yeah.
When you're playing kind of like, you know, off curve or off your ideal curve.
Yeah, I think there's like 2 key philosophies when you're kind of put off curve in these situations. I mean, there's some people who think when I'm off curve in a best of 3 or in a unfavored situation, I'm gonna actually keep the most consistent hand because I need to do the best of my ability to even eke out that percent in a losing matchup. Or people who are like, you know what, I'm gonna win this off a high roll in this matchup because I'm so unfavored, or this is going to be so difficult, I'd rather just try to win off some crazy high roll, right? And in a best of 3, you can make those kind of debates, especially, like to your point, when you have game 1.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. All right, and here we go. We're getting started. The players playing fast. Always appreciate it. Here comes that Lost Searcher. Really, really nice to see when you're going second, especially. Just helping to, you know, pull together all of the pieces that you need. And what does he take? This is allowing him to search his top for... Was that a whiff?
Wait a second. I think that...
Was that a whiff?
Oh, wow. If you're Dimentio, I think you're pretty happy. But that being said, Dimentio didn't get to see his own searcher on 1 either, so... Oh, but that's immediate pudding. So this is a lot of pressure coming out. You're about to see why, because he's going to get this swing in. He's going to minus the Dawn to leader ability and get it right back using that pudding. And he's going to swing 6, so he's going to demand that 2K from hand. And being 1 card down from the whiff and giving a 2K this early is not going to be what you want to do.
Yes, this is a very commanding start already from Dimentio here. And with that 6K swing coming through, pitching the Sanji 2K, already getting taxed for a 2K this early in the game. That is the strength of going first with this Katakuri leader. And now it's the 4 Dawn turn, taking a life, ramping a Dawn. What does Beard have in store for us here? What can he play down? Yeah,
I mean, I think Beard has teched his list heavily for kind of a different meta, expecting that he's going to get first a lot, or expecting he's going to go into other decks that he doesn't have a 5-cost kid to play out here, right? Which is one of the big 5 drops you can play here. So I think his best 5 drop to drop is probably Sangoro and start developing access to that +1 draw starting from next turn. But
Oh, man. Okay,
this
so a
is
7 swing coming through. The 5 gets taken, followed by a 7 swing. All Dawn on Law. This is a very, very rough start from Beard, missing a crucial turn.
yeah, I think Beard might have been going for the strategy of, I need a high roll a hand. Going second is not going to be to my favor. I need to see a crazy hand, and I think he's not seeing it. He's getting punished by it.
He is, but I mean, missing that search. I didn't even know that could happen. And we see the pudding just clearing the law, just, you know, keeping the board clear. Board maintenance, always a good thing.
It's going to be Perospero, I think. I think Dimentio, yes, he turns the pudding sideways knowing, hey, if you want to swing into this, great. I have another ramper already.
Yep, and there's the Perospero. This is his engine, like I mentioned before. It's very similar to the Sanji pudding in GP Luffy. It allows him to trash a card. He can choose a cost, reveal a card from the top of the opponent's deck. If he gets it right, he gets to draw a card and ramp a Dawn. So essentially allowing you to both kind of filter and gain Dawn.
Yeah, the key activator for this card is as long as he's able to peek the top deck first, it'll always work. So there's other cards in this deck too that will let you peek at the top life, which is the Searcher Pudding, that helps you activate this Perospero. But your leader ability already does it so well.
Yep, yep. Okay, and the top card there is the Sanji. Really nice that was turned up, so we can see it.
yeah. Well, I believe in this case, it was he had to call it with Perospero.
That's right, you're right. So yes.
So he has to reveal it. So
he has to reveal it to
funny
us.
that Dimentio knew it already, and now he's telling him, and then Beard's getting to follow up now and see.
Yes. It is such a fun deck, this Katakuri. I love the observation hockey coming through. And we are on 7 Dawn now for our purple Luffy player, Beard here. What do you play?
I mean, we saw him draw a 7-drop Sanji, but there's no... You can't even play it. I mean, you play it and you arrest this Perospero and you try to clear it off the board to stop this ramp engine and cycle engine, but
there's a blocker.
You can't swing it.
Yeah.
There's a blocker, and it's a 7K into 7?
Yep.
That's 1K counter.
Yep.
You don't even mind giving that up.
No. So if you play the Sanji, I don't even know where it goes. I mean, you can play the Sanji, rest the blocker, and then just clear the pudding. You really probably do want to get that pudding off the board. That is allowing him to use his leader effect essentially for free, and then the Perospero effect to gain a Dawn. So some board maintenance here might be in order, but this is going to be a really tough turn for Beard. We're just seeing the engine get set up for our purple Katakuri Dimentio here.
Yeah, you see that little nod from Beard? He did a little nod here to Dimentio. He's like, you know what you're doing. Yeah, this is top 32. This is a good game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That it is, and we're so excited to be here casting this game. As you can see, we've brought out our special Day 2 mat. I hope you enjoy it. It's designed to bring out the alt arts as much as possible, and here we see a life being taken, ramping up to 8 Dawn. Are we going to see that 8 cost Kata saying, hey, I'm not the only one? No, it is going to be the Sanji. Okay.
How is this going to... Okay, so I'm assuming he's going to rest... Oh, he's resting the blocker. He's just going to get out of the way.
Yep.
He's going to
5 into the blocker, 7 into the pudding.
Yeah, he gets to clear 2 things. But Dimentio's also going into his own 8 Dawn turn, and if he plays Kata, ooh, that's going to be scary. I was almost wondering whether or not Beard should be ramping here, because now if he goes to 8, oh, he's at 7, never mind. Because of the Sanji
Dawn minus, this allows him to go to,
Because if he wants, remember, guys, because of that Katakuri, baby Katakuri, if he goes to 8 Dawn, it means that Dimentio can now cast his Katakuris for 2 Dawn, which is ridiculous.
Yes, and it does seem, whether intentionally or not, I'm going to say intentionally, but Beard has been really playing around that by kind of Dawn minusing on all of these turns, and that actually does make the Sanji quite a strong play here.
Yeah.
Stopping you from being at 8 Dawn, turning off that chump Katakuri, preventing him from bringing out the big Katakuri.
Yeah. Well, I think we're going to see Dimentio hard cast it. Oh, this is so much pressure. He's got 2 rampers now, and an 8K and a 7K, and then a 6K swing.
Yep.
Well, for this turn, a 6 and a 7. But starting next turn, 8K swings every turn, and he's going to be able to restand 2 Big Mom Pirates, which means he can protect the Perospero at the end of this turn after swinging.
Yes.
That is crazy.
Yeah, and that's the idea with getting out this wall is you can never swing at his board. You have to go life because he's always going to restand his board. And of course, if you swing life, he's just going to block with the Katakuri. So we see that leader ability coming through. And that's a 6K swing.
Yep. Beard really thinking here. He has to kind of change his game plan, right? Normally Fluffies are good at, I'll set the clock, I'll put this pressure down, I'll put you on a clock. He's realizing, wait, This is one of the tankiest leaders he's had to swing into.
Yep. Yeah, putting a lot of thought into this, and does opt to give that 2K Sanji blocker. We're seeing a lot of 2Ks being taxed from the hand here. I'm wondering how many he has left, how long he can keep giving 2Ks just for the leader swing. Okay, revealing the top card for the Pero effect. He guessed it right. It is the Zoro Juro. The 4 costs 6,000 power Zoro Juro. That is a brick in hand, but may allow Beard to stretch out something else. Here comes the 7K swing coming through, 7 to 5.
I mean, Beard can't use Giant here, right? He has to take. Yep.
Yep.
He cannot use Giant here. And we're seeing, yep, that one Dawn. That chump blocker combined with that 8K Katakuri is ridiculous because you have to swing so tall. You can block the Katakuri, and then if they try to clear the Katakuri, you Gamma Knife be damned. You can still use and just block it.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, the power of chump blockers is just, they're so good, and it's really fun to see a deck that's kind of utilizing chump blockers again. They always kind of come into favor, fade away, come into favor, fade away, but I feel like Purple Kata just uses those chump blockers so well as part of this just kind of like walling up strategy that allows him to get to the late game and to put on a lot of pressure.
Yeah, Dimentio really looking to put that pressure on because he's got to play through this game pretty quick. They have he has to win the third game to make it through, and Dimentio really wants to do it. I mean, looking at the deck that he's so proud of and how skillfully he pilots it, he wants to show everyone, hey guys, Purple Katakuri, it cooks.
Yeah, well, and cooking he is this game indeed. And so what does Beard play here? A lot of thought going into this turn, and rightfully so. There's a lot on the line here today.
Oh.
And starting with a 5,000 power swing, that will of course get leader effect. Looking at that top card, going to 6,000 power, and of course that's essentially a free leader effect because he will be at 10 Dawn next turn.
Yeah, and this Sanji's just going to get blocked by the Katakuri. That 7K is just getting blocked by the 8.
Yeah, and so the question here is, does Beard put Dawn on Sanji just to get it a little bit higher? He does. He wants to at least tax 1 card from this swing. 1 card for 1 Dawn, always a really great trade-off.
I think Dimentio might take. I think he's considering it because he doesn't really need to, but here he says, you know what? I have such a big hand size. I'm so in the lead. Let's not risk anything.
Yeah, and just blocking and giving away the Mr. 2. It's a ramper. You don't need it anymore. And here comes the battle of the 8-cost categories. Both of these decks relying on this card. Both of them utilize it well. This is like a new purple staple. And the walling up is beginning. This is exactly what we were talking about together before the game. When all these categories come down, you essentially just get a big wall for both players, and the game can go on for quite a while.
Yeah, we're about to go into a very powerful turn from Katakuri side because, that 10-cost Mom is a 10-cost 12K rush that also establishes so much defense. So if Dimentio starts to swing this turn, and let's say the Katakuri gets turned sideways, he can send the 12K Big Mom right into that Katakuri and clear it off the board.
That's true. That really makes countering awkward, very awkward here. You really don't have a good time to counter. Like, what swing do you counter? How do you make use of this blocker that you just played when you know that if you turn it sideways with no Dawn up, you're going to have to give 3 cards to protect it from that Mom? This is a very tough position here for Beard.
Yeah, and there's no Giant to use because there's no Dawn for it. I think that's why Beard didn't even leave up the Dawn. He said, you know what, I can't even fake it. Like you have a big enough swing, and if I don't use Giant for it, you're already going to know I don't have it.
Yep, and using the 0-cost event, pitching away that Zoro Juro that Dimentio knew from the top card that he already had in hand, so just getting rid of a brick. But of course, that's 2 cards drained from hand just from that one 7,000 power swing, and there is the Linlin. You called it. And it's a 10-cost, 12,000 power. If your leader has the Big Mom Pirates type, which Katakuri surely does, she now has Rush. And then, of course, on your opponent's attack, you can choose to Dawn -5, reveal a cost, or choose a cost, reveal the top card of your opponent's deck, and then if you get it right, up to one of your leaders gain plus 2,000 power for the entire turn. And, of course, that would be your Kata leader gaining plus 2,000.
Now we're going to activate the Prospero ability, letting him ramp 1 Dawn back, because he reveals and he guesses correctly because he knows, obviously, and cycles a card. He doesn't need that putting anymore, so he's going to try to pick up something new. I mean, now it's 9 can come across. I mean, you can't block Katakuri. Oh,
and going to board.
He's just going to clear the board. He's saying, you know what, I think I have it. I just have to keep doing this, and I think I have it.
Yeah, the hand size at 3 cards. Why would you not go board, right? Yeah. There's just no reason to give him more cards in hand. Clean up the board.
Oh,
play
and
the long game.
whole board's getting restood. He doesn't even have to restand the Linlin because he's like, 12K, you want to swing at it? Go for it.
Exactly, yeah. And I mean, this is a really tough position. I don't know how you get out of this as Beard. We really got to see, and I'm so happy we got to see Dimentio really show us the game plan for the purple category, why this deck is so scary, showcasing the power of the big mom pirates of the color purple.
Yep, here Dimentio just takes. Your swing is too big. I'll just take it, because he's at 3 life, and now he's at 2. And his hand size is still so healthy.
Yeah, don't have to give a card. Don't have to turn anything sideways. Just take. You're in a very, very comfortable spot here as the purple Katakuri. You've got a big board. You've got blockers for days. And how does Beard navigate this? Now, one thing that happens in Topcut specifically is you have to start weighing, can I win this game versus should I just end this game so that there's time for a third game, right? Third game is where there's so much on the line. Both players can take a lot longer during that third game. And so if I'm Beard here, I am starting to think I might want to move to the next game, but he still thinks there's a path forward. He still sees a win condition, and it's going to be a 9 swing with leader, demanding either a card, a block and a card, demanding the chump blocker, or saying take a life and go down to 1 life, which is always scary, even if you have a wall up.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine how much defensives Beards has. I mean, I don't think he had the Giant last turn. My take is he did not, and that's why he didn't leave the Dawn. So even with all this Dawn remaining, I mean, how many blockers can you really put up? I mean, unless you're a player with Charlotte Anana, how many blockers can you put up on 1 turn?
3, apparently. We saw 3 blockers. Okay.
And we're seeing a block plus 2k.
Yep.
And it's just the search. Ooh, I think Beard might be looking for that Giant to keep him alive, but I think it's tough. I mean, you got a 8, a 7, a 12, and then leader swing and 10 Dawn.
And not even a 2k being grabbed there. That is just a 1,000 power. That's not going to do anything against these massive swings that are coming through. Minimum 7k or minimum 6k, I guess, from leader. Probably going to see a Dawn there. But you're seeing a minimum 6k. A 1k doesn't even stop the leader swing, let alone a 7 swing. An 8 swing.
One thing that I'm underrating is that Dimentio's been peaking the top life of Beard since basically turn 3.
Yep.
So I think he basically knows what's in Beard's hand now. I think he knows there's no Giant. If you had a Giant, it would have been in your opening hand or your life. And you haven't used it.
Yeah, and I mean, I saw Dimentio kind of almost speaking to himself, kind of keeping track, keeping cards in mind. Okay, and here is a Gum Giant.
I think that might be from life.
Yeah, potentially. And so pitching a card, pitching another 8-cost Katakuri, Dawn minusing 2, and then cycling out 2 cards, and then giving that known card, the Sangora, on top of that, a 1,000 power to get out of the 9k swing. And now we're going to see another 9k swing, choosing to swing that really, really awkward number. And this is like a go for game kind of number when you're starting to swing 9s. Yeah. You're starting to say, okay, I don't think you have it anymore. And at 9, you have to give me Giant plus another card, meaning that at this point, if you were to use another Giant, you would not be at 10 Dawn. You would only have 8 Dawn to play with, and that just won't be enough to break through the wall that Dimentio has put up.
Yeah, and like Dimentio can still go 13-13 next, right? Because he can also get the Dawn back from Sparrow. He can minus the Dawn, bring it back standing, and then attach it to the Big Mom and go 13-13 with leader and this. So he's instead opting to go 12, maybe 12-13, and then have 1 Dawn up. It's a block, and he has to let it go. So Dimentio, does he take the chance here? I think he feels pretty confident about doing this. Yeah, I think he knows even if he misses, he can become a 7k leader on his opponent's turn, and he probably won't die.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense to go for it here. Just end the game. You could stall out. You could potentially go longer, but again...
Oh, I saw Zordor top
it's like
life.
Going to game 3. Okay, and both players scooping up.
All right, we have 24 minutes left for this game 3. But it's currently match point, like 1-1. Beard and Dimentio, like 1 game each, both smiles and laughs, both respecting each other. Yeah, you know how to play, you know what you're doing, All right, now we both know each other's game plan and kind of like how we play. Now this is the real test of like who can just eke out that like little percentage better. But Beard's got the advantage. He's going to get to go first. But does Dimentio have some kind of plan now? Some idea? He's like, I think I know what's in your deck. I think I know how you play. I think I can do it. Yeah,
and of course, going second is very, very tricky. And so we will have to see Dimentio win on his off curve, on the curve that he doesn't really want to see into Beard here. And of course, Beard getting that first curve for Purple Luffy here. And that comes from his hard work from day 1, getting that 3rd seed. And of course, if you are the higher seed in this tournament, for Topcut, you get to choose first or second. And so both players are shuffling up their decks here. And man, this is just, what an exciting game 1. Like, what a way to start off our day here. Seeing a purple Kata. I mean, I'm learning a lot just casting this game. I mean, I don't even think I've played maybe 1 or 2 games against this leader, and it's so fun to see Dimentio out here cooking, doing so well with a rogue leader and a rogue deck.
Yeah, I think I'm excited to see how Dimentio navigates going second here. I actually think his deck has a decent going second curve. I don't think he's seen his Searcher putting either of these games, and I'm really hoping his deck kind of gives him some good luck and actually gives him a Searcher this time, or maybe that Boncaray on 4, because that's a way you can match this Luffy. If you can stick a Boncaray on 4, ramp, and match, you have a really good shot.
Yeah, exactly, and I'm really curious if we can see cards like you're saying, the Mr. 2 come down, that Pudding Searcher come down, if maybe we could finally see that 2-cost Katakuri doing some work to cheat out his bigger version. Okay, and we are here in Game 3, Beard versus Dimentio. Starting off with the search. Let's not whiff this time, please.
Yeah, and I think it was a keep from both, right?
It looked like a keep from both, yep. And what do we take here from Beard? We're taking the Luffy Taro. Okay, that's exactly what we want to see. That's one piece of our engine that allows us to establish that big mid-game body, mid-game board presence. That's really, really hard to clear. And Dimentio here on 2 Dawn. Does he see the Searcher? Does he have anything for us on this 2 Dawn turn? It looks like he does.
He does. He has a Search event, too.
Yep. Yep.
A lot of consistency. You have 4 Searchers and 4 Search events. You got 8 Searchers in the deck. I mean, I feel like Dimentio's been low rolling. I feel like he hasn't seen either, except for the 1 trigger.
Yep, and that Search event coming down, allowing, again, both players kind of starting to find the pieces that they want here, which is great. And that's We're Going to Claim the One Piece is the name of that event. 2 of my favorite characters. I love both Kaido and Linlin so much. I'm so happy to see them both sharing a card together, sharing a search. It's exactly what you want to see here. True to the lore. And what do we take? A lot of thought going into this choice.
Yeah, I mean, when you see 2 players both snap keep with Searchers in hand, you feel like they must have gotten a really good hand. Like, at this point in the game, their instincts are so sharp. They're both locked in. These 2 intense games have really brought all their senses up. To snap keep like that means, like, I feel something immediately from that. I know this is the hand.
Yes, but it's also a lot on the line, too. You may have to take a suboptimal hand because you don't want to just risk drawing all bricks, right? So it can be tricky, but you were right. That they did keep it pretty fast. Okay, the 5 swing coming through. This will likely get taken, and then we'll see Beard showcasing that purple Luffy leader ability, ramping a Dawn, adding a life to hand.
Oh, is that a Boncaray in hand? I can't tell what that alt art was.
It might be, and the Zorojuro is coming down here, 4/6 body again, searching top 5, looking for a purple Straw Hat card, fighting the 0-cost event, allowing you to pitch a brick essentially to gain plus 3,000 power. Just a very strong defensive option. Probably you would want to see a giant over that, but I mean, you want to stay alive, right? You're going to be taking your own life as purple Luffy, and you want to have enough counter. You want to have counter events so that you can take your life comfortably with a little bit of breathing room. And there it is, the one of.
Oof.
We were talking about this before, so Dimentio runs one of the 4-cost blocker law in his deck. I don't know if he was planning that because he knew he was going to get Topcut, but this is so punishing. This is a crazy moment. What cards does he get?
Ooh, this pick could decide the whole game right now. Even though it's completely random, Dimentio's feeling the magic. Oh, and it's 8-cost counter and that 0-cost event.
Okay, so losing one of the big bodies, losing the counter, Beard is sighing. That is the 4-cost law, Dawn -1. If your opponent has 7 or more cards in hand, trash 2 cards. You pick the 2 cards. And so an element of luck coming through. The 5K, was that a 5 or a 6? I didn't see a leader ability.
I believe just 5. I believe he lost the Dawn to the law, so he doesn't want to quite go down that quickly.
Yeah.
Because now he's playing off curve, but now he can make use of the fact that he's dropped Beard's hand size and life.
Yeah, wow, and that used to be a card that Purple Luffy played. I remember playing around that all the time, every time from OPO 5 days to get around that Purple Luffy and getting it slammed back on him, and here comes that 5 swing coming through. Looks like it's going to be countered, pitching the Katakuri, the winner version.
Knowing that 6K is coming back across the board, that you have to kind of respect the 5, because if you take the 5, then you're forced to counter out the 6, right? Or drop down to 2 life, and I don't think Dimentio wants to do that. I think he wants to slow this game down just a little bit, and I don't know what his game plan is, but I think he's planning to play Prospero next turn. So he's trying to, I think, map out how does he do that.
Yeah, and of course you always have to respect the 5 as well when they have another body, because the next swing could be a 7, right? So if you don't give for the 5, he can put a Dawn on Zorojuro, he can go 7, and all of a sudden you're down at 3 life. So very just respectful play here. You want to just counter out of the 5, and here comes that mid-game turn. We saw the Luffy Taro searched. Fortunately, that did not get hit out of hand, and so Luffy Taro coming down again, just like in game 1, playing out the 5-cost San Goro. And this is like a mirror of game 1, where we're seeing this huge board developed for Beard, and it's going to allow him to put down a lot of pressure before Dimentio can stabilize and hide behind his blockers.
Yeah, I think Dimentio might have actually gotten a read from the the very first game that he can actually kind of go for lethals in weird situations where he was putting this pressure out of nowhere with these blockers, that he can kind of like stay safe for just enough turns to get the lethal. And Beard's hand is pretty thin. I mean, yeah, the Luffy tower is a great play, but sometimes, like, I forget all the time when I'm playing against Luffy, when they play out that Sangoro from hand off that ability, they're losing a card from hand. He hasn't gotten that card back yet until the Sangoro swings.
It's true, yeah, and especially after getting hit by that law and losing 2 cards, the hand size for Beard is not so healthy. We see the Mr. 2 coming down, allowing just some ramp here for Dimentio, as well as representing a body that can just copy any of your opponent's bodies on the board. So it could, right now, representing an 8,000 power swing next turn. You can don it up. It always allows you to contest big bodies on the board.
Yeah, and I think Dimentio going like, yeah, such a big number here, forcing even more. I mean, his hand size is going to be, after this, maybe 4 cards, and he's going to draw 1. I can't quite count, but yeah, it's going to be tough. And Dimentio, like, kind of also forcing Beard and saying, hey, you might have to deal with this bunker. You might actually have to play Sanji next turn and deal with it. And I know you have it.
Yep, and the swing from our purple Luffy is countered out here. That looked like a 2 and a 1.
Yep.
Pitching at the Usohachi. Just taxing 2Ks, taxing the hand of Beard here. But Beard has to be feeling still pretty good. He's got the board presence. Can he see it through? Can he put down enough pressure? Does he have options in hand?
Yeah, and we saw that Katakuri get discarded by that blocker law earlier, so I think he might have to try to dig for something. I mean, he needs I think the Sanji here, because he also, I think, wants to drop his Dawn cap to 7 to prevent that 8-cost Katakuri from coming down for 2, because if Dimentio can basically pop down like 2 8Ks on 1 turn, oh, suddenly this whole game has been flipped around.
Yeah, and we see just starting off with the Sangoro swing, allowing you to draw a card before you commit Dawn. You want to see all of your options first before you decide what kind of play you want to do. And that 6K swing is taken, putting Dimentio down to 3 life. How much pressure can we get down? Keep in mind that that 4-cost law, that ripped cards from hand, is also a blocker, so he does have 1 blocker on the board, but still representing 3 swings here minimum, and we could potentially see more swings if he has the 7-cost Sanji in hand.
Yeah, and one thing to know is Dimentio's running that too.
Yes.
So there's so much aggression on both sides. And this law blocker, it's actually presenting a bit of threat. I mean, as long as Dimentio's presenting 3 swings, he's always presenting, like, I could go for it. And as long as he can go for it, you have to respect at least 1 swing every turn.
Yes, you do. You do. And you always have to think about that. Can my opponent just kill me right now? Can they just go for it? And we see a 7K swing coming through, demanding a 2K and a 1K, or a leader ability and a 2K. And how does Dimentio respond? This is a very interesting swing. This is very, very well done from Beard. Again, minimal Dawn commitment to get to awkward numbers for people to counter out of. That's the principle here. 6 you can get out of, 7 is a little bit harder, and just for 1 Dawn. And there it is. Again, we see that trigger off of life, allowing Dimentio to search for a Big Mom Pirates card, or an Animal Pirates, but I'm guessing he's really looking for Big Mom Pirates and adding it to hand. Is he going to claim the One Piece? That is the question here that we're going to see with this game.
And Dimentio really going to the tank. I didn't quite see what was in there, but I think I saw a 10-cost Mom. I think there might have also been a 2-cost Katakuri in there. I'm not sure if... We haven't seen him search his own 8-cost Katakuri yet. So maybe he might have one piece of the puzzle, but not the other, and he's kind of questioning what he should take here.
Yeah, I mean, big decisions all around. So because that 7K swing was taken, Beard also has the option of putting down quite a lot of pressure, right? He could put another Dawn on Luffy Taro, make it 9, probably forcing a block out of his opponent. And we do see, there it is, there's that 2-cost Katakuri, allowing Dimentio to cheat out the 8-cost Katakuri for only 2 Dawn, one of the strongest power plays that the deck can represent. And so Beard has to think about it here. Does he keep building the board? I mean, I feel like I would like to see a 7-cost Sanji here, maybe resting the Mr. 2, swinging the law at it, making sure that that body that can potentially contest your board is cleared. Okay, and we just see an 8K swing coming through. That suggests that Beard likely does want to maybe keep all of his Dawn. He's just minimal commitment, right? He's not committing too much. He's holding up all of his Dawn. He's saying, I could play a Sanji. Keep that in mind. Play around it. I am not revealing my plan this turn. I'm putting down as much pressure as I can, and it's taken.
Yeah, and I think Dimentio has to. He has to say, show me the Sanji. And I don't, he might be, maybe Beard is solo rolling it, but I think seeing how pensive he is, he's either got, and we know Beard's got an amazing poker face, but seeing how pensive he is, it makes me wonder, does he have the Sanji at all? I don't. Oh.
Okay, continuing the pressure. Here comes an even bigger swing. You didn't want to give me 2 cards to get out of 8. Okay, how about 9? Gonna give me the blocker? You're gonna go down to 0 life? Do you want to risk it? I think we'll see this get blocked, or we will have to see a 2-2-1 given. That would just not be worth it. I think I would almost always give up the blocker over pitching 3 cards from hand. But as you mentioned, that blocker does represent a body that can swing, and so we see Dimentio putting some thought here into this. Really thinking he's got the hand on the table. That means it's big think time.
I think Dimentio is saying, okay, well, now I have to now that I know Sanji's not coming down, and you'll have 8 Dawn, okay, I got to think about this now. Can I live at 0 life? If I present 2 categories, if he has it, or even just 1, for a really low Dawn count, and then maybe some trump blockers, do I die? But, one thing I don't want to count out is, if Beard has a way to reduce his Dawn count, that would probably shock Dimentio right now. He'd probably think, oh, wow, wait, I thought you would be at 8. Oh, and it's a pass. So, Dimentio, this is the turn.
Wow.
His turn on 8 Dawn. His opponent's at 8-2, so his 2-cost category is active. He's at 1 life and has a Bond Career swing for 8,000. This turn has a lot of options in so many directions, and this turn is going to decide the game most likely.
I think so. This is definitely, we have these power play, significant turns. Here comes the Katakuri, 2-cost, cheating out the 8-cost. We finally see it. We've been waiting. I've been waiting all day. I've been waiting my whole life for this moment. I really wanted to see this 8-cost Katakuri get cheated out by the 2-cost. Beard reading the card, confirming that that is indeed possible. Yes, folks, it is possible. For only 2 Dawn, you can play out an 8,000 power blocker. One of the strongest cards in the game right now.
Absolutely just ridiculous. Like, 2 Dawn, he still has 6 Dawn to work with. I mean, the 3 Ananas, we saw it before. This board state plus 3 Ananas, I would not know what to do.
I know. I would definitely have some trauma from game 1. Like, I'm the whole game, if I'm Beard, I'm going to be living in fear of just him going, bam, dropping 3 Ananas on the board and blockering up. But Dimentio still putting a lot of thought into the rest of this turn. We still have 6 Dawn remaining to play with. How do we want to use it? Do we Dawn up the Mr. 2 to put some pressure on the board? It would be really nice to clear the Sangoro here to stop Beard from continuously drawing cards. Every card is another giant, or a chance at a giant. Every card is another chance at a big body. And so just really taking time to think. The players still have lots of time. They should be able to finish this game without any overtime worries, but we'll see, because we are really getting down to the wire here.
Yeah, and we know Dimentio runs slow beam, so he's probably debating also, like, how much Dawn do I leave up, too? Like, how much Dawn can I afford to leave up? And we're seeing a 10k swing come across the Sangoro. Right, this Bond Career is going to copy that 8k from Luffy Tower and go 10 into 6, and that's a lot of cards you have to give up if you want to keep it.
Yep, and that's exactly what you want to do here. You want to get that Sangoro off the board. These players know card advantage is key in One Piece and in TCGs in general, and you can't let your opponent endlessly draw every turn. It can also extend the game in a way that you don't want. And so Beard actually thinking about it. He's saying, well, I like drawing cards, so maybe I should save this Sanji, and he's going to opt to save it. Very, very interesting. I'm a bit surprised by this because he does know that there could be another swing coming through with the leader here, but he's kind of calling Dimentio. He's saying, I don't think you're going to put all your Dawn in leader and swing at the Sangoro, and if you do, that's going to prevent you from playing something more threatening.
Yeah, and he's going to give up, on top of the Gum Gen, he's going to also give it the 1k to keep it alive. Yeah.
Yes.
So we have 4 Dawn left to work with from Dimentio, and I'm starting to feel like, yes, he's staring down a lot of swings, but he's definitely got a lot of work done this turn, and yeah, what's left for him to do this turn?
Yeah, really interesting. You really want to clear that Sangoro here. But do you commit Dawn to leader? Of course, the problem is that Sangoro has 6,000 power, so you have to minimum either minus a Dawn, right? He does not have the engine he needs to gain back Dawn here. He's just not seeing those pieces of the engine early, allowing him to kind of freely use his leader ability. And so he really has to think, and we're seeing 2 Dawn, and when we see the leader ability too. Thinking about it. Okay, so we have attached 2 Dawn, so that decision has been made, likely representing the slow beam like you mentioned, Jeremy. And here comes the 7, and he is going to use his leader effect, returning a Dawn. He wants to make sure the Sangoro dies, and I get it. It makes sense.
And he saw, like, in that previous turn, the previous swing, he saw like a giant come out. So Beard has actually gone down to 6 Dawn. So he's going to 8 next turn. That does actually minimize or reduce the amount of offensive output he can put out in big bodies. Ooh, 2K. So Beard's down to 3 cards. And Dimentio's saying pass. And it makes me wonder, like, how much is Beard swinging? He's got 8 Dawn, he's got a 6, an 8, a 6, and his 5K leader. So we're talking about 12, 25, 25 plus 8, 33. So he's looking at like an 8, 8, 8, 9, roughly, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, can you get out of 8, 8, 8, and a 9 in one turn?
It's important to note, too, that the Sangoro not only represented a card-drawing engine, but it's just another body, right? If we're thinking of a slow beam resting one body, we're thinking of another swing getting blocked by Katakuri, and then we're thinking of one life. You need 4 swings to connect if you want to be able to go for a game, and that is exactly what Beard has here. He does have 4 swings, but can he get enough Dawn to get through the hand, right?
Yeah.
To push through that counter.
And this Beam Sword's going to reduce, like, at least get you out of 1 attack and then stop a 6K swing out. And Beard's actually opting to swing Sangoro first. I think he knows the slow Beam Sword's there. He's like, okay, I actually need to draw more than I need to kill you in this turn because I am, like, starting to feel the pressure.
Yeah, and if you're going to slow beam, now's the time. You probably want to stop the 8K swing. This is very heads up from Beard. Again, extending the game, saying, I'm in a comfortable position. I'm not going to show my hand. I'm not going to go for it. I'm going to keep drawing cards. I'm going to keep finding the pieces I need to stay in this game.
Yeah, and Dimentio's really got to think about this one because, remember, if he plays slow Beam Sword right now, he also goes down to 9 Dawn going into his next turn, meaning he's not going to have access to that 10-drop Big Mom. If he's using that as like a last ditch, not to get lethal, but rather to, I'll go up by 2,000, then you can't actually kill me the next turn, and I'll have an 8K and 12K swing to end the game with the turn after.
Yep.
I mean, he has to decide now, and he's saying, nope, what did he?
He chose to counter. Yeah, so he used his leader ability, looked at the top card, and then gave the Strusen 2K.
So no slow Beam Sword. Makes me wonder, like, is it a bluff then? Was he just trying to sell a bluff there? Because it's not searchable. There's only 2 copies, but I mean, I feel like if you had it, you would have used it there.
I think so too, yeah. But he may also just, be thinking, I may end up just having to take a life this turn anyway, and I'll just eat the 8K swing, and just maybe wanting to see more of what his opponent's game plan is. Okay, I'm going 7, so Beard is just not even playing around the slow beam here, saying, I don't think you have it.
Yeah, this is the check, right? And I think I just saw it. I think Dimentio is actually, to your point, just playing like a magician here. Just, you never know his next move.
Yeah. Interestingly, too, not swinging the law into the Mr. 2. A lot of players would just start with that swing to clear the body, but saying, I'm representing this as a potential 5th swing here, which is really, really interesting. We talked about this yesterday where we saw that law was swung into a Mr. 2, and then we were talking after, like, maybe he shouldn't have swung that to represent another swing. It's scary for your opponent, and that's exactly kind of what we're seeing here from Beard. Very nice sequencing in terms of the attacks. And there is the slow beam, Dawn -1, resting any character, giving plus 2,000 power to the leader.
Yep, and then pitching the 1K, I'm looking at this board state. I'm pretty happy if I'm Dimentio. Like, you can try to clear this Mr. 2 now, but he just needs to block the leader swing with the Katakuri and then counter out of the law swing into the Bankai. And you actually are now presenting 2 8K swings and your leader swing. And, taking a peek at Beard's list, he's actually run like a pretty low blocker count because he's relying on this Katakuri to keep him out. He's only running 1 of the Nami blockers. He's only running, I believe, the Sanji 2K blocker. So it's actually kind of tough for you to establish a defensive position because Beard plays in such an aggressive style. He's not expecting this kind of counterpunch.
Yep, okay, and there we go. 3 into 1 here, making sure that the Mr. 2 dies. Just saying, okay, if you want to save this, you're going to have to give me 2 cards. This is really, really, again, smart play from Beard, because if he just swung 2, it's likely that Dimentio would have just said, oh, I'll give you a 2K. I'll block your leader swing into it, and now I have another 8K swing going wherever I want it to go next turn. So really just trying to prevent Dimentio from stabilizing. It wouldn't surprise me to see a 2-1 given here just to keep a body on the board. You really, really want to just reduce the pressure, and you want that Sangoro especially to go down this turn.
Yeah, I mean, I think this swing decides a lot right now. This is Beard saying, are you planning to try to swing for lethal next turn? Are you trying to keep these swings? And if you are, you're going to have to drop down to 2 cards, and our game is probably end the turn right after.
Yep, and just, again, a lot of thought going into this turn. It is worth noting that we are getting closer and closer to overtime. this game could potentially go into overtime with both players kind of still taking it slow. Dimentio's game plan here is going to be to still establish probably another blocker and to wall off for another turn. So we could see it pass back at least one more time, minimum 2 more times. And so we're going to have to see the players really start taking that time into account as they make these really, really crucial series deciding decisions. And that was one of those decisions that we just saw. 2-1. Wow.
Wow. So Dimentio's saying, I need this swing. For some reason or other, I need this swing, either for life or I need this swing to help me clear board, but I need this swing. Now Beard has to make a decision. If he puts a lot of Dawn on his leader and swings, let's say 9, leaving 1 Dawn up for Giant, 9 into this Boncaray, Dimentio can block and then give a 2K. Oh, it's pass.
Pass with 5 Dawn open.
Didn't see that singleton Nami blocker. If you had it, you 100% would have played it there. 5
Dawn open. Very interesting here from Beard.
He's nodding. He's nodding left, right. I think maybe, I don't know what's in his hand, but is it, maybe he has a no counter hand left.
But then wouldn't you just swing 8? Like what do you, just to get the card out of hand? What is 5 Dawn for? Very, very interesting.
8 Dawn and like 3 minutes left on the clock. Or just a little bit left. It's actually only, I'm hearing from production that it's 1 minute left on the clock. Dimentio is trying to rationalize out how to play this through. He's thinking about it.
Yeah, this is a really tough turn. I mean, he's given up quite a lot of his hand there to save the Mr. 2, so you really want that swing to connect. And Beard saying, well, you know what? I've just got Giants for days. I've got counter events for days, so maybe I can just counter out of any of your swings and then potentially go for it next game.
I think he has to just go for it. I mean, this much time left on the clock, he has to just try to now it's, 1 minute left on the clock. I think he's just trying to map out what's his highest likelihood of getting across. He's doing the math. I mean, I'm trying to do it as well. It's tough because of that leader ability being a factor too, but we're seeing an 8, 8, and 5 on leader, so that's 16, 21 plus 8 Dawn. That's 29 plus 1K, 30. He can do 10, 10, 10 actually.
That's hard to get out of, but we also know that Dimentio has a penchant for dropping ananas. A ton of 1-class jump blockers. Okay, and attaching preemptively 2 Dawn to the Katakuri, representing a 10K swing. Is this swing going into Sangoro, or is it going into life? That really is the question, and it is going to the Sangoro. Again, another turn. We are on repeat from last turn saying, I really want this Sangoro to die. I do not want you drawing cards. I don't want that extra body. And we are now officially in overtime, folks. 5 minutes of overtime here, getting down to the wire for our first game of the day, and it is the counter slow beam.
Wait, what?
So that's why he left off all of that Dawn, returning a Dawn, tapping the Mr. 2, buffing the Sangoro by plus 2,000, making it an 8, and we're going to need to see some more cards come down.
A second Giant.
The Giant on top of that. Beard saying, you thought you were a defensive leader. I'm a purple leader. Got events for days.
Wow, Beard just taking a. I love this game respect game of like, you like slow beam sword. I like it too.
I mean, I love the card. I love Foxy Pirates, so anything from Foxy Pirates is just unbelievable. And so, how do the players resolve this ending here? This is so fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, such a tense match going into overtime in your best of 3. And 1 point each. These competitors have just been slugging it out. This has been an insane game. What is Dimentio playing? I mean, he still will get 1 turn after this if he's playing quick enough and if Beard plays quick enough.
Yeah.
He's going to swing. And I'm wondering how many ananas are coming out.
Yeah, 3 Dawn attached to leader. This has just been a constant battle of swinging at the Sangoro, trying to clear it off the board. And can Beard protect it anymore? He's protected it for 1 turn. He has 2 Dawn up. Can he protect it again? Is this Sangoro just going to be the star of the show, bringing home the series for Beard? 3 minutes on the clock.
Whew, you're getting to these turns. You're thinking as fast as you can. And nope, the Sangoro's gone.
Okay, finally.
Now what's Dimentio's counterplay? Like, what is this 3 Dawn for? 1?
1?
I don't know.
Okay.
How many more? How many more? Nope, and it's a pass. Representing 2 Dawn again. I mean, this board state is way tankier than it has any right being. Like, 2 blockers and a slow beam sword. just in a dream.
Yes, and a dream. And I mean, you called it. You said this might go into overtime. I was like, no, no. But you were right. This is a real grind fest in this Game 3. And of course, when you get these matches that go to Game 3, things slow down. We saw the first 2 games went pretty speedy. But you really have to think here. There's so much on the line. And what does Beard do? He's got 7 Dawn here, returning so much Dawn last turn just to keep the Sangoro alive that is now in his trash.
This is an absolutely crazy game.
2 coming through, just clearing the Mr. 2, doing some board maintenance. And we had on our overtime, it was 10 minutes or 5 turns.
Mm-hmm.
And so just confirming, was our clock at 10 minutes or 5 minutes? It was at 5. Okay, so actually the players have more time. They have 5 turns or 10 minutes, so they actually have 7 minutes remaining.
Yeah. So this means that this grind is going to keep going. It's going to go
going.
punch for punch until the final second.
Yeah, and if possible, I'd love to get confirmation on how many turns remaining. That I'm curious, yeah. And so let's see, we've got, was that a 7 swing? Getting blocked?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, so Katakuri doing his work, blocking a swing here. And now we are seeing 6. Okay, so we are currently on turn 1. So Beard is playing turn 1 here. 6K swing coming down. A lot of thought here from Dimentio. Is that 2 cards in hand? He takes it.
Ooh.
He takes it. 8K coming right through.
Can he counter?
Does he have the counter? No, and it is good game. Wow, down to the wire here for both players, but Beard, he gets there. It turns out protecting his board, keeping up the pressure was exactly what he needed to clinch this series.
Yeah, and Dimentio with a good heads-up read, too. He didn't go for it. He kind of like, I think you have it. I respect you. I've seen how you play. I know you have it. And, yeah, going for it would have been wrong.
Yep.
It wouldn't have gotten there. We know the swings. It wouldn't have made it through. And, oh, I mean, I wanted both of them to win. I mean, these are both such great competitors. Dimentio just playing so well, and like, I want to see him again in another tournament. I want to see another top cut with Dimentio because this category list is just inspired.
Yeah,
I did not expect it. I think on any other day,
yeah,
against any other leader,
yeah,
and maybe someone not as like skilled as Beard and with like such a great Luffy list for going first.
yeah.
I mean, Dimentio like played and say like, I'm a believer now.
Yes.
Purple Katakuri. I'm building it and playing locals on Monday. You hear me now? I'm playing it Monday. Like big respect.
Yeah, just an awesome first series here to get us started today. But stick around because we've got lots more. And because that game went to overtime, you won't even have to wait that long. We're going to have another game queued up real soon. Yeah,
catch Dimentio on your socials. Find his list. Go build it. Go have fun. I'm like so hyped now to do it. But yeah, with that, we're going to pass you over. We got some interviews and stuff in between, but round 2 is just around the corner. So don't go too far, and it's another hour of nonstop action. So catch you guys later.
I was really happy to play Law. It's my favorite character in the show, so whenever a leader got announced for it, I started playing in OP7. So I never really got the chance to play RP Law for that long. I never got to play it at all, but when Green Yellow Law got announced, I was really into it. And then the support came out in OP11 with the Veggie blocker and the structure decks. So I really thought that it was a really strong deck overall. And the matchups into blue-purple and green-purple really helped cement its stature as a meta call. I unfortunately only played 1 GP, 1 UP. I lost to the blue-purple on stream, but I was really happy with how it played. It's very consistent. I play a lot of searchers, and the searchers are very important to the deck. I like doing shenanigans.
Yes.
I come from a Yu-Gi-Oh background where you're just doing a bunch of stuff.
Right. It
Always.
all makes sense now.
Yeah, you're doing a bunch of stuff, and the deck has very few weaknesses. It does have weaknesses, but I played against a Bonnie, which is conventionally one of my worst matchups, Teach 2. And I was able to push through it. My opponents were great. They were really nice. I had great experiences with everyone. Everyone was super cordial and everything like that. Other than that, I'm excited for top 32. It's my first time at top 32. It's my second regional ever.
Congrats.
It's my first time going to day 2. I top 64'd my first one. I got 64th exactly. It was nice. I have a little bit more breathing room, but it's bittersweet because one of the people I came from Montreal with is who I'm playing against in round 1.
Oh, really? Oh, man.
So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
It's going to be some awkward conversations tonight, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Other than that, do you have any other questions?
Yeah, I mean, so you're going into day 2. How do you feel about your first day 2?
I'm a little nervous. I'm excited to be here with my friends. In the end, I picked an off-meta deck,
Yeah.
but I was excited to just come here, enjoy my time with my friends. Everything else was just a bonus.
Yeah.
And being in my first day too, I'm really happy to get my Nats invite. I will be going to that.
Yep.
I'm a really competitive player, and now that I'm a bit older and I work, I have my own money, I'm able to travel to these events. It's nice to see a payoff for the time that we put in.
Yeah. That's awesome. And okay, so you were cooking on GY Law. You took off the hat, but you had the Law hat on. Obviously a Law fan.
Yes.
There it is, the Law hat. What's your advice for GY Law players? It's a hard deck. I've tried it myself. It's hard.
I wouldn't say it's an easy deck, but it just takes reps.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a lot of time doing it. You have to learn to lose before you learn what you're doing well. It's easy to win with the deck where you play on curve, you play your Cavendishes, you play your 7-cost Laws. But when you learn to value what makes the deck so good, which is the card advantage engine,
Right.
where you can every single one of your cards can inherently generate you value by bouncing a searcher, playing a searcher again, or freezing a character which saves you cards in hand by countering. When you do that, when you learn that aspect of it, it's really, really strong, and you see the value of it. My best example that I do is with Doflamingo, Blue Doflamingo, when it was at its peak of its powers. Part of what made the deck so strong was 4-cost Law, bouncing Sengoku, searching Sengoku, and being able to keep this inherent card advantage to be able to counter out of your attacks. And what I love about that is that you can just bounce anything on the field. Against Teach, you can bounce a Hody Jones that they froze and played again. It's something that's super, super strong. And part of the reason why I also love it is that I get to hide behind one of my least favorite cards, an 8-cost Kid.
Right.
But, you get to hide behind it. Unfortunately, I didn't get to play it that much. But in the end, that's one of the strongest cards in One Piece, and you get to use it probably, I think, the best out of every deck that exists. Most decks that play Kid, they run out of the cards very quickly. And you're not able to defend it as strong. But with Law, you're able to play your searchers and keep bouncing the searchers and keep generating card advantage and playing chump blockers that you're able to defend the Kid forever.
That's true.
And you're able to outgrind these decks. Blue-purple is an exception with that, where they can keep grinding with you since they draw 2 cards a turn, similar to what you do. But against blue-purple, Kid really isn't the main strategy, but it's sometimes necessary.
Yeah. Okay, and going into day 2 tomorrow, what leader do you want to see, and what leader do you not want to see?
I know that I'm going against a blue-purple.
Okay.
That's the main reason I brought this deck. I'm very confident in my matchup against blue-purple.
Okay.
On my feature match, the player I played against was very, very strong. Usually, most deck lists that I saw played 1 Red Rock.
Right.
So I was playing with that information in my mind. So when I saw the second one, a little bit out of my my comfort zone.
Yeah, I was surprised too. Yeah, 2 is,
The second Red Rock, but alarms were going off in my head when he gianted and didn't counter the 1. Something was fishy.
Yes.
So I'm excited to see blue-purple. That's who I'm playing in round 1, I believe. I'm scared of GP, even though I'm supposed to be favored. Gamma Knife sort of puts a dent in those plans.
Right.
I don't want to see Teach.
Yes.
I do not want to see Bonnie.
Yes.
I don't want to see Smoker.
Okay.
I don't want to see 8-cost Kid decks
Yes.
in general, because the deck lacks top end and lacks removal for 8-cost Kid. Other than that, I'm pretty confident against any other deck just because I know my deck and I know other decks better than I believe my opponent would. Not a lot of people test a lot on Green Yellow Law, but I put in the time where I think I know a lot of what the game plan is for most decks, whereas Green Yellow Law is so complicated that they can't tell what you're doing.
Right. Yeah, and
You have so many different avenues.
Yeah, you said you put in a lot of time. How did you prepare for this event? Like, how do you practice?
I have a great testing group.
Okay.
Originally, I was on Green Purple Luffy.
Yep.
And after a couple of testing sessions, it was really hard.
Right.
It wasn't doing what I wanted to do. A lot of the time I was bricking. I really value consistency. Even though I view it as one of the more consistent decks, I found that when you bricked really hard. And it was difficult, but my testing group that I have here with Kyle, Vince, Meek, Genyo, and Alan, and Ramez back home, like, they really got me to where I am. Like, I wouldn't be top 32 without them even close. They play all the meta decks against me. They helped me prepare. And they also did pretty well today. Unfortunately, they didn't make top 32, but I really wouldn't be there without them. And my girlfriend, Emily, she's very supportive.
Right.
So.
Well, I was going to ask for shout-outs, but that sounded like your shout-outs. Any others?
No, that's pretty much it. And to Boîte Mystère in Montreal, that's my local store.
Oh, yeah.
They're very good.
Okay, well, thank you so much for taking the time to interview, for putting on such great matches today on the stream.
Thank you.
I really wish you the best of luck tomorrow, and I hope to see you back on stream giving us a tutorial, cooking with Law,
I hope
one
so
of my
too.
favorite decks.
Thank you. It was nice
Thank
meeting
you. All right.
Welcome back, players and One Piece Pirates, to the Toronto Regional. Wow, amazing set one already. I'm feeling so good with ours today. We have so many more games to show you guys, and they're best of threes just like before, so the tension just builds across that 60 minutes. Ooh, feeling the heat.
I know, this is so exciting. I mean, we have to, okay, so we're both trying to save our voices here, but actually, you know what's actually been damaging my voice? It's not casting, it's when our friends win and I go crazy. All of that yesterday, after our friends, I won the round, I'm there yelling, and it's just so hype, and I'm so excited for this next game because we have a Toronto local coming onto the street.
Yes, we are joined by one of our friends, Teapo on Blackbeard. Now, Teapo has been grinding this deck for so long, and one of the few Blackbeard cards I don't mind facing, and I'm not mad when I'm like, damn, I did not expect him to play that way. Very flexible in the deck, very unique with deck builds, and very much so leaning into the versatile aspects of Blackbeard. And it's like, so I remember when he first started playing, he was playing Reiju, and then seeing him come to where he is now is just crazy to see. He's day 2, and we are so proud of him, and he is so happy to be here and show you guys some amazing games and why he loves One Piece so much.
Yes, and we are now in the top 16. This is the match. This is your match that you're playing for a serial card. And both of these players, they both have recent top 16 finishes, and now they will play it out for top 8. So here we have Teapo versus Adam. We have a Blackbeard versus UP Luffy, and let's start the game.
Yeah, 2 amazing competitors, and it looks like we are starting the game. I don't believe we know if they've done dice roll yet, but they have done their mulligans and their dice roll. So it is Teapo going first, I believe. Yep, he's going to start with stage, and I mean, you gotta love to see it, right? I mean, starting off a stage on 1 is one of those good things where you're starting to do that search every single turn now, grabbing a Van Augur, I believe.
Yep, and stage just allowing you to pitch a card, look at your top 3, take a Blackbeard Pirates card, just that engine for Blackbeard. Blackbeard is a deck where you always need to answer your opponent, passes it over to UP. They have no 2 Dawn plays typically, so he passes it right back. We see the stage coming down, pitching the finger pistol, looking at the top 3, taking the 5-cost Kuzan that allows you to basically play out whatever you need from the trash on later turns. Always nice on that going first curve, and then an 8 swing coming through. 8 to 6, I imagine that will be taken.
Wow, Teapo always been playing with the speed. He always has so much confidence going. He's like, oh, I know, and he really feels like he's locked into the zone. He's like, I know exactly what to pick, and I know exactly what to swing.
Yep, exactly. We're on the 4 Dawn turn, 6th swing coming through. Okay, so he is not starving. That is a strategy that some UP Luffy players favor in this matchup. And he plays out the Mr. 2, allowing him to ramp a Dawn. This is exactly what you want to see going second as UP Luffy. And now we're back over to Teach. Teapo is using stage, pitching a card, looking at his top 3. What does he find? And he finds the 7-cost Teach. Okay, This is really good for your going first curve. And now does he have the 5-drop?
And I think we saw him search the Kuzan, so I think he's ready. Oh, and this is just such a beautiful curve out. He's like Kuzan on 5. You're going to be able to pop it now or save it for 1 turn later. And I believe he's going with the saving it 1 turn later. He knows this Kuzan, the fact that it can't be KO'd or removed by effects is so annoying. He does this play so much where he's just, oh, I'm putting it here because it's more annoying that it's a body here.
Yeah, and I see the God Thread in hand, so just beautifully playing around that God Thread, the 5-cost event, allowing you to remove a 5-cost character and ramp a Dawn. And so because that Kuzan is immune to KO effects, he cannot God Thread it. Adam may still choose, though, to use the God Thread just to ramp the Dawn to continue accelerating, but we will see what he chooses.
Yeah, Adam like, oh, nothing to God Thread here? Like, is there still a way to ramp? What is he thinking? Oh, and this is a pressuring life situation? Oh.
Yep, swinging 7 at life, putting down a lot of pressure, turning the Mr. 2 sideways, saying it's probably going to get removed anyway, playing out another Mr. 2. This is a very, very strong start from Adam here, allowing him to ramp up to 8 Dawn. He will get his leader effect next turn.
And he's swinging 8 now. And Teapo takes it. I mean, if you don't block out the 7, I mean, and you're taking this 8 is coming through, I wonder if it was intentional or not. If he knew that 8 could come through or whether he was just, you know, I want these cards in hand.
Yeah, yeah. 5K, just cleaning up the board. Using our stage, pitching a Dock Q.
Ooh,
taking another
Kuzan.
And what will we see? Will we see this Kuzan popped? Likely we'll see that maybe turn sideways, putting a Dawn on it to swing 6. Of course, if you do that, you can't play out something like the 7-cost Teach this turn. Opting to just trash it. drawing a card, probably bringing out the Augur here. The Augur will -3 cost on the Mr. 2, putting it down to 1 cost, and the 7 cost Teach will come down, resting to pop a 3 or less character and establishing this really, really big and threatening body. Pitching for leader effect, the Black Hole 4 cost event, and now over to our UP Luffy player.
Yeah. So there we go. See, on plays have been turned off. I mean, he has to do that, right? He has to clear this spawn crate because he can't let that swing 8 at him if he wants to develop this 7 cost Teach, right? But he can't do it while that thing's going to threaten an 8K back at him.
Yep, exactly. And now Adam's turn. I believe he's looking at his top 5 stack here, deciding what to take. And of course, when you drop those double Mr. 2s, that really accelerates the pace of the game. Instead of being on 6 Dawn, he is now on 8 Dawn, allowing him to use leader effect, take the Usohachi 2K. That's exactly what you want to see. You need some counter in this matchup. And now what we're waiting to see is, does he put it on the top or the bottom? Has he found another piece of the puzzle that he needs? Maybe an 8-drop Kata allowing him to wall off, or just another big body like a 9 cost. Maybe a Rush Luffy would be great here, or even just something big, right, to start putting some pressure on this board. That was on the top, right?
Yep, left on top. I almost feel like when you see the blue-purple Luffy go in the tank and think about it, it's usually going to top because they're like, what's the order it's going in? Versus when you're not seeing the things you want, you're like, no, goodbye.
Yeah, yeah. Always a risk, too, putting it to the bottom. You could just draw something worse. So that's really, you have to take some time. You have to really think it through. 7K coming across right into Teapo. Adam just putting on a lot of pressure and demanding a 2 and a 1, the stronger and the Dock Q coming out here to counter out of that swing, and it is the 9 cost Linlin. Of course, there are no on-play effects, so just representing a large body, and I do feel like Teapo is in the exact position he wants to be in. He has a healthy hand. Can he deal with this Linlin, though?
Yeah, so we have a -3 cost already using Van Augur, and a KO 3 cost or less with the Teach, so he needs to somehow find a way to reduce by 3 more. Oh, and that's the Kuzan. If he Kuzans into Augur right now, he clear.
Yep,
and I think he's going to do it. There it is. And just completely technical play from Teapo's side. Just, seeing the cards, seeing the searches, so confident.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. If you can get out the double Augur and the Teach, it starts to become very, very awkward for your opponent. Dropping down a Burgess, this is so much pressure.
Wow,
pitching the stage, turning off on plays. Such a strong 9 Dawn turn, exactly what you want to see Kuzan Augur.
Wow, what deck am I? I feel like I'm watching a zoo deck. I mean, these are 4 swings represented on the board as well.
Yep, and this is not the position you want to be in as UP Luffy looking at his stack, deciding what to take.
Oh man, this is I mean, how do you get back on board here? Or I mean, I think he needs to. I think he's debating between taking a red rock or something else. I think he's thinking that he might need this removal. I mean, he's seeing such a big board. He needs a Gravity Blade yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, if you do the red rock, that doesn't leave you much Dawn to play with. That essentially commits you to a red rock turn and then hiding behind something like a Gum Gum Giant or Gear 2 events to just stay alive and to stay healthy. So he really has to decide here what he values. This board is really, really scary, so I understand wanting to remove it, but he does opt to take the Gear 2. Now, we still have to see if it's top or bottom. He could draw into Red Rock still, keeping that hidden and then playing that. We'll have to see. He does leave it on top, so he's happy with the stack. Both times, he's seen cards that he wants to see or that he's at least okay with keeping in hand. 10 Dawn to play with. Where does he go?
And I see the Gravity Blade in hand. I think Adam has to choose to play it now. I think if he doesn't play it, he may not get a turn. Like, there's just too much pressure coming across this board. I think the question is, which 2 of the 5 or 6 or lesses are you going to target with that Gravity Blade?
I mean, it's tricky. Yeah, do you hit maybe one Augur and the Burgess? That kind of creates some safety while also removing a threat. He's going to swing 8 into 5. I imagine this will be taken, putting Teapo down to 1 life. I don't know if he would want to give 2 cards here, demanding 2 2Ks. Teach only typically runs about 8. Opting to take.
Yeah,
we don't see a trigger.
There's no rush to worry about. And
Yep.
So Adam opting to slow down. He says, I don't have a board right now, and that bird just can't swing at me for 2 turns in a row. But you're still looking at, down the barrel of a 6 and 8K. And also, you didn't play anything.
Yep.
So, the Blackbeard can just swing these 2 bodies if he wants to.
Exactly, yep. Teapo here free to do what he wants. I mean, there's nothing to freeze with the 10 cost Teach, so you're kind of playing around that. I don't know if that was intentional or not. Maybe just trying to survive here. Finding the search event, my era begins, and Teapo's era might be beginning here for game 1. A 6 swing comes through, 2K Usohachi coming down. an 8K swing coming through, a Gum Gum Giant coming down. Of course, that Giant is basically free at this point, just costing you a Dawn when you're at 10. Deciding what to pitch here, pitching the Mihawk, not helpful in this matchup with no on-plays. Returning 2 Dawn, drawing 2 cards.
Oh, so much pressure already, and Teapo hasn't even used his 10. He's just playing it anyway.
Yep, playing
He's just
the
saying,
teach.
I just want the 12K body. He is the aggressor in this matchup right now. He is developing such a crazy aggressive board.
Absolutely, and so we do see the teach come down. We know that Adam has the red rock for it. So the question will be, can Adam maybe red rock this away and try and stabilize here? Remember, UP Luffy really wants to play the long game. They draw 2 cards every turn. Teapo has to pitch a card every turn, which we saw the My Era just pitched to turn off leader effects. The way you play this with UP is you play patiently, you take your time. And so he's looking at his top 5 now, using that a leader ability to take a Straw Hat card, and then choosing whether he wants to keep the rest at the top or bottom.
Yeah, and I mean, Adam, we know he has access to a red rock. We see it in his hand, but I mean, if you play it this turn and once again just swing 9, right? You know, Teapo could take it and he could develop another one. Like, there's no unblockable to worry about from Adam's side, and we know Teapo's running blockers. He can just block it up the next turn, even if you red rock this Blackbeard away.
It's true, he could just play blockers. I'm not seeing another option from Adam here, though, but let's see what he opts to do. And the reason is, if you don't deal with the teach, you may end up with another teach coming down, and then very quickly, things start to snowball in the battle of big bodies. Who can establish more big bodies first is really important in this matchup, and when one player starts to have more big bodies than the other, it gets really, really scary, because as UP, you want to have more swings than Teach has 10 cost teaches, because they can just get all blocked for free. And so there it is. There's the red rock coming down.
He has to.
Yep,
Yeah.
dealing with the teach. And what does he do with the rest of his Dawn? Maybe just leaves it up, or does he pressure?
I think it feels, oh yeah, you're going to have to put this 9 to life. You have no choice. And you see Teapo thinking, going to the tank, thinking about how many swings are coming through, and he says, sure.
Interesting.
Like,
Yep, 9 to life. Opting to put down the pressure still. Could have also gone at the auger, but not wanting to draw a card or the teach, just to demand cards from hand, but saying, no, I want you to be in an awkward position where you're playing at 0 life. There's the stage, pitching a Van Augur, looking at the top 3, deciding what to take. Both players playing very, very fast here with these decisions. You love to see it. Really professional play in our top 16 match. Grabbing another Burgess.
And now, like, how is Teapo going to kind of raise a defensive wall now? He knows he has to. He obviously needs to represent enough blockers that he's safe. So he's going to first do his free swing, though. He can get 6 in. He can just, nothing else. There's nothing to clear, so there's no reason to keep these standing. Another 8 into life, demanding either a Giant or some other card or a Gear 2.
Yep, and we know he has that Gear 2. Oh, no, actually, he used it earlier, so he has to give a Giant here. Yep, Giant pitching a brick. Dawn -2. Again, basically free, but this is the second Giant being used. I'm sure Teapo's keeping track of that. And drawing 2 cards, refreshing the hand. And we see the Lafitte come down, doing a search. Teapo trying to find what he needs to stabilize, trying to find some blockers. He does find a 2K. That will allow him to get out of some scary swings. But what does he have in store for us? We do know that he runs the new Kuzan blocker, the 6 cost 6,000 power. Does he have one of those? I'd love to see that coming down here.
Yeah, he's doing some math. He's trying to think, like, how many blockers are there? If he just red rocks my blocker, like, can I still get out? And he's digging. And he pitched the My Era Begins. So I feel like he's confident that he has what he needs to stay alive this turn already, and that's why he kind of pitched the search event. And then even playing the 10 cost Kahina, so he's like, just get this out of my hand. I have enough Dawn to work with. I'm not playing 10 cost Teach. I'm just probably playing a blocker this turn, so I might as well just cycle this out while I still can and get more counter in hand.
Yep, and it's still very scary here for Teapo. We see Adam has a huge hand. He's going to continue drawing 2 cards every turn, and card advantage is the name of the game here. If you can just have so many more cards than your opponent, you can just win, and that is the win condition for our UP Luffy player. 6K swing coming through, going to demand a 1K, getting the pudding out of hand.
And it's the 6. Yep, it's the new Kuzan blocker.
Wow.
This card is played correctly is so good. Teapo is running just a few copies of this because Blackbeard's really good at having access to Blackbeard cards, right? You don't have to run a full 4 set, but this Kuzan, when it dies, on KO, you can return a Blackbeard type card of, I think, 5 or less from trash rested.
Yep.
It is such a powerful card because, let's say he swings and you block with it and it KOs, you can bring back that Burgess from trash, and now your swing, all it did is give them an 8 or 9K attacker back.
Yep, exactly. Taking the 2K Sanji off the leader effect search, starting the turn here. Going to draw a card, and let's see what Adam has in store for us. Can he stabilize here? He's still at 2 life. He must be feeling pretty good. If he was at 1 life, he would be scary. 2 life, we've got a lot of cards in hand, and we are going to see what looks like another Gravity Blade. Seeing the cards that he needs in this matchup, you want to see your Gravity Blades, and he has seen 2 Grav Blades so far. This is exactly what you need.
2-2, 1. 2-2-2.
3 twos coming out to defend the 9k swing, but Teapo's hand is getting really, really small, passing the turn back. And are there any Dawn up for Adam here, or did he loaded it all up, right?
Yeah, so he didn't leave up a Dawn for Giant at all. He just knows that, there's not enough swings for me to die, so I'm just going to not even keep it out.
Yeah, exactly. Feeling very, very safe, finding exactly what he needs. And now Teapo on 10 Dawn, looking to tap a Dawn. We can see him thinking, what do I need here? Can I find another blocker? He knows what's left in his deck. He knows he has another Kuzan that could potentially block. The problem is that you really rely on Caribou as your blocker, and it is not a searchable card from your stage.
And he runs risk of, he can't play out the Teach this turn. I mean, if he plays out a 10-cost Teach, and it gets Red Rock, and another, a 10k swing comes through, it's not going to be pretty.
Yeah, and I mean, Adam can also just jam 16 at it and just keep it going down and then draw 2 cards. That's the thing. It's actually on Teapo to end the game, which is typically not a position that teachers are used to being in, where they're the ones who have to end the game. They're usually the ones who can just hold on forever and ever and ever and block her up. Another Lafitte coming down. Now, the good news is these Laffittes act as pseudo-blockers, and Adam doesn't want to swing at them because he wants to put the pressure on life. However, they will draw a card for 1 Dawn, which is an absolutely great trade. Ooh. And there is the San Juan, the one of.
Yeah, and the Salmon Wolf, it's a 4-cost 6k blocker, and it's kind of similar to Burgess, where for every, I believe, 4 cards in trash, it gets +1 cost and it gains blocker. So it will have blocker currently, and then how much cost it gains is really dependent on how many cards are in trash. And then 6 at lead. I don't know. This is tough. Even though he has the Salmon Wolf, the challenge is we know there's a Red Rock in hand.
Yep. Yeah, just seeing all of the removal at the right time. I'm really happy to see the San Juan Wolf one of, though. We love to see these one of cards, these tech cards. A new starter deck card kind of coming through here. Asking to take a look at the trash, or actually getting a count, most likely, on how much can San Juan Wolf block.
So it is an 8 cost right now.
8 cost, okay.
Yeah.
Hard to remove with anything but Red Rock.
Mm-hmm.
Not going to be Uso Hachiable.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
We've got a
+4
cost token coming through.
Adam, I think, is debating. He's saying, okay, well, he's trying to think about his next turn. I think he's feeling pretty confident. We see the Red Rock in hand, so we can see a Red Rock that's going to remove the Salmon Wolf, and then potentially a 10k swing coming through.
Yep, putting a lot of thought here. Okay, and countering 2 twos. Oh, and there is the Caribou as well. Okay, so Teapo can hold on. He's blockering up, but will it be enough? He is struggling to put on pressure. Those Gravity Blades just got so much value. That's 4 bodies, 4 threatening bodies put to the bottom of the deck. And Teapo is just hanging on here, blockering up every turn. But you know what? He's going to run out of blockers. Blackbeard decks just don't have that many blockers in them.
Yeah, Teapo really needs to establish a Burgess really soon. But I mean, if he can stabilize, these Laffittes are drawing extra cards. I mean, it can really, if he can develop another Kuzan blocker, right? Another chump blocker too, then he gets into a really good position. I mean, this is a really good play for you. I actually thought I was worried for him, but no, he's playing around both things now. A Red Rock isn't going to win the game. Neither is a Gravity Blade, because the Gravity Blade can only remove one of these 2 blockers, not both.
That's true, and we do see the Gum Gum Giant searched out with the leader effect, so that's the 3rd one that we've seen from UP Luffy. He has 1 left. His defensive options are running thin, but he is drawing so many cards, and we see the God Thread being favored here. That might come down, able to pop the Caribou if he wants it to. And there it is. God Thread comes down. Just a KO event in this case, usually allowing you to ramp, but he doesn't need that. He just wants some removal to clear the board. 5 Dawn remaining, that means he cannot use that Red Rock in hand. So what is he going to play here? He needs to leave up a little bit of Dawn always just to use those events, because you want to cycle the events out of your hand. But he could also just say, you know what? I'm going to put all my Dawn on leader. I'm not scared of dying. I have a lot of 2Ks in hand, and I really, really want to make sure the San Juan Wolf dies this turn so that you run out of blockers for next turn, and he can just simply Red Rock away any other blocker and swing for game.
Yeah, I mean, Teapo's in a tough position here because he has to respect all the removal that exists in Adam's deck every single turn. And we see here Adam asking to check the trash. He's trying to read the number of 2Ks. He's trying to see, with so much of Blackbeard's deck being searched and in the trash, usually you can get a really good read on what's in your opponent's hand and what's still left to be taken from the deck.
Exactly, and open deck lists. Both players reviewed each other's deck lists before the match, and one of the things you would be counting in the teacher's list is how many blockers does he have, what are the ratios, what can I get away with here, what secret tech cards does he have, and so they're both well aware of each other's deck lists. And of course, with Blackbeard, you also just see so much of his deck. So if you can remember his list, half of his deck is right there. We can all see it on screen. He's got it on display, being used to ramp up the cost of the San Juan Wolf.
Yeah, and Teapo's running a lot of 1-ups too for like tech. I believe I looked at his list. So, yeah, I mean, Adam's still in a really good position here, though. He's putting down this pressure, and Teapo's gonna have to really be flexible and do some crazy searching next turn to figure out what he has to do.
8K swing gets blocked, and this is not good for Teapo. Can he find another blocker here? And just putting down the Zoro Joro, saying, you know what, if you're at 0 life, I just need 2 swings, and I can take you down. Of course, the Teach can just be rested to KO that, but it does save you a swing. So it's kind of acting as a blocker here, a blocker or a potential swing. And now we'll see, what does Teapo want to do? Does he have a 10-cost Teach? Does he just try and hold on with that? Looks like nope. Likely going to rest our Lafittes here. He has his own UP Luffy ability. It's called Lafitte.
Yep.
I get to draw 2 cards every turn looking at my top 5, just like you do. It costs me a little bit of Dawn, but if you're not playing the 10-cost Teach, then this just lets you find what you want. Going to take the stage, just get that out of the deck, filter it out, grab the stage, pitch it with stage, look at the top 3, see what we can find. What have we got here? What are we looking for? We're looking for blockers. Of course, what's left? There's 1 Kuzan left, right? And there it is.
There it is.
He's found it. This is the last lifeline here for Teapo. Without this, he loses his ability to search any more blockers. He would just have to naturally draw into another Caribou, which might be, unlikely at this stage, but you never know. And just thinking what to take here, taking my era
begins.
Continuing to dig.
Yeah, and I believe Teapo does run quite a few blockers, but those Caribou blockers aren't searchable with Blackbeard searching, which means you're relying on trying to find the other part of it.
Yep, and I mean, this is a real test for Teapo. Oh, another Kuzan.
Interesting.
Is he on 3? Or is that the one that got bot decked?
Oh, yes, the other one. He's gone back to the bottom of his deck.
Wow, this is just, what an incredibly cool game we're seeing here. I think this is definitely a very, very unique game state and unique board state where we have these 2 Lafittes constantly searching. And this is putting a lot of strain on Teapo here. He has to remember, like, what's in his stack, what's at the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, and I think he's looking for something, and he sees 2. The bird is obviously that was bot decked, and then a Kuzan. Yeah,
we know where we are. I think Adam knows too. We know where we are in his deck. We've gotten right back to those Gravity Blades that were bottom decked previously, like 3 turns ago now. And now just thinking, do I leave up the Zoro Joro? Do I remove it? We know we need 6 Dawn to play out that Kuzan, and then we also know that Adam has the answer with the Red Rock.
Yeah, so I think he has to respect this order at the very least, and not a lot of Dawn to work with. I mean, he's 4 Dawn, 6 Dawn left. He can maybe play a Vasco shot, and maybe like if he has another San Juan Wolf or a 4 cost, but he needs to represent 2 blockers this turn.
Yep,
and
there
just
comes
Kuzan.
Another Kuzan. Thinking of what to pitch for leader effect, and of course, this is the hard part about this matchup. You have to constantly pitch cards. You're always dropping a card to turn off on plays. You cannot let Adam play the 9-cost Zoro, cheating out another 9-cost or an 8-cost Katakuri. It's just too much pressure, down to 3 cards in Teapo's hand.
Yeah, and I think Adam has the game here. I think he's doing the search. He searches the Sanji. He top stacks. We know he has Sanji in hand. The on plays are irrelevant, but we know Adam has that Red Rock in hand. I believe Teapo's hand is mapped because Adam has seen all the searches that have come through. I think he should have a pretty good idea what's in Teapo's hand. He would need, if Red Rock comes through and swings 10, Teapo would need to give 3 2Ks to stay alive, and the likelihood of that is so low. And Adam's just doing his double check.
Yeah, he's counting how many 2Ks are there. Do you even have 3 left in the deck? He probably can. You can probably kind of math that out at this point or figure it out. We know that there's a lot of 2Ks in the trash at this point.
Yep. And we saw a lot of them get used on that one, definitive swing that kind of took a lot of cards out of Teapo's hand.
Yep. All right. Okay. So Adam, do you go for it?
Yep.
That is the question. Or does he hang on? The thing is that he's still in a strong position. He's not going to die anytime soon.
Here he's Doing
reading
double
the
check.
card, making sure I can red rock this away without something bad happening. And this is exactly what we see from UP Luffy. I mean, this is what you want. It feels so good when you're playing UP
we
Luffy.
see it. We see it happen. The red rock, and he's just double checking to make sure that the on KO effect is on KO and not on yet.
There's first game.
Yep. And that's first game because of that 1K. He knows the Burgess is in hand. He knows the other Kuzan's in hand and the 2K, so it's mapped. Amazing first game. Teapo, just missing some key pieces on that turning point. Like, he really, those gravity blades and those red rocks, man. Adam definitely having, like, a really powerful showing of removal in his deck list. And I was like, I couldn't tell who was the removal deck in this match.
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking notes here. I was really trying to figure out, do you, as the UP, do you starve the teach? Do you not? And it looks like what Adam was showing here is that when you've got all of those events, when you've got the red rocks, when you've got the 7 cost, there's just no reason to starve. You can continuously put pressure on the teach, and you know that as long as the game goes on long enough without you dying to some Burgesses or something like that, as long as you can see the 7 cost events to keep the board clear continuously, you're just going to have so much pressure. It's a 6K swing. You demand a 2K every turn. Blackbeard's run 8 2Ks. Right?
Yeah, and a little bit of a funny moment. Yes, so just so everyone at home knows what's going on, we're taking a quick pause. And the reason is because for those of you at home who don't know, the 401 regionals in Toronto will be going up as of now at noon. And so everyone is, given that everyone here is a competitive player who loves the game, they're now taking a pause so they can all go buy tickets for that event and once again play this game that they love. So all of y'all will be back in Toronto again, and maybe with us, who knows, for another stream. We love to do it, and we love Toronto players, and we love the scene, so who knows, maybe catch us then. But yeah, so we see that pause, and everyone's buying their tickets, and with that, they're getting their shuffles out of the way. But I believe the game time will not resume until everyone has had time to kind of like do what they have to do with, everyone knows there's a lot of all the things that have to happen when you're trying to get a regional ticket. The race for the race for the tickets.
Yes, these events are so competitive. Everybody wants to play in these events, and the tickets are often sold out within minutes, which is unbelievable when you think about the fact that there were 1,000 players here yesterday, and the tickets just go like this. And so we always have to pause tournaments at noon to give people a chance to sign up to get into regionals. There's just such a great competitive scene for this game. So many people want to play these big events.
Yeah, I know. I mean, us ourselves, we were so happy to cast for you guys, but we were also, we said yesterday, we're a little bummed that we didn't get to play. We're like, oh man, there's so many few events. It's so hard to get into, and we did happen to get into our, but like, casting is just gonna be too great, and we want to show off the players, and we know that that's the thing we want to do today is show off these amazing plays from these players, and we're seeing the mulligans get resolved. So we're seeing, I think. Time will start again now. I believe the timer's going. Yes, the timer is going now. So I believe they're resolving the mulligans, and I believe both decided to mulligan.
Yep, and it looks like we may not be pausing. We'll get confirmation in a second whether we're going to pause after they've finished this. But it does look like the players are preparing for their next round. And I mean, honestly, if I was in their in their shoes right now, I don't know if I would even want to pause to sign up for regional because you're so locked into the game.
Yep.
I think that would take me out of it. I would say, you know what, I'm just gonna do my best. Okay, and it looks like we are continuing with the game. Both players want to keep going. They are locked in. They want their serial card.
Yep. And we're going to check with production to see if our timer is still correct, to see if it has to be updated for any extensions that may have been provided, because our timer was still running. So we'll check with production later on the accurate timer, but it'll be roughly probably close to like 34 minutes. But yeah, so I mean, Teapo lost the first game. I'm not sure if he was the one who chose dice roll in round 1, but with him as the loser in the game, it just passes back to, does the loser decide dice turn order again?
Yep, exactly. Yep. So because Teapo lost, he will get to choose whether he wants to go first or second. And really, I've seen both ways. If you go first, you get to take away the UP Luffy's optimal curve.
Mm-hmm.
If you go second, you get to drop your teach earlier, which can be more pressure. And it looks like Teapo here has chosen first. He wants to both disrupt the Blackbeard player. And remember what we saw yesterday, when you see that optimal curve going first as teach, where you see something like a Doc Q, Augur, 7-cost teach into like Kuzan and a Burgess, it's so much pressure as well. And so we see first turn pass, no stage. Swinging 8. This is not a strong start from Teapo. you really want to see a stage here. You really want to see something that can help you search. Even a My Era Begins, just to buff up your Burgesses for later.
Or Lafitte, or like yeah.
6 swing coming through. And repeat of last game, Mr. 2 comes down, ramping it on.
Really good play from Adam. Let's see how Teapo tries to pivot out of this. Teapo taking first again because he's confident going first. I mean, we saw him kind of play out these lines and kind of know what he's doing and feel like, I know what happens when I go first, and this will happen. Feeling like, oh, I was just a little off. I think I can do it again.
Yeah, exactly. 5 Dawn turn. What does Teapo have for us here? Still no stage. This is a little bit of a scary start for him. He can't afford to miss this turn, okay, and it is going to be the Kuzan coming down. Again, unfortunately, he doesn't have anything to bring back yet, but as we know from last game, that Kuzan is safe from the God Thread. It will not get removed, so he knows that at least he has a body that can stick on the board. And what will we see from Adam? Does he have the second ramper again? Can he ramp it active?
There it is.
And we do see another Mr. 2, so he can do the exact same play as last game, establish the Mr. 2, go to 8 Dawn, get his leader effect early, and with such a slow start from Teapo, he may not be able to keep up.
Yeah, I mean, that's just another Bonkrei coming down. This is a repeat of last game. I mean, Adam's really seeing these Bonkreis.
Yeah.
On curve, on time. I mean, Teapo's got to find some way out of this.
Yep, and here we're seeing it again. This is just a complete mirror of the last game. The 7K swing coming through with the Bonklay. Adam saying, I'm going to keep up the pressure just like I did last turn, playing out another Bonklay, ramping a Dawn, and Teapo has to be having flashbacks from the last game. This is exactly what happened. And then a 7 swing coming through, demanding 2 cards. Teapo is going to take My Era triggers again. I think that happened last game as well. I can't remember if it was the 3rd life. Opting to take a Burgess to hand. Now he does have a target for the Kuzan, should he choose to trash it.
Yeah, and one unfortunate thing about the My Era Begins is that the other cards are trash. So the Caribou 2K is now in trash. And that's now information for the rest of the game. You're 1 2K and 1 blocker short now for the rest of the game.
Yeah, losing that Caribou. We know that you might need a lot of blockers in this matchup, given how it went, given how these 2 players choose to play the matchup. 5K swing into the Mr. 2, just keeping the board clear. Found the stage, pitching the stage. He found 2 stages, so he got 1 off life, at least, bare minimum. And he may have drawn 1 last turn as well, but opting to play the Kuzan instead. He finds another Kuzan, okay? So off to the races now. We've got the stage. That's got to be a little bit of relief here for Teapo. What does he do with his remaining Dawn? Yeah,
I think he might play double Kuzan. Yeah, you know, hey, last time I didn't like getting grab depleted, but if I present you 2 Kuzans, then you can't actually grab blade them.
Yeah.
You can't remove them.
That's true. Also playing down the Caribou blocker, just getting some safety on the board, deciding what to pitch for leader effect. And he does trash the Van Augur for his leader effect, turning off on plays for the UP Luffy for Adam's turn.
Yeah, and honestly a good play here too, because I think it's a good way to answer the board, because if this Bonkrei ever turns sideways this turn, like just to be greedy, then at least you're clearing it for free using one of these Kuzan swings, which are going to, like, you know, probably get converted into a unit from the grave anyway. So now from Adam's side, you're like, okay, well, I can't remove, but I have this, you know, top stack. I believe he's picking Nami from the top of his deck, and now if he bought stacks or not will tell us a lot about what he's planning to do next.
Yep, grabbing that Nami. We haven't seen it come into play yet, basically because on plays are off, but it's that 5 cost 6,000 power blocker, allowing you to draw 3 and then put 2 to the top or the bottom. Probably the on play will never be relevant, because I imagine Teapo will keep them off, but it does represent a blocker that can come down, or just a 1K that can be pitched to counter, to stay healthy. And what does Adam have in store for us? He's at 10 Dawn. It's so fast, the ramp, when they see the double Bonklay going second. How is he already at 10 Dawn?
We're seeing a cheeky 5 come across to lead.
Gets countered.
Yep, because he needs to fill trash anyway, so that these Kuzans have targets to even bring back, and a 6 coming across as well. And so Teapo has to kind of respect, I think, give the 2K, because I don't think he was... Oh, and he's going to give up the 2K by giving up the Caribou, rather.
Okay, and just establishing the big body here with the Mihawk. That's what you want to do. You just need a lot of swings, a lot of big swings that can get you through the 10 cost 12,000 power teach. Kuzan clearing the Mr. 2, 1 Kuzan remaining. Leader here, we are using our stage, pitching thinking about it.
And these are the tough decisions, right? When you're playing Blackbeard, every single card you're pitching matters.
And he pitches the 10 cost, saying, okay, I don't need this brick in hand right now. Maybe has another one. Maybe knows he can see more later. And what are we replacing that teach with? We've now trashed it Do we find something more useful, a better option?
Yeah. I'm thinking from Adam's side, like playing out this Mihawk was also interesting too. I saw a Katakuri in hand. I was wondering, is that not good to play, the Katakuri that turn, or is it that, you want to present a higher cost line, so it's just more awkward to remove?
Yeah, exactly. And he found the 2K, so that will allow him to continue countering out of those 6K checks every single turn, always demanding a card. And trashing the Kuzan, drawing a card, playing the Augur, and what else have we got in store? So now we can do -3. That could get our Mihawk to a 6 cost. That's not going to get him removed quite yet. He could have another Augur in hand that he would trash with leader effect, allowing him to minus another 3 and then play out the Teach. He might be thinking something along those lines. That would be one reason to bring out the Augur rather than bringing out the Burgess.
Yeah, and I think he's trying to look for a way to remove this Mihawk. He's kind of going to attack. Now, you have access to Stronger, which lets you reduce the cost, but I don't think it's enough, right? Because you can reduce it to 5, and then you'd have to commit a Finger Pistol or a black, a black hole to clear. And I think Teapo's really thinking about it right now. I think he has access. Yep, he has the Stronger. Oh, and he's pitching it for leader ability, and he's going to Tempest Kick. Is that going to get him enough in trash for it to be active? It is active, it sounds like. Is it?
Interesting. Pitching the Stronger for leader effect. Pitching that 2K is very interesting. And then dropping the Tempest Kick, -3. Our Mihawk is now 6 cost, and it can be KO'd. How is Teapo going to get there, though? Does he have another Tempest Kick? Another Tempest Kick, now you would put it in Dock Q range. We're tapping 2 Dawn, My Era, or 1 Dawn, I guess that would be, for My Era Begins. Finding another 10 cost Teach, saying, I can't let that go in the trash. I need it. I need some Teaches to close out this game. And what is Teapo cooking here? Okay, -3 again. Mihawk is a 3 cost. Augur, Dock Q. Nope, Finger Pistol. You called it.
Ooh, that's another Augur in trash.
Yeah.
So you have access to potentially bring back another one should this one get cleared. And then 6 lead coming through. So Adam probably going to respect this and give a 1K, or he's at 10 Dawn, so he can Giant to just cycle cards out.
Yep, opting to Giant. Cycling, filtering is just exactly what you want to be doing as UP Luffy. This is the mark of a really good UP Luffy player. They don't always just hold Giants forever. The reason is you're going to see more, and you don't want to have turns where you're just stuck with a million Giants in hand.
Ooh, double Caribou coming out. This is, suddenly we're seeing a very defensive board on the side of Teapo.
Yep, of course, that's just one Gravity Blade away from getting removed, but it does allow Teapo to feel safe, right? It does allow him to keep the Augur alive should he want to continue down this removal route. And now we know that Teapo has 110 cost Teach. Will we see that coming down next turn? And how does Adam play around that? Taking the Sanji, and he bot decks the stack. He is not seeing what he needs there.
Yeah, I think Adam's really trying to dig for this removal, right? I think I see maybe a Red Rock in hand. I'm not sure if I see the Gravity Blade yet. Yeah, we see one Red Rock, but no Gravity Blades yet. So he knows he can remove one thing, but Adam's really looking for that Gravity Blade now. He wants to clear some of these double units that are coming out. And Teapo's also making it a little annoying by leaving this Kuzan unpopped, because he knows you can't Gravity Blade this. So every turn, at most, you're removing one thing.
Exactly, yeah. And so Red Rock here would just feel terrible on the Van Augur. I don't think Adam will take that line. I think he wants to save that for the Teach. He knows it's in hand. He's just going to swing 6, and Teapo did pitch a 2K. That means he should have another one. But opting instead to take, going down to 1 life, and we're getting close to a mirror of last game where Teapo is at 1 life, Adam is at 2 life, and we are going to see whether Adam, what is he going to play here? Is he just going to play another big body? You know it gets frozen by Teach, but then you Red Rocket away. Now you've got 2 swings. A lot to think about. You just play like a Nami, have a blocker there.
Yeah, and Teapo's like 1 big blocker away from establishing his castle. I mean, these 2 blockers, they're here to stay. This Kuzan can pick up anything, like a Samwan Wolf or something that's hard to Gravity Blade. He's got the Van Augur in play as well in case he wants to go for removal. I mean, if Teapo can just, as long as Adam doesn't represent too much pressure this turn and doesn't remove too many bodies from Teapo's board, I think he's feeling pretty good.
Yeah, yeah. He's still in a good spot. He's in a position where he can start chaining Teaches, which is where you want to be. There's the Zorojuro just saying, I need a body. Another Zorojuro saying, I need 2 bodies. Another Zorojuro saying, I need 3 bodies, 3 swings. Both players are laughing here. What a crazy turn. This is a line I've never seen before.
Yeah, this is just Adam saying, you know what, I don't have removal, but at the very least, I will make it so that there's many, many things to clear, and you can't play Teach on this board. I mean, if you play Teach on this board, yes, you're going to live, but you may lose at least 2 cards from hand or 3 cards from hand. And, you know, it's better than just trying to red rock one of these things away.
Yeah, making it very awkward for Teapo here, and we know that Adam does have the red rock, so next turn he could potentially red rock away the Teach and then swing 5/5/5 with each of these Zoro Juros, which is an insane amount of pressure given that we know that Teapo has a very low hand size. Okay, pitching the finger pistol, grabbing a 2K, and do we see the Teach come down?
Yeah, and you know, does Teapo have a 7-cost Teach to help him clear some of this board, or is he just planning to, 6 to lead?
Yep.
So this Van Augur, I think, is not going to be used for removal, so it's just 10-cost Teach?
Yep, 10-cost Teach coming down. I think you have to play it here, freezing out one of the Zoro Juros.
And popping the Kuzan, getting the draw, and then returning something. I think he's returning the Burgess here.
Yep.
I think he's basically saying here, you can use Gravity Blade or Red Rock, but you can't use both.
Yep.
So either way, I'm getting to keep something.
Yep, exactly, but he's still under so much pressure here. These Zoro Juros are so annoying. They can just poke you for 5, demanding the very few cards that Teapo has left in his hand.
Ooh, 9,000 power birds and a 12K Teach. You got to respect this. I mean, Adam's got to fight with... I mean, yes, it was amazing to play these Zoros out to put that pressure on, but, I mean, now you just look like the one who's going into a much bigger board.
Yep, that is true. Deciding what to take here, Adam with his leader effect, looking for some straw hat card, and then just going to decide if this stack is better than the last one. Does he want to keep it on top or the bottom? Looking for those events, looking for the red rocks, looking for the 7-cost event, looking for counter, for 2Ks, for defensive options that will just allow him to sustain, and keep drawing cards, slowly bleeding out the Teach player.
Yeah, and Teapo asking for this check the grave just so he can start checking for 2 days. Teapo knows he has to start mapping out his lethal. He knows he has time for round 3, but he also knows he needs to end this game. He needs to be able to not just win, but have time to win a 3rd round as well.
Yeah, exactly. There is the potential for a 3rd game still here, and we see the Gear 2 being taken, defensive event, just more and more defense, and it's so hard to get through a UP Luffy when they get to this stage of the game. They're drawing defensive events like Gear 2 every single turn, allowing them to wall up. So I imagine we'll probably see a red rock come through here. We could go red rock 5/5 and then 6 or 7, keeping up a Dawn so that we just have no fear. And we see the red rock just instantly comes down.
Mm-hmm. And now I think Adam's trying to map out how much Dawn he needs to leave up, if he wants to play another unit, if he wants to just like, you know, what numbers are the most awkward to swing here? And he's just going to go
5/5/7, yeah.
5, demanding a card or a blocker.
Yep, and this will give us a tell into what Teapo has in hand. So giving a 2K here, so no 1Ks in hand, or wanting to keep a 1K, a crucial 1K like an Augur or a Burgess. And I think we just go 5 again, right? After we got a 2K, that just feels so good. Why not go 5 again, drain the hand, and then hit him with the 7, forcing a block. That 5 gets taken. It is My Era Begins.
Ooh, that's a fresh 10-cost Teach.
Fighting the Teach. That's the 3rd Teach now that we've seen. And there's the 7, just demanding a block, leaving up 1 Dawn for safety.
Yep. And now Teapo is going to his turn, and he draws for turn. And he has to once again represent just 2 blockers a turn. He needs one that can... that way, if Red Rock comes out, you know, he still has a blocker. If Gravity Blade comes out, the 2nd blocker must be immune to the Gravity Blade. So Teapo has to try to find a way to both present kind of damage forward, but also just 2 blockers every turn.
Yep, exactly. I imagine we'll see the Teach coming down again, but of course, it's just so awkward. Adam just brilliantly making it as awkward as possible by dropping those 3 Zoro Juros in 1 turn. So many cards demanded. Okay, so swinging at the board, first Zoro Juro. Do we defend these? That's a really big question Adam is facing. He has a huge hand. He may opt to defend these if he feels like he can keep up the pressure. Nope, saying, I've got the long game here, letting it go down, doing a count up, seeing how big the Burgess is.
Ooh, that's a 10K power Burgess, and I think Teapo is debating, does he respect that Zoro or not? And he does. He chooses to respect the Zoro because he's playing 10-cost Teach this turn.
Okay, we're starting to see the kind of board you want as the Teach player here for Teapo, deciding what to pitch for leader effect. And I believe, is that Burgess plus 6? Is it 11? That's a really big swing that can come through.
Yeah. really going the tank for this one. He's pitching the temp. He's saying, you know what? I don't think removal is the line anymore. I think I need this Burgess and this 10 cost Teach to win the game.
Yep, exactly. And really, it's up to Adam now to find another Red Rock. And does he see it? A Grav Blade also very, very strong here. Again, I think the game plan from Adam is going to be Red Rock and
bot stack. It's a
bot stack again. Okay, a good sign for Teapo here. And so Adam saying, I don't like what I see. I need more events. I think Adam, his win con is the exact same as last game, which is just play events, and that's it.
We see the Ground Blade and the Red Rock in hand. So I think Adam has to start mapping how he does it. He's trying to think the sequence now. He has both events.
Yeah, what's
the sequence that he plays them in now?
Yeah, what will cost you more cards, right? A 12 swing, which you'll probably just take, or an 11 swing and a 6 swing. I think the Gravity Blade is probably the better option here, just to remove a little bit more pressure, knowing that you have the Red Rock for later. But I think you could make an argument for both, a case for both, and I'll be very curious to see how Adam does that calculus to decide which of the events to play, or if he takes another line.
Yeah, I think holding the Red Rock in front, I think he's thinking of that because he knows he needs to kind of Red Rock this Blackbeard away, and then if he swings for 10, he can at least get the Caribou off the board, right? And he leaves these two, but Teapo has to answer this Zoro still. I mean, it can attack next turn, you know? Teapo still has to address this attacker, so that he doesn't have to keep raising 2 blockers a turn. He already has to raise 2 blockers a turn to kind of like fend off the Gravity Blade. Yeah. On top of that, having to deal with the Zoro potentially attacking, it's not going to be good.
That's a good point. Yeah, by doing the Red Rock here first, you just remove a blocker, which allows you to put more pressure down with your leader swing. That's a great point, and I think you're right about that. I think he is going to opt for the Red Rock here for exactly that reason. Bot decking the Teach, putting it back. This is exactly what we saw from last game too, just putting everything to the bottom. Everything is going away
8
for
swing.
Teapo.
Interesting. Not committing all dawn. Giving Teapo a choice here. But no, Teapo blocks anyway. And this 2 dawn is up now for, well, just events and counter if he needs it. But just to make sure that should Teapo try to go for some lethal line here, that it's just out of the question.
Yeah, and Adam is really putting on a masterclass of how you play this matchup. I'm learning a lot. I like playing UP myself, and I've never quite taken exactly this approach to the matchup. And it's very, very interesting. It's so awkward for Teapo here when everything he plays just gets removed. And he just has never been able to put down enough early pressure to get Adam to 1 life, where you're now able to really, really threaten lethal turns and really force Adam to sweat, knowing that he might die.
Oh, wait a second. No, Teapo has seen both Red Rock. He knows Adam's list. Which means he doesn't have to respect Red Rock anymore.
That's correct, yeah. So there's no more Red Rock pressure coming down. The question is, has his hand been drained enough that we can just keep swinging 16s forever? He may have stabilized, though. You're right. This 3rd Teach may be him crossing the bridge here to a victory.
And you know what's kind of crazy is Teapo pitched 1 Teach before early in the game, right?
Yes.
It's almost like he knew. Interesting play. He only needs 3 because he knows 2 are going to be bot decked.
Yep.
But then the 3rd one can't be bot decked.
Yep. And now this is really interesting. I think we have to see the Red Rock come through, right, from Adam, so he can remove 2 things. And now Teapo will still represent lethal, and he'll be forced into a turn where he really has to think about whether he goes for it now or not, or if he sees the final Teach. I mean, that 1 Teach is at the bottom, right, of his stack, so he probably won't see it, but there should be 1 more, right? 1 in trash.
And then I think 2 are bot decked.
2 are bot decked.
Yeah, so they're still in the deck somewhere,
They're still in the deck. Okay, so the 7 cost event coming through, cleaning up the board. And now any swing will get blocked, so you just pass.
Interesting. So Teapo now has to, I don't think can or wants to go for it this turn. I mean, these are the situations that, Blue Purple Luffy loves,
Yeah.
Go for it. You can go, 13, 14, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's like 2 giants.
Okay, so seeing the San Juan Wolf here, does he have a Caribou in hand? Dropping San Juan Wolf Caribou would be a pretty strong defensive play.
Actually, Lafitte search.
Yep.
Lafitte search.
What's he looking for, a 2K?
I think it might be Kuzan blocker. If he can Kuzan blocker plus maybe a Vasco shot, I think that's like a pretty good board.
That's true. Does his list run? Oh, yeah, I see a Vasco shot there. So he could also bring it back with a 5-drop Kuzan. So he has many options. He has the San Juan Wolf in hand. He could 5-cost Kuzan to bring back a Vasco shot, drawing a card, hopefully a 2K, or he could play that 6-cost Kuzan blocker, hoping that there isn't a Grav Blade here to remove it. Of course, that Teach can block any swing that comes down. So he is kind of set up here.
Yeah, and like Teapo's really, Adam's really making Teapo have to work for this game 3. And like I said, we still have a game 3 to go to potentially. Oh, and it's going to be a blocker and a Burgess and turning off on plays. Teapo basically saying, hey, you're not going to kill me this turn, and I'm just going to guarantee it for the next turn.
Very interesting. Very measured play. Opting, I think, not to swing the teach here, just in case the 7-cost event does come through.
Oh, and that is an 11-cost Samwon Wolf right there.
Right, so that 7-cost event can't come through. Is there any reason to not swing the teach? Well, I guess there's 2 swings because of the Zorojuro. Yeah. Okay, you're not going to be able to counter out of the 2 swings that are represented currently on the board, so you have to keep up the teach and potentially try and go for it next turn.
Yeah, and I think, is Teapo at 0 cards in hand? He's saying this is the turn? Interesting.
Yeah, he may have pitched his last card there to turn off on plays.
Yeah, so he might, depending on the numbers these swings are at, he may be forced to give up both his Samwon Wolf and his teach, actually.
Yeah, this is a little bit scary. Also, Adam could just maybe drop a Nami blocker, leave up 5 Dawn, and say, go for it. But these are, that's a really, really big Burgess here at 12,000 power. So you've got 2 12K swings represented. Assuming that maybe you get a block out of the San Juan Wolf, you still have to counter out of like a 12, 12, 15, 13, 13, 12, 13, 13. Like there's just a lot of really big swings you would have to get out of. But we've seen him search so many 2Ks. Adam does have a lot of 2Ks in hand. He has a lot of events in hand. I wonder if he can survive if he just plays the Nami here.
Yeah, I'm thinking it through now. I mean, this Zoro has to swing 6 if he wants to clear the Samwon Wolf. Yeah. Right? In order to do that, you have to do that. Or what Teapo can do is he can choose to block the 6 with his teach and then block with Samwon Wolf for the other one.
Right.
And then lose the Samwon Wolf, but then keep a larger body to swing for lethal next turn.
Yeah.
He actually has 2 block lines right now. And he's presenting this really awkward situation for Adam.
Yeah, you're completely right about that. If he goes 6, he has to commit 2 Dawn. So even if he were to play the Nami, that would be 7 Dawn. He has 3 Dawn remaining. Yep. Potentially getting him 3 Giants would be the most optimal. If he sees them, or a couple Gear 2s and a Giant, that could probably stop one of the 12K swings that would come through. That would not be enough to live, though. But he has a lot of 2K. I think those are like 2 Sanjis. Is that 2 Gear 2s in hand? Yeah, a lot of Sanjis, 1 Giant, 2 Gear 2s. So he has, I think, 3 events in hand. That's 10,000 that he has in just events, and then at least 2 2Ks as well. He's got a lot of counter.
Yeah, so, I don't even know if the lethal is there on the way back, but, like, Adam's really thinking about this is such a great play from Teapo. It's so masterful. Like, to end on a situation where it's the final turn and you have no cards in hand, you've basically played to the optimum of your resources. Yep. You've used all the gas from the beginning up until now, up until the point where it's the final turn.
Yep, and it's getting stressful here. 10 minutes it appears to be remaining in this round. We could see an overtime if it goes to game 3. A lot on the line here. This is a really big turn from Adam. I think he has to do the math that we just talked through, explore all of those lines in real time, under pressure. Where does he decide to go here? Thinking to allocate a Dawn. 2 Dawn looks like, maybe for our 6K swing.
I think he's trying to go for it. I think he's trying to do the 6 with the Zorojuro. Or, the Zorojuro, and then try to threaten the leader swing. You can go, if he blocks with teach first. Ooh, yep, it's going to be 6. And I think Teapo is going to potentially block with teach first. Yep. And now, now the 6 is going to lose the Samwon Wolf.
Yep. Yep, exactly as you called it.
And there's no rush to worry about. So you can just
play the Nami, right?
Yeah.
It's got to be the Nami.
I mean, you have to be just establishing defenses beyond this point. Teapo's going to need at least 1 more turn to end this game.
Yep. Nami comes down. He has Gear 2, Giant.
11 a.m. side event. Parents around 3 are now on PCG.
Now the question is, let's see the Burgess. I can't tell if pitching that last card would also give it more power. And there is the Nami. Do we top deck a finger pistol?
Yeah, we're starting for stage search. Oh, getting rid of the feed. Teapo wants something else. He's looking for that 10-cost teach. Yes, he is.
He does find it. Okay.
He's looking for it.
Is that enough?
Yeah, I mean, I think this Burgess, does it have to go in the Zoro? Does it have to? I think it does,
Yeah,
right?
it does. You turn the Burgess into the Zoro, you freeze the Nami.
Yep, Teapo's debating it now. He's debating if the 5, I guess, goes into... I guess maybe he's debating also what the Teach is going to stun.
Yes.
Because if he's going to stun this blocker...
Yeah, stun the Nami. You might want to do it first so it can't block a 5 swing, right?
Ooh, and that's a hefty 13k. That's stronger than Teach now.
Yeah, this is crazy. 7 minutes on the clock here. Teapo really has to think, okay, what's the sequence? Do I go for it? Or do I play the Teach? I think you always play the Teach here. That has to feel like the safer line, starting with the 5.
Yep.
That way he can threaten swinging at the Nami. You may want to block this. Okay, giving the 2K.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
So I think you have to send it in now into the Zoro. Clear it.
Yep.
And then I think...
Okay, and here's that huge
Oh, Adam is
Burgess
debating
swing
countering
coming
out, I
through.
think. Can he? Can he?
I mean, a lot of thought going into this turn.
13k.
It's the
oh,
life,
it's into
so
life.
he chooses to take it here. Teapo saying, I don't think I'm going to die.
Wait, but Teapo...
Now
Wait.
Now he has to play the Teach. He can freeze the Nami.
He can freeze Nami and then he can block 2 attacks. Okay,
and then he can block 2
yeah.
attacks, yeah. And so the question will really be, can Adam find some more blockers here to stabilize and stay alive behind all of his events? If he finds another Nami, he could potentially go into the next turn with 2 Namis on the board.
Yep.
Yep, there's the Teach. Freezing the Nami. No cards in hand for Teapo. On plays are now active.
Yeah, I think Teapo just double checking with his intuition. Like, yeah, there's no red rocks, right? Yeah, no red rocks left. Anything I have to play around? No, I don't think so.
Yep. So our Nami is frozen. Adam getting his leader effect. And we are getting down to the wire here. Adam kind of on the back foot here, so he should really be thinking as well about whether or not how long he wants to take on this turn, because this could potentially go right to a game 3.
Oh, man. That's going to be a rapid fire round.
Yep, and just putting some thought into this turn. He really needs another blocker here, I think. Another blocker would be good. That would just allow him to continue going, but I don't know if there's a win con. Okay, he finds his Zoro.
Zoro. Not the thing you want to see at this point. Not the thing you want to see.
Not what you want to see, but again, you can also be hiding your pick by making sure that you draw the card you want to see and just finding that 1K. And let's see how this turn goes. 10 Dawn, 2 swings. Both swings will likely get blocked by Teaches, so you actually, if you want to demand a blocker or you want to demand a non-existent card from Teapo's hand, you have to hit that 12,000 power mark with the swing. And does Adam have another Nami? Does he have another blocker? That's what he really needs here.
Yeah, I mean, as long as Adam swings 12, he will clear one of these Teaches. So for 6 Dawn, he is functionally red rocking one of these Teaches, because if he swings 12, with no cards in hand, Teapo has to give one of the Teaches.
Yeah, so the line here then would be swing 12, get rid of a Teach,
yep,
sit behind your events, or do you play like 6 cost for something like a Sanji blocker and hide behind 2 blockers? What would get you more value? It's kind of even.
Yep. Like, on one hand, you can clear something and kind of also at the same time prevent an attack. On the other hand, you can just tank the attacks that are coming in and try to bait Teapo into going for a lethal that he can't actually commit to. Yeah,
exactly. And there's a lot to think about here. I would be wanting to really know what's in Teapo's trash. Like, what are the chances of him top decking a finger pistol here? That might determine whether or not you want to establish another blocker. 6 gets blocked. Just doing a check here. Always good to check your opponent. Always good to just, turn it sideways, keep him honest, make sure that he can block. And this is so close. What line does he choose to take? Do you block her up, or I think you have to block her up. I think it's going to be the Sanji, right?
Without swinging 12 this at the start here, I think the only thing you can do now is to block her up.
That's true. Yeah, you're right. So the Zoro probably just going to stay standing. You play your blocker. You play your events. Taking a lot of time to think about it, but not a lot of time remaining in this round.
Yeah, I think it's got to be the Katakuri blocker or the Sanji one. I think.
Oh,
I mean, is there a reason not to play the Katakuri?
well, you just want to leave up more Dawn for your events. I think he has 3 events here. So if you play the Katakuri, you're limited to 2 events, and it's functionally doing the same thing as the Sanji would be, because Teapo doesn't really have a way to remove a 6 cost with 1 card.
Yeah, I was thinking that because the Sanji is a 2k in hand, does it?
I know, that's the thing. Yeah, you might want to keep it for the counter.
Yeah.
Like, so yeah, exactly. So is the brick worth more than the 2k?
I don't really go in the tank.
Yeah, I mean, he has to think this, really think this through.
Just the sign of the level of these 2 competitors, like Teapo really just presenting the most complicated combat problem he can.
Yes, exactly. And just thinking about it, I think he's weighing exactly what you just talked about, whether he plays the Sanji or whether he plays the Katakuri. I imagine that's what's going through his mind right now. What is more value? These are the types of calculations you have to do on the fly when you're under a lot of pressure, when you've already been playing.
Yeah, Teapo asking to check trash can just because, you know, during this turn where, like, your opponent's thinking in One Piece, you're also thinking of your own things, too. So it's always good to use that time that your opponent's giving you, you know, to just also think about your own plays, too. But Teapo knows somewhere along the way, I'm going to have to, like, figure out how I'm going to do this. And, oh, yeah, Teapo's going to passing the trash. And, yeah, there's a massive trash to look through right now.
Yep, and we may actually see a Game 3 in time where both players are rushing. Teapo would have a significant advantage being a 5-life leader to a 3-life leader. And I think that actually might be where we were headed. Both players took time before the match, extra time to make sure they fully understood the time rules, anticipating that this might happen. And that's just sometimes how it goes in Topcut. You sometimes have to play your Game 3 under some time constraints. But let's see. It looks like a decision has been made. That is 6 Dawn being rested. And is it the Sanji? Yes, it is, saying, I'd rather leave up Dawn. I'd rather be able to play events. My giant might find me another giant. What if you top deck something like a finger pistol and can remove a blocker? And Teapo has to go for it now. We're on the wire, 1 minute 30 left, and just starting with a 12k swing.
It's a 13k. Oh, nope, it's even higher now? Nope, 13k swing.
Oh, that's a 6, yes.
13k swing.
13k coming down the line.
Our counters don't even go that high.
Yeah.
Our counters don't go that high. We got, who'd have thought?
Right?
Who'd have thought?
Thanks, Jeremy, here for our lovely counters. They are so great, just popping out on the stream. And do we block this? Starting with the block. There it is. Yes, just getting rid of the blocker. That has the most potential to be removed this turn. And interestingly, we also see Teapo not opting to use his stage. I'm guessing that means his black hole has probably already been played, and he knows there's nothing that he could find here that might help him. And we are going to Giant. Okay, so we're going to start the Giants. 40 seconds on the clock. This means we will, if we go to a Game 3, we'll be playing that Game 3 in turns.
Yeah, and Game 3 is played in turns, so it's almost like a sudden death match.
Yep. Okay, pitching the Katakuri that we opted not to play here. That gets us to 10. Now we need to use a Gear 2. That'll probably just cleanly get us to 13. There it goes.
And then a 1k on top?
Yeah.
Yes.
One more. There you go.
All right. Okay, Teapo here from here has just math out from here. I believe should this round go to time procedures, I believe the person who took life last, or the person who dealt damage last is the winner, right?
Yeah. Okay, we are now in overtime.
Overtime for the round or for the set? I believe production, if you can correct, help me out.
For the set.
For the set.
10 minutes. They've got 10 minutes. 5 turns. Right, just getting some information here, figuring out. This is a really, really tense match. And is that the Lafitte that came down?
Yep. Lafitte search being run here.
Okay.
I mean, Teapo can lock out this game. I mean, if this does go longer, that's actually fine because Teapo can just bring back Salmon Wolf, draw an extra card.
Wow, opting to just block her up, not even going for it. So all that time we spent doing all of that math, it was for nothing. He's just going to keep playing out blockers.
It's okay. I'm quick with the math. I'm quick with the math. I'll go with it.
Yep, and look at that. We've got our timer, 9 minutes, switching to red to signify how dire this is for both players right here in Toronto in our top cut. All right, and we see the Teach Swing coming through with a 9. That's going to get us a Gear 2 and a Zoro Juro out of hand. This is crazy.
Yeah, two Teach blockers and what I assume would be like a 12 or 13 cost Sanwan Wolf at this point.
Yep. Unbelievable. Okay, here comes the stage. Pitching another 10 cost Teach. And what can we find here? We probably want like a 2K or another blocker. Okay, he's saying I can go forever. I can keep on going
I can block
with
forever.
blockers. Unbelievable.
Exactly.
Now,
I could block her up all the way till the 401 regionals.
yep, but we do see 4 swings being represented, right?
Yep.
3 blockers. How can he hold on? Does he play another blocker?
Oh man,
Let's see. This is just this is
does
so
Adam,
intense.
Can Adam go for it? I mean, 3 blockers, 2 cards in hand.
Yeah.
6, 6, 3, 4, 6. So that's 18, 22 plus 10, 32 divided by
6
4,
Dawn,
8,
there,
8, 8.
I think the final blocker's coming down. Just thinking about it, this is so tense. What an intense game for these players. So much pressure on them right now. And he's pitching the Kuzan for leader effect.
Yeah, but I think that's game.
Oh, he already, yeah, that's game then.
Yeah, because
Oh,
Adam.
he tapped the Dawn to search. That's right. Yep.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Finding an Uso, Hachi.
But does Adam see it? Sometimes in these turns you get so tunneled, you stop thinking the same way. You may actually not see your blockers as attackers anymore. But Adam, being such a high level competitor, he must know.
Yep.
Wait. 7? Yep, because with 1 card in hand, it's guaranteed.
Yep.
7.
Yep.
Block, guaranteed. 7, once again, is guaranteed.
Yep.
And I believe that's game.
Yep.
Oh, good.
Oh, well played. Wow.
An intense set. Teapo just playing such a good game, but Adam just representing so many different removal options and just continuing to put that pressure down just the right way, knowing when to build up his board. Turns out that turn with the multiple Zoros just was it. Yeah, those Zoro. The fact that I think Teapo didn't clear one of the Zoros with that, with his Burgess swing, I think was one of the deciding factors. I think trying to accelerate that clock a bit too soon cost him, because that Zoro ended up sticking for the whole game.
Yep, and it got it in there at the end. That Zoro swinging 7, saying you only have 1 card in hand. There is no way to get out of a 7,000 power swing as a 5,000 health leader.
Yep.
Unbelievable series here. And just seeing the way the games progressed both times, where it just turned into this game of, can I remove removal back and forth. Like we see Teapo establishing very threatening bodies, they get removed. We see Teapo establishing threatening bodies, they get removed. Adam sitting there with a handful of 2Ks. He's got events that he can counter out of. And now Adam has made it to our top 8.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I mean, what? Just an amazing game to watch. I think Adam played incredibly well. He knew this matchup very well from the start. He kind of was able to establish those bond crays on both of those, both games, and establish them, create this threat, knowing when to swing them, knowing how to prioritize the ordering of when he uses his 6-cost event for Red Rock versus when he's doing his Gravity Blade. Teapo being heads-up played, just knowing there's no Red Rocks left. Just amazing competitors here. Such a fun game to cast.
Yeah, there's just so much going on, and that's why I love these watching these high-level players really just delivering for us here, and just so many very technical plays. There's so much to think about on any given turn. I mean, there's 2 of us here. We're watching, and we're barely keeping up. They're just one person, and they have to think about all of these things, all of these lines. That's what it means to play One Piece at such a high level, and especially in a top cut.
Yes, and I have to go thank them personally, because I love matches that come down to combat math. I'm a huge favor of zoo decks and decks that rely on combat to win. Even though I'm playing Buggy, I'm using combat to win. That they were presenting such interesting math problems. I was like, oh, I can't wait to solve this brain teaser. What is he trying to say? No, you have to swing this, this, and this if you want to cause this to happen. You have to swing this, this back if you want to cause this to happen. Just amazing play that, oh man, I got to take a breather, man. We're going into a round 3. And it's going to be an interview with Teapo, so you guys can hear some thoughts from him, the man himself. But, that being said, great game from Teapo, great game from Adam. I'm excited to see Teapo's run at 401, and I'm also excited to see just more stuff happen in the future rounds, and also Adam's rounds as well, going into these top 8 matches, right?
Yep, we're into the top 8 now. So all of the players who are going to be competing have received a serial, or they will receive a serial. That was really the big round that we just saw there. From here, you're playing for bragging rights. You're playing for, there's still some great prizes to be had, but it's really that top 8 that matters to really lock in one of those unique cards. They're one of a kind, the serial cards. They mean a lot. And I'm just so thrilled for all of our competitors here. I have to go give some congratulations to everyone who made it into our top 8.
Yeah, but we'll catch you guys in round 3. In the meantime, catch our interview. And don't go too far away, because another hour of action-packed Toronto One Piece Offline Regionals 2025 Championship, I said in the wrong order, is coming soon.
All right, I'm here with Teapo. Teapo came in 25th, one of our local Toronto players. We've played many times. I couldn't be happier for you. Congratulations. You made it to day 2 on Teach. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I was very confident coming into this tournament. Yeah, that's about it.
yeah, feeling good, as you should be. How do you feel about day 2?
It's my first time day 2ing, so I'm a bit nervous, but I think I'm pretty confident for day 2 too.
Yeah, you're feeling confident. What matchups are you looking to see? What do you want to face?
Honestly, anything other than UP.
Okay.
GP, Luffy,
okay,
yeah.
okay. So
yeah.
GP is kind of the scary deck. Okay, so you want to face anything but GP?
Yeah, mostly.
Okay, and how come?
GP just, for me, it's just too aggressive while having being a very resourceful and defensive deck at the same time. It's just very strong. I can't really deal with that as Blackbeard.
Right.
With the stage as well, I can't really KO anything.
Right.
Yeah.
It just does too much.
Yeah, it just does a lot.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, and so going into day 2, this is your first time.
Yeah.
So do you feel nervous? Like, has it sunk in yet?
Not right now. I can feel a bit nervousness, but I'm just mostly tired right now.
Yeah,
it's been a
mostly
long
tired.
day.
That makes a lot of sense. Thinking back through your matches today, were there any crazy matches, any highlights? What did you face? What was the day like?
Honestly, it was pretty tame. The worst matchups were like GP, but the crazier ones, there was not. It was, I guess PLuffy, I didn't really expect it. Everything else, like Reiju, Belo, it was pretty expected. So, and
Okay.
UP, so it was
Cool.
Yeah,
And how did you, this is a big event, so many players, how did you prepare? How did you practice Blackbeard to be ready for this event? Blackbeard's such a hard deck. I mean, I gave up playing it. There's just too much going on, right? How did you prepare for this?
I didn't really practice too much. I've just been playing Blackbeard since OP9, so I just had the basic fundamentals down, kind of, I guess, and then I just played with my friends a lot of different matchups. So I used to most of it.
Yeah, you were used to it. All right, that's really, really good to hear. And do you have any shout-outs? Anybody you want to shout out today?
Shout out Adam TV, my goat, my top 10 smoker goat.
All right.
Thank you so
Awesome.
much.
Okay, well, thank you so much for the interview. I'm so happy to see a local player. I will certainly be cheering for you tomorrow. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
And
you
best
so
of
much.
luck.
Thank you.
All right.
Welcome back, One Piece card game players. With how last round ended, we now have our 8 serial holders decided. These 8 players have proven their worth, their mettle, their skills across all these different rounds. And they've earned the right to own a serial ace. Now, okay, huge accomplishment. There's probably no better feeling of them than that right now, because holding it in your hand and knowing, wow, I got here. The most prized cards that you can get right now in Regional Championship is in their hands. But what is left to play for now?
Well, there's a lot of bragging rights. Definitely you want to top the event, you get that first place or that second place mat, which means forever you will be memorialized. When you sit down at locals, you'll throw down that mat and your opponent will be shaking in their boots. I believe you also still get a finalist set as well of some of those great event promos. And so our top 8 here will play it out. I currently only know 7 of the decks, but in our top 8 we have 3 Betty, 2 GP Luffy, 1 purple Luffy, and 1 blue-purple Luffy competing here for first place.
Yes, but we have one competitor here that's competing for more than just the prizing here, but also a lot of people back home and people that care about him. We're joined in our next round. We'll be featuring Ty, who is our youngest competitor here today at 13 years old and has basically climbed his way through everyone into this top 8 match, already earning a serial, but potentially having a shot at becoming the champion in Toronto, coming all the way from the States to come to this tournament, supported by his family and his friends from back home. And I can tell from the people that are behind him that they're just so proud of how much Ty has done in just over a year of playing this game.
Wow. And I mean, at 13, can you imagine getting a serial at 13? What an incredible accomplishment. What an incredible player. We had our eye on him since yesterday. I'm so glad that we'll be able to feature him now on stream. You always love to see the youth play. They're so creative. They're so quick to pick up on things and to understand the game. And it's so fun to already see the next generation. One Piece is a relatively new card game, but it looks like we're starting to see the next generation kind of rise up. And I mean, I'm shaking in my boots.
Yeah, and I was so lucky to get to talk to Ty himself and also his dad, who is just so proud of him and what he's accomplished today. And he shared me this hilarious photo. I'll have production, pull it up. A professional will do his thing and start pulling it up. But yeah, just Ty just practicing the night before, and after playing a whole 10 rounds games, I'll tucker it out and still want to practice more. But nope, looks like the sleeps just win over. So. Yeah, that's our competitor Ty. But yeah, that's who we're looking to watch in this next game. And it's going to be a doozy. It's going to be, I think, one of Patrick's probably favorite matches to commentate.
That's true. We are going to have the GP Luffy mirror. Now, for those of you who are mirror match connoisseurs like myself, I know you're really excited by this, but the GP Luffy mirror is highly technical. There is a lot going on with the mirror match. When both players are returning Dawn, when both players are basically cheating Dawn, certain effects like the Rush Luffy can become activated, inactivated, as we already saw yesterday. There is a lot to think about in this mirror match. There's a lot of math to be done. There's a lot of swings coming through. And so I'm very excited. GP Luffy is just one of my favorite decks ever, and I'm thrilled to be able to see these two high-level competitors really go at it.
Yeah, no. It's going to be an amazing match to watch, and we're so excited to get underway. We're just waiting on some final go-aheads from our judge table and from the judge table and from our production team to let us know that the match is going to be starting soon. So in the meantime, we'll just talk about also our other competitor, which is also, I believe, Japes, who's also been making their way through. I think we casted one of their games as well on GP Luffy, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm happy as a GP Luffy player to see GP Luffy's making it. I feel like it was a really good deck to bring today. If you are confident in your technical play, you are going to face Belo Betties, you're going to face GP Mirrors, and then you're, of course, going to face the boogeyman, UP Luffy himself, right? And it's not a hard matchup for GP, I think. Now, there's been a lot of debate about this, especially between the East and the West, as to whether GP Luffy is favored into UP Luffy. We've seen Western players adopting a style of GP Luffy where they swing 7 more, they don't return Dawn, they put on a lot of pressure that seems to work into UP. And so I think GP was a good meta call, and it turns out that we're going to at least have one making it into our top 4 today.
Yes, no, into those top 4 matches. We've seen just a lot of people just like fight through on some of these decks. And sure, we can say, yes, these decks are meta, many people are playing it. But I think we're really starting to see the difference between someone who can just play GP Luffy and someone who can just play it at this caliber. And same with the Belo Betty, these Pluffies that are making it through. I mean, just for you guys at home who may be following, Beard, who we by chance casted, I guess, 3 games of now. We keep putting him on camera, is also undefeated. Still.
Could we see him again?
Yeah, I know. And honestly, though, I personally love casting Beard's games because it's such a tense poker battle. It's just like a slugfest and just like a, do you think I have it? Do you have it? And then just these back and forth. And these games are just so fun.
Yeah, and what I really love about this tournament and what's been really fun is that because there's just such a diverse spread of decks, and because there's a lot of decks that, like Belo Betty running around that can just very easily, if you see a couple Belos as you're like an UP Luffy, you're just out of the tournament. So there's a lot of variance. There's a lot of decks to play around. And so what we've seen is that when I was going around, I was speaking to all of our top 32 contestants, and most of our players, this is their first time playing a Topcut, and for some players, this is their first time also topping an event. So we have a lot of kind of new, fresh blood in the room here, who are players who are experiencing this for the first time, having to navigate the stress, the tension of playing on day 2, playing for significant prizing, and now playing for that first place.
Yeah. I'm hearing production now that we're about to start, so we'll go into this game any second now. I'm just waiting for it to transition in.
And very importantly, we were just told by our head judge that we have food.
Oh yeah, no, that's why I looked over there. Someone was carrying a pizza box, and I just could not look away. Okay,
here we
the game
go.
is starting. It's obviously GP Luffy versus GP Luffy. Ty, I believe, lost dice roll and is going first.
He's the lower seed, and so he could not go first.
Okay.
Yeah, so Xing was the higher seed. He's taking second, which is exactly what you want in this matchup. You want to go second. It's just a better curve. It's a smoother curve. That's the advantage of being the higher seed. You get to start that first game, and potentially, if you go to a game 3, winning the dice roll, essentially. So we see the Nami come down. That's exactly what you want to see. Your searchers trying to find the pieces, taking the 4-cost 6,000 power, Zoro Juro. That allows you to search for a purple Straw Hat card. Playing the search event. This is exactly how you want to start off your game. You want to start getting all of the different cards that you're going to need to keep going, to keep the momentum up. And we see the Sanji 2K getting taken here, and we're going to see the turn pass over to Ty.
Yeah, so going into this Dawn 3 turn, Patrick, what do you think you're trying to look for here? Like, I mean, naturally, you have to have searches here, right? You've got to be able to search and then start doing your own engine, I'm assuming. Oh, and it's staged to draw the card and cycle, which is similar to searching.
Yep, so the stage coming down, the Nami coming down. So Ty's still seeing a strong start. I mean, ideally, when I'm going first, I tend to want to see Nami on 1, and I like to swing 5-5 to get a card, but you can't always see that, and this is just as good as that, really. Like, so you're getting to start getting your pieces out. You've got your stage down, finding the Sanji pudding. Oh, and the double Nami coming down. This is really, really excellent. This allows Ty to really find the pieces, and he's found the second Sanji pudding. So he has the Sanji puddings he will need. Now the question is, does he find maybe a Luffy Taro to cheat them out? And that swing, the 5 swing connects, gets taken, and back over to Xing for his 4 Dawn turn. 5 gets taken, trigger. Going to look at the top 3, and then I imagine the Zorojuro's coming down.
Yeah, and these 2 technicians on this deck just are so keen into this matchup. I mean, swing 5, take, swing 5, take. They both know that first opener there is so just mapped out. And this explosive start, just search into search, into search, into search. These 2 contestants are just so locked in right now.
Yep, and that's how this mirror goes. I mean, I'm happy to see both players kind of both seeing the searchers that they need to start putting the pieces together. It can be very one-sided when one player finds all the pieces and one player doesn't. But we do know that Ty does have his Sanji puddings. That is the crucial mid-game card for this match. It allows you to use your leader effect for a relatively low cost, depending on the number on the board. And now we are at Ty's 5 Dawn turn. This is the first question. He's slamming the Sanji pudding. No thought. He knows he has 2. This is a great play. Opting to return Dawn here. So that might suggest that we do not have the Luffy Taro in hand because he will not be at 7 Dawn next turn. Preferring to play on a low Dawn count. Giving his Sanji pudding +2 cost. Swinging 6 at lead from that leader effect. 3 Dawn left to play with. What will we see here? And it is the Frankie essentially making his leader cost free.
Yes, and just both these players playing at such a rapid speed. They're both so focused. They've been playing nonstop since yesterday, and they're just so locked into what their decks can do and what they need to do to win this game.
Exactly, and so the Frankie there, the 3 cost, 4,000 power Frankie, if your Dawn is equal to or less than your opponent's, you basically gain a rested Dawn. So alongside the Sanji pudding, that allows you to leader effect for free, and now we're seeing the Sanji pudding answer coming out from Xing, and will he be able to execute kind of the ideal turn here, which is Sanji pudding into your leader effect, into 4 Dawn, into another Zorojuro to just kind of keep drawing cards. Let's see, we see the leader effect, return 2 Dawn, get back 2 Dawn, make leader a 6,000 power leader, and we'll probably see a swing come across. Just thinking, this makes me think he does not have the Zoro. He's maybe gonna pressure first before deciding what to play.
Yeah, I wonder why he's thinking about the sequencing here. Maybe he's thinking that if the 6 gets taken, is there a reason to jam at a higher value? I don't think so, though. Nope. So it's going to be, I think, 6-6.
Yep. 1-6 countered, 1-6 taken. This is exactly what you want to be doing from Ty's side. You don't want to go too low in life, but you also, you have to kind of respect that. You have to give 1 card here, but you're happy to go down to 2. That's like a safe place to be at this stage in the game. You still want to have enough cards in hand that you can defend your board.
Yeah, these 4 health leaders really have to sometimes take that, first 2 hits just to get to a point where your hand side has parity for you to work from forward, right? You don't want to run out of cards and then not be able to counter out and protect your board because this is such an aggro zoo matchup, and it's literally back and forth, turn for turn, just matching each other.
Fascinating. Okay, so we're seeing both players opting to the Frankie. Now, I've been told by great GP Luffy players that you don't play the Frankie in the mirror. I've played it myself. It saved me games. So this is very interesting to see both players saying, you know what, we're going to play a high Dawn count game, at least for now.
Yeah, makes me wonder, did Xing finally miss a step here? Like, playing the stage, I mean, he didn't have a Searcher to play, he didn't have a Zorojuro to play. Did he play the stage because, without cost reduction or cost increase doesn't matter that much. Was it necessary to play it other than to draw the card if he didn't have what he needed?
Okay, and here comes the next Sanji pudding slammed down on the 7 Dawn turn. Leader effect used, now with 2 Sanji puddings that allows Ty to essentially use his leader effect for free for the rest of the game. And now the question is, does he swing at board or does he swing at life? In this position, I would be looking to swing into the Zorojuro that's turned sideways because I want to deny cards to my opponent. I want to get 2Ks out of hand, but we'll see what Ty wants to do with his game plan. And he's opening with a 6 swing. Not sure where that's going, but we see the counter coming out, a 1K, getting rid of that 4 cost Zoro that can rush and rest, putting the stage on Sanji pudding, +2 cost. Where are these swings going? What is he going to do with this 4 Dawn? All right, and we see an 8K swing coming through. into the Zoro, saying, I would need to keep the board clear. This is exactly what you want to be doing. In this matchup, you don't want to be giving your opponent too many cards too early. And you might think, well, don't I want to kill my opponent? It's One Piece. I want to win the game. No, this is a slow grind. Look at those, both Nami's getting trashed for other options. Wow, and the chopper coming out, the chopper blocker. Very interesting. This allows Tai to block if the Sanji Pudding swings into the Sanji Pudding, but it can also turn out to be a curse if your opponent does not swing at you.
Yeah, and we're seeing just this back and forth. And this Dawn management is insane. The amount of times that they're just minusing Dawn, increasing Dawn, and just keeping track of it so well, knowing exactly what Dawn count they'll end up at, counting each other's Dawn so efficiently. Oh, and we see the Gamma Knife coming down. We're seeing that Sanji Pudding get hit by a minus 5,000 here.
Yep, 2 Dawn. Rest 2 Dawn, return 1 Dawn, hit the Sanji Pudding. This is partially why that chopper was played. The chopper can block 1 swing coming through at the Sanji Pudding, and the chopper will do some work here. I imagine 1 swing will get blocked, but it's still very awkward because at just 2,000 power, you can swing the Nami at it. Nami swing coming through. Tai lets it go, not willing to give any cards, not willing to give up any card advantage here for protection. Still 6 Dawn to play with for Xing. He plays out the Sanji for 6.
Wow, so Xing not even having the lower Dawn count to make that Sanji cost 3, and not really a way to draw cards further this turn. I think, Ty's slowly starting to, in this super rapid fire boxing match, he's starting to take these little leads already, and we're seeing just a sizable board sticking on Ty's side.
Yep, Tai pulling ahead, so that disadvantage he was at from going first has largely been negated now because Xing could not play the second Zoro because he has not seen the second Sanji Pudding. We see the 6K swing coming through. That's an easy block. I don't want this chopper on the board preventing my leader effect. 7K coming through. Do we want to counter or do we want a card? We're going to take the card. It's always scary being 1 life, but you also don't want to play your hand. You don't want to lose too many cards from your hand. You don't want to give up your precious 2Ks, and then we see the chopper mirrored coming down, ramping arrested Dawn, and the Frankie swinging through, ramping another rested Dawn. This is crazy. Both players just playing so rapidly here, making decisions really on the fly.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys at home, but it's so hard to keep track of this Dawn count just with how rapidly it's changing back and forth.
Yep.
And neither player just breaking a sweat. Both of them are just so confident in what they're doing.
Yep, and we are seeing a high Dawn count gain from both players. Tai is now at 9 Dawn. That's so much Dawn to be playing with, so many options. The first question I would have is, does he have another Sanji Pudding? That would be really the final piece that he would want for this game to drop here. Opting to go for the Zoro. He could still find the Sanji Pudding off of this search, and he will have enough Dawn to play it out should he choose with his leader effect.
And there it is.
He found it.
So that's now the 3rd Sanji Pudding in the deck. There's only 1 left in the deck, but once this comes down, the amount of Dawn that Tai has access to every single turn, and these 7K bodies, which are going to just keep pressuring life, pressuring the board, is crazy. And we haven't seen Tai use any of his tech cards either. We haven't seen any use of Gamma Knives, any use of Electric Lunas. This is a good spot to be in.
This is a great spot. You really want to see those Sanji Puddings back to 4 Dawn. And so look at what just happened there. Zoro, 4 cost, into a 5 cost Sanji Pudding, into 4 more Dawn to play with, to swing, to pressure. This is a really strong position for Tai here in this game 1. Will he opt to also swing maybe the Frankie into the Frankie? Will he keep playing for board, or will he start pressuring life? We saw him go for board last turn. Will he continue doing so?
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at this. I can't even track the number of cards in hand right now for how much is going back and forth, but I believe you must want to address the board to some degree here. I mean, you've built such a big board yourself that if you can start getting some of these off the board, I think you're starting to feel pretty confident. I mean, other than not having a blocker, which might be a little worrisome if, I don't know, a 6-drop Luffy comes down.
Yep, 8K swing going through, gets just blocked right away. I think we all expected that. An 8K swing into life. Okay, so putting down the pressure, that gets taken. Xing is now also at 1 life. We see 6K coming through, it looks like. That's going to get a 1K out from the chopper.
And 3 Dawn remaining. What are you thinking here? Are you thinking about how much you have to leave up for Giant?
Looks like he's just passing
all
turn.
3 are being left up.
Yep. Leaving up 3 Dawn here, saying, you know what, I'm in a commanding position. I've seen the Sanji Puddings I need. I do not want to die to some shenanigans. Coming out with the rush Luffy, playing it safe. And it also could be a bluff. I don't think he has 3 Giants in hand, but He might.
I mean, you're in your top 8 rounds. You have to respect the opponent that you're playing against. Like,
Yep.
would someone bluff like this?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd love to see the deck list. I don't think Xing is running the Hody tech, but if he is, this would also be a heads-up play against that. Okay, and so what do we do here? We're at 10 Dawn. Both of these Luffys at such high Dawn count. This is unbelievable. No one really opting to play that low Dawn route where you might be able to turn off the rush Luffy. And here we go. We see a swing coming through. That is a 7K swing, likely going to life, 7 into 6, getting the 2K Uso Hachi. You just want to drain the 2Ks out of hand.
Yeah, now Xing has to figure out how he's going to answer this board. Now, one thing that's nice about this, he can use things like Luna in order to like freeze 2 of these targets, but he's only freezing 2, and you're spending the 3 Dawn on that, given that you do get the refund using if he has the Sanji Pudding in play. But yeah, there's still going to be another strategy. But another defensive play.
Wow.
And he's paying full cost for it. He's paying 6 for it.
This is not what you want to see in this matchup. You do not want to be playing out these Sanjis. It's a last resort. It's saying, I don't have anything better to play. I don't have my Sanji Puddings.
Yeah, and these Sanjis are great usually for 6Ks, but when you're a 6K leader yourself, they're not really threatening you that much. These 7K swings are the real threat. That spending this much to develop a 6K when your opponent's been ramping this much, I don't know. I think Xing is playing it to the best of his ability, but...
He does find
the second Sanji Pudding. So he is still in the game. He can get a ton of Dawn back here.
Yep, and he does get to draw a card as well. That's the benefit of kind of these late game scenarios. They are at equal Dawn. Sanji Pudding allowing you to draw a card to maintain that hand advantage, to find more options for this game. Xing is not seeing what he wants to see, but he's still playing this really, really well. There's still a lot of pressure on both players. The game could go either way. Stage coming down. Where do we want to protect?
Does he have less? He has more Dawn, though. I don't believe he's able to stage. Yep, then they caught it just now. Yep,
okay.
He's at more Dawn, so he cannot stage.
Nice catch. Yeah, that's always a tricky thing with the sequencing here. This is where these, the pressure is on at these top tables. It can really get to you. You can easily miss-sequence. You can forget to just tap your stage because you're thinking about so much while you're playing. Going over to Ty, 10 Dawn turn. Look at these bodies. 2 Sanji Puddings, 1 Luffy Taro representing 6, 7, 7, 8, potentially a 6-liter swing. We've got the Frankie here that can swing. So much pressure that can come down, and only 2 Dawn up for Xing.
And Ty with so much composure. You see him on the exhale. He's really thinking this turn through. He's counting his Dawn. He's really doing the math. And there is so much thinking he's doing in this moment. It is just impressive to see such a competitor playing at this level.
I mean, these youth, man, their brains are going fast. He's playing so quickly. He's been playing so fast all game, just completely knowing what he wants to do in a commanding position in this game. Starting, looks like with a non-committal high swing, turning the Luffy Taro sideways, maybe trying to get some information about whether he gets a giant or not. But just thinking it through, so many options here, so many lines. Really thinking about the 8 swing, mapping out some Dawn. This is very good. Just take your time. Yep, there we go. And replacing the Frankie with the Rush Luffy. Very, very smart. And I think he's opting to swing the Luffy first to play around his opponent using Giant to turn off the Luffy. This is the sign of a player who knows the mirror.
Yeah, I know. And I believe, now in this situation, I believe you wouldn't try to use its ability, right? You'd just be swinging a 7. You're just developing a 6-7 to swing. You want to keep that 1 life there, just extra, especially because you don't have a blocker, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm. Yep, so we'll see. He may be going for it here, though. When you drop the Luffy like that first, it does suggest that you want to go for it, and he is going to swing the Zoroark first, seeing if that gets a giant. He's saying, look, I've got the Luffy. Do you want a giant out? That gets a 2K.
A 2K used on that 6 check.
Yep, the 2K coming out. Here comes the 8.
Takes. That's a take.
Okay.
Search event.
Can we find a 2K?
What does Xing reveal? He shows a...
It's going to be, you really want a giant, probably? Oh, a Luffy Taro. That is not what you want to see.
That is a brick. If you're taking that, it is not a good sign. I mean, you don't even need that next turn. There might not even be a next turn.
Yeah, hopefully he has a 0-cost invent or something to just get rid of that, because that is not what you want to see here. When you're under so much pressure, so many swings coming through, we've still got 7-7, potentially 7-7 plus.
How many?
Yeah, 7-7. Well, he's got so much Dawn, he could probably swing higher than 7. I'm imagining we'll see maybe 8.
Yeah.
8 come through. Yep, there's the first 8.
Show me giant. He's asking to say, show me giant.
Yep.
Show me giant or 2 1s.
There's the giant.
Oh.
Okay. Pitching the brick. Drawing 2 cards. And do we go 8 here again? As Ty, you have to be worried about the crackback. You have to make sure that you can survive the swing. Now, we know Ty left up 3 Dawn last turn. If he has like 3 giants in hand, he can just swing here, pass with a bunch of Dawn up, and hope to survive.
we're seeing 9 come across. We're saying, hey, give me another giant. This is the perfect giant swing. I am swinging 9. If you giant, you get it perfectly. So if you have it, you're going to use it right now.
Exactly.
Show me it.
Yep. Show me the giant. That's exactly what he's saying with this swing. A very interesting swing, opting for the 9 instead of the 8. It's almost as though Ty has the read. He doesn't have it.
Oh, Ty got the read. I think. What could Xing be thinking about? Why would he? And he gets it. He gets. Okay. Now Xing could be doing some high-level bait to maybe avoid losing to this. But I don't think it is. I mean,
he could be trying to bait here.
10 lead.
We see the 10 coming through.
And the restand, picking up life.
Is this a bait? We're going to find out right now. There's the last 10.
10 to lead. Does he have the giant?
He
does.
It was a bait. So now it just matters if does he draw a counter? Does he have it? He's got 4 cards in hand. And he has
the 1K,
he gets out of it. Wow, that's
and
game 1 wrapped up.
Wow.
What a crazy ending.
What a crazy 15 minutes. 15 minutes, I could barely breathe. I mean, these two competitors playing at such a rapid speed and with such intense games. Whew.
Yeah, and Xing with the bait there. He did have it. That was such an interesting ending. Ty swings 9. He said, give me giant. Xing says, nah, I'm not. I'm going to block. And Ty going for it. I'm sure Ty did the math, realized that he couldn't survive the counter swing. And I mean, Xing did not see the pieces that he wanted, but that was so well played. Establishing out those Sanjis, using them to pressure, keeping up the pressure all game long, and just holding out. Interestingly, we didn't see any Ludas coming down. That was just a straight slugfest.
Wow, yeah, no, I thought Ty had it for sure with that Luffy Taro and play for so many turns, making those swings in. But Xing proving that, hey, you know what? The final swing is the one that matters. If you connect the final swing, that's what matters. If you're not, until your opponent's dead, they're not gone.
Yeah, so Ty will now get to take second here, so he will see the curve that he wants to see. Going second, of course, is a very, very big advantage in this matchup. And with both players playing this quickly, even if we do go to a game 3, I don't think there'll be any time concerns, but we could see. I was so impressed throughout with how quickly both players were just mapping out their turns, keeping track of each other's dawn. I didn't even hear dawn count asked across the table. Like they were both so locked in right now. And let's get this game started.
Yeah, my concern is, am I fast enough to cast this? Hopefully those of you at home are also looking up cards and be like, oh, what does that do with it? And you're finding your way through it. But if you need help, just ask. We'll explain some cards to you.
Both players laughing here. There is still pressure, but there's a lot less pressure. You've already gotten your serial card. You've already gotten the biggest prize out that you're going to receive today. You've already gotten the honor of a top 8. And so we see the laughs coming through. This is what we want to see. Both players should be feeling like there's the pressure of being on stream. There's the pressure of still playing for first, but you're also just, you're that much more comfortable than you were last round. And I think that's kind of showing through with both of these players' faces here.
And now it's that love of the game that can really shine through, right? Because now they're playing not just, because there's still stuff on the line, but really what they're playing is that you love this game, right? And so, yeah, you too.
Exactly. And here we go. The life is being placed. I'm guessing Ty is taking second. Don't have confirmation, but we will know in 1 second. Yep, there it is. 1 Dawn going down, playing out the Nami. This is a very good start when you're going first. Nami is what you want to see. And what does he take with the Nami? I'll be curious. You can always tell if a GP Luffy going first has what they need in hand. If they go 5-5 on their 3 Dawn turn, putting 3 Dawn on the Nami, saying, I don't need to search for anything else. I want to pressure. Taking the Luffy Taro, that's what you want to see going first. This likely means on Dawn 5, we will not see Xing use his leader effect. He will want to stay at a high Dawn total to play out the Luffy Taro. And now the question is, who draws more Sanji Puddings? Stage coming down for Ty, drawing a card.
Into a search event.
Into our search event, looking at the top 3.
And we're seeing a Frankie on the pickup.
Yep, the Frankie getting taken here. Not exactly what you might want to see, but it really depends on the hand. And now we are going to the 3 Dawn turn. For Xing, what do we see? We see the stage coming down, drawing a card.
And will we see Xing match Ty in his first game in a way where he kind of does a double search on this turn and be able to establish a lot of just like consistency over the next remaining turns?
There's the leader sideways, just a 5 check. It's obligatory. You always turn your leader sideways like that. You're just forcing your opponent to take a life.
And it's a pass.
Passing with 2 Dawn up. Interesting. I might have opted to swing the Nami here, 5-5, overplaying the stage on this turn. It suggests to me that Xing is still, he's digging for more pieces. Maybe he hasn't found that Sanji pudding yet. And here we see the Sanji pudding being searched out for Tai. We see another Nami coming down. He is missing the Zoro Juro on this turn. Not the most ideal of plays, but he still has the Sanji pudding, so that's kind of what you want to see. Tapping another Dawn. Tai is drawing his Namis. That's really, really good. Helping him find the pieces, just like last game, double Nami into another Sanji pudding. We're seeing echoes of last game where these Namis are coming down and really finding all of the pieces.
And we're seeing the two players almost like slow down from their pace from last game. I think as they're trying to read each other more and understand how the other plays, they're starting to think more not just about this matchup in this game, but how my opponent is playing this matchup.
Of course, you definitely settle in after that first game. The first game, you're still nervous. You're like, there's a lot going through your mind. And then after that first game is done, you shuffle up, and then you just do it again. And that second time always just feels, you feel a little bit more confident. You feel like, okay, let's do this again. Let's run it back. And let's see, there's the Sanji pudding coming down and the leader effect being used. That's very interesting. That suggests to me that he has a Frankie that's going to come down, because typically you would want to make sure that you're on 7 Dawn for the Zoro Juro. 6K swing coming through, that gets taken. And there's the Frankie. Yep, just keeping the Dawn total nice and high, saying I want to use my leader effect for free this turn, and I imagine we'll see the Zoro Juro come down next turn with a Sanji pudding. The Luffy Taro come down next turn with a Sanji pudding or a Zoro Juro. Here's the pudding answer. We see the leader effect coming down. Stage protecting our Sanji pudding.
And then 6 to lead to the match, and that's the take. The first 2 life are always just free. Oh, and into a search event trigger.
Yep, there's the trigger coming down, taking the Rush Luffy, so Tai is now aware that that Rush Luffy could come down, could threaten lethal on these turns, and there's the Zoro Juro. Exactly what you want to see on this turn. You want that body, you want that presence. It finds Giant. That's one of the strongest cards in the game currently. That really, really good event, and that's what Zoro Juro can just pick up for you anytime you want it. Okay, do we see the Luffy Taro coming down here for Xing?
Yeah, whether or not he can match that tempo and be able to develop both the Luffy Tower and also maybe a Zoro Juro next to it, or the Sanji pudding. Can he draw a card if he does that? No, they would be at equal Dawn, I think.
Yep, and here comes, okay, so he does not have that Sanji pudding. Once again, playing a game with just one Sanji pudding early. He might find it here, though, off of this search from our Zoro Juro. And of course, Zoro Juro, just such a great card, allowing you to basically, you play this 4/6 body that's perfectly statted, and then you get another card to replace it in hand, taking the 2K Sanji.
Yeah, now it's, I guess, about like the sequence in your swings. I mean, you have active swings, you have Frankie, you have your leader, and then you have your Sanji pudding, right? Leader ability is being used restanding 2 Dawn and then 1 active from Sanji pudding, so you have 3 to work with, 6K, and a 7K, and a 4K.
Yep, and so we're probably going to want to just throw some pressure on life here, starting with the 6K swing, demanding a 1K. We get the extra Frankie. That Frankie was searched earlier, so he had knowledge of that card in hand. And just thinking about the swings, trying to order them out. Do we go 7? Yep, and there's the 7K swing. Tai, thinking about it, does he want to give a 2K here? He does. He says, I want to stay at 2 life. I'm not ready to go down just quite yet. We see the stage coming through, +2 cost on the Sanji pudding.
We have 2 Dawn remaining. Now, remember again, for Frankie's effect, does he have to be equal or less Dawn for it to activate?
Either.
So that means he can add this 2 Dawn now to leader and get that 6K check and also ramp a Dawn if he wants to.
Yep, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Swinging 6, that will allow him to gain back a rested Dawn, that Dawn that he used for the Luffy Tower just coming right back into his Dawn area. And this is a lot of pressure. This is costing Tai a lot of cards here. Of course, Tai will be able to answer with some swings of his own next turn. And just thinking about it, saying, are there cards that I need? I need to also be able to defend my board. Should I pitch? This is a tough decision. You don't always want to go down to 1 life. Okay, giving the 2K here, saying, yeah, I'm not ready to go down to 1 life quite yet.
With the anniversary Sanji 2K, gorgeous card.
So nice. That was such a great set. Okay, and here's the Luffy Taro answer. The players just mirroring each other here. And will he play the Sanji pudding? He will, and Tai throws down the Sanji pudding, draws a card. He will now get back 4 Dawn from his leader ability.
Such enormous board states right now. You cannot see any other deck represent this width of a board this quickly like this.
Yeah, and just watching Ty play, he's so quick. Like he's just it's like a flow. His stage goes down, everything's so fast. He knows exactly what he wants to do here. And now the question is, are we swinging at Frankie or are we swinging at the Sanji pudding to drain the hand? Always a tough choice that you have to make on the fly in these games. 6 going to life. That 6 gets taken. That is very interesting.
An immediate take. Wow. What's that signaling? Does Xing just say, I want the cards? I think I can actually just go for some, like, a lot of play next turn in terms of using the rush Luffy and whatnot. I can try to go for it, or I can try to just establish, like, I can clear most of your board next turn. Like, that's a snap take.
I'm very surprised that he took that. That says a lot about his hand. He's given 2 2Ks, so it seems like he has a read on what the swings were that were coming in. We see that chopper come down, also gaining Arrested Dawn, being able to defend your board, defend your life, and just passing the turn over. Both players are getting into that precarious end game here, where those rush Luffys might start coming down and putting a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and thank you to our judges, by the way, who are judging this match at such a rapid pace. They're also watching each of these moves, but these two competitors know this deck so well. They're also paying attention to all this stuff, too.
I know, yeah. We have a fabulous team of judges here for our Unsung Events regional, and I was chatting with them earlier, and they were saying, too, it's very hard right now. There's a lot of technical things to know as a judge. We see a 6K swing coming through that gets countered out with Frankie, a 7K swing coming through. Do we want to give the 2K in response, thinking about it?
Or do we want to give the chopper so that we can get it off the board and not have to think about it? But, you know, this Luffy Taro can still swing, too.
Yeah, you really want to save the chopper for the Luffy Taro swing if possible. That is a take. Going down to 1 life here.
And you still know there's at least one more swing coming through, so you know you still have a chance to use this chopper to block if you really need to. And, you know, let's say Xing does something and leaves it up and says, I'm not going to swing, so you have to have it stuck on board. You can just overplay the chopper anyway and get rid of it.
Yes, you always swing at your opponent when they have the chopper on the board. You don't let it scare you out of swinging, because if they have 5 characters on the board, they can just overplay it, and then they can go back to using their leader ability, because, of course, that chopper is not a Straw Hat crew. If you're not sure why, you should be reading One Piece.
Yeah, or watching.
or watching.
There's so many ways to enjoy it. So find your own medium and go watch some One Piece.
Stick with the live action. They're going to catch up.
Yeah.
Live action Foxy arc. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. But yeah, with this, there's a pause here. I think the game is slowing down as Xing is trying to map out what he needs to do to get to the win in this game. Both players are at 1 life. They're beginning to do this math every turn. Now, do I have lethal? Do I have lethal? What do I have to do to get to a point where I can confidently swing and feel like I can finish off my opponent?
Exactly, yep. We see that Zoro coming down once again, a body that can threaten the 6K leader, that allows you to find the pieces that you're missing, replacing itself in hand, allowing you to maintain hand advantage. That looks like the leader ability coming through, returning 2 Dawn, becoming a 6K leader, restanding 2 Dawn, +1 for the Sanji pudding, ramp, and 6K firing across. You always want to start with these 6s.
Ty gesturing towards his Dawn. Does he have, surely, is he thinking of using Giant here?
He might be.
He was gesturing towards his Dawn, so I wasn't sure, or if he's doing math.
Yep. We still have a threatening swing with the Luffy Taro as well. He does opt to block. Wanting to get that off of the board, get rid of the chopper. And we're going to see the Frankie is next up in queue.
Is it going to swing, or is it going to blank swing just so he can get that rested Dawn? And does he even want the rested Dawn?
I mean, there's still a lot of Dawn to play with. The question is, you know, can I survive next turn?
Ooh, and he's going to get cost increase to his Luffy Tower, so that way if a Luna comes down, he knows that that Luffy Tower is going to be able to restand next turn. That's pretty important.
Yep, you got to start playing around the Luna here. If your characters get locked out, they are never coming back. Here we see the Giant pitching another Luffy Taro. You don't need that card. Returning 2 Dawn, drawing 2 cards, filtering the hand, and we just see the blank 4.
Yep, getting that rested Dawn back.
Yeah, both players just really choosing to keep high Dawn totals throughout this game.
Yeah, and with 6 Dawn remaining, I wonder what Xing's play is. I mean, oh, it's the radio knife. Wow, that is a tech card out of nowhere.
Yep, Xing is running that tech card, the radio knife. 4-cost event, allowing you to rest a 6 or less and then KO a 5 or less. And of course, that Sanji pudding just easily gets knocked out. All right, and now it's up to Ty. What does he want to do?
Yeah, I mean, like, Luna would be good here, but you're still seeing, you know, a challenging state. And, you know, Xing is running a lot of interesting tech and one of, you know, planning around this top cut.
Yeah, he has a top cut blinged out deck. He has one Luna, he has one Radio Knife, he has one Hody Jones. These are all things that you're basically putting the mental load on your opponent when you're in Topcut to play around so many things.
Yeah.
Ty has a lot to think about here.
Even saying that word just now, Hody Jones, I bet a lot of you perked up in chat and said, and you immediately got flashes like, what? Hody what?
6K swing coming through. Going to get countered out with the Sanji. Stage coming down, some protection on the Luffy Taro. Both players protecting their Luffy Taros from Lunas.
Just the level of these competitors, they both know each other's plays so well, and that's why they're matching one from. They both know exactly what they have to do.
Exactly, and that Luna does target 7 cost or less, and it basically any rested character on your board, 7 cost or less, does not restand for the turn, and so it's very essential to keep those Luffy Taros above 7 cost so that a Luna does not come down and freeze your board, which can really spell doom if you lose your whole board to a Luna. You're always kind of thinking about that card in the mirror. Another Sanji Pudding coming down. At this point, it does draw Ty a card. If he can hold on, that card advantage will really come into play. Using our leader effect, returning 2 Dawn. Now we get back 2 Dawn because we have 2 Sanji Puddings, 6 Dawn still to play with. Replaying the stage, drawing a card. At this point, that's really just filtering the hand.
Yeah, what is Ty looking for here? What is he hoping to find?
Yeah, it could be some defense or it could be offense. Either the Rush Luffy, a blocker, more giants. And we're seeing the search event come through. Let's see what he takes. Taking the Uso Hachi, very versatile, allowing you to rest a blocker, but also just, in this case, a 2K that you might need to counter out of some of these 7 swings coming your way from a Sanji Pudding.
Yeah, Xing checking the grave for, I believe, 2K counters and just other cards and seeing how many of what things Ty has used. Trying to map out, at what point am I really going to start dealing some damage here?
Yes, and that's, these top players, they really keep track of things like 2Ks. As soon as he sees the 2K added to hand, he's checking trash, he's recalibrating his count. How many 2Ks have I seen so far this game? Trying to get a read on what your opponent has in hand. When you're playing at this level, you really should almost always have a theory as to what cards your opponent could have in hand, what they've drawn so far, and here comes the Gamma Knife.
You see the Gamma Knife come down. And it's the Sanji Pudding that's targeted to get that off the field. That way you can try, your opponent isn't getting the same Dawn count anymore. They don't get to leader ability for free, basically. And you get to clear that 7K body off and it's a very annoying 7K coming across the board every single turn, forcing you to give up a 2K.
Yeah, and so that's how this mirror goes. You see there's this core of the Sanji Puddings, the Zoro Juros, the Luffy Taros, and then there's all these other kind of, we call them tech cards, but they're really essential cards for the deck. The Gamma Knife, so useful in so many matchups, always plays a role in the mirror, and here we see an 8-6 coming through, choosing to go for the board here, removing threats. 7K swing, thinking about it. Do we give it a Dawn? I think we probably want to leave up 2 Dawn to survive.
Really looking at that Frankie, I think. I think he's looking and thinking about, yep, he chooses the Frankie. He says he's going to respect it. He's not going to let the Dawn come back. He's just going to respect the fact that it is a swing.
Yep, and passing with 2 Dawn up. And you can just see like the turn slowing down because there's just so many different lines to take. There's so many different options. Both players are playing at such a high level here. 10 Dawn for Xing, just starting with that 8 right away. We always start off with those swings because we want information. We want to see, okay, does he give me a giant here? The giant comes down, pitching a Rush Luffy, suggesting maybe there's another one in hand. Drawing 2 cards, maintaining that hand size.
Yeah, and Xing at 10 Dawn with 2 more swings remaining. With Luffy, you would swing pretty high here still with 2 swings, but what I'm surprised is without blockers on either side, both players with so many swings and 1 life, still so much respect, not going for it, knowing that these giants and the number of 2Ks in hand can just cost you the game.
Yeah, this is just great play. You start off with your 8, you start off with your 6, and then you see after the 8 goes through, then he thinks about it, right? He started his turn 8. Okay, now let me think after what I saw, right? You want to get all the information you possibly can from your opponent, and here comes the Rush Luffy.
Ooh, and now the question is he going to commit, or is this just about getting it down and getting a swing out, or is he going to try to go for some kind of lethal line here? Does he have a read? Does Xing feel like he's confident about going for this?
Yep, and we see the leader ability coming through, so that does suggest potentially going through it because there is no Sanji Pudding to get you back that Dawn. So you are saying, I need all of my Dawn here right now for this turn.
And he knows that a 2K was searched and not used yet, so he knows if he sees a 2K come out here, it's like, is it a 1K? Is there a 1K you want to keep? And I don't think there it is. I think your hand is just 2Ks or bricks.
Yep, and so we are down to the wire here. It's math time, ladies and gentlemen. Ty has to figure out if he can survive. Xing has to figure out, can he go for it? Swinging in with the 6, and then he is representing another big swing. What would that be? That would be 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11 after that. should he choose to go for it. Just a lot of thought going into this turn. The match is on the line. The math is being done. Dawn is being counted. There's that 2K.
He gives the 2K. And he doesn't give the Usohachi either. He's giving the Sanji, which means that he's revealing, I have 2K in hand. Oh, and Ty.
Yep, he got him.
Oh,
he got him.
Ty drops his gun count below 5, so that means that Xing doesn't have rush on that rush lever.
Yep.
Insane heads-up play made by Ty, keeping himself in this best of 3, making it to game 3 of this set. And oh my God, we are joined by Ty's father here on our side, and he just stood up in a gas, and he's just like, his heart is racing as he's cheering for his son here. And unbelievable game 2 played by Ty right now. We are feeling it ourselves too. Our heart is racing. We are gasping for breath.
My heart is racing, Jeremy. What a crazy ending. You have to play around the fact that your opponent can go down below 5 and turn off your rush. We've talked about it so many times. It's so tricky. The rush Luffy coming down and just saying, he doesn't have rush. He no longer can rush anymore.
Yeah, wow. And Ty and Xing in this flow state, so much in this flow state that, Ty was just slowly almost like, no, I'm not going to make it very obvious. And then boom, I'm down to a Dawn count that you can't swing at. And Xing is like, oh, you're right. See, it's not just about the gameplay they're doing. The whole time they're paying attention to these Dawn counts. And the moment Xing wasn't keeping track of Dawn count and missed one of those counts, he lost.
Yeah, but I have to go back. I would love to re-watch that. Those of you who are watching live at home in the chat, you can let us know what would have happened had he played that Luffy first. Was there a window there that he can go through? I'll be watching it back myself to figure that out. What a crazy ending for this game. And I'm telling you, if you haven't been converted yet to mirror matches, I hope to convert you today. I love watching mirrors for this reason, because the players have equal resources. Their leader effects are the same, their deck lists are largely the same, and so we really get to see this battle of wills, and especially with a deck like GP Luffy, there's so much going on. It's so technical. It's reminiscent of the Dofi mirror, blue Dofi mirror, reminiscent of even the Sakazuki mirror, where you just see these players go head-to-head and grind each game.
Yeah, Xing would have had to swing his 6-7 Luffy with rush first so that it wouldn't get turned off by that giant. But because he swung his Luffy title first and it got gianted, that wasn't playable anymore. But we're going into our final round, and we see both players mulligan, I think.
Yep, and both players still smiling, discussing the game, both players laughing. And that's the thing, the game just brings us all together. We have that sense of camaraderie. We're all here. We're all playing. Even when you're competing, it doesn't matter, because both players love this game. They love playing One Piece. But now the pressure is on. We've got 22 minutes on the clock, plus 10 minutes of overtime. Should be plenty of time given the pace that these players have been playing at. And now we start again with Game 3. Xing will have the advantage of going second.
Yes, that means Ty's got an uphill battle to fight here, but hopefully he's coming off the back of that win. He's got that feeling, that sense of, hey, I got the win, I came back, I'm still in it. There's going to be a Game 3, and I love this game. Let's go.
Yep, and let's see it. Okay, starting off with the Nami. That's exactly what you want to see. Strong start. What do we find here? Ty has been fighting his Sanji puddings all day, and there it is. Sanji pudding, exactly what you want. 2 Dawn now. Nami is echoed. Another Nami. Will we also see that Nami grabbing a Sanji pudding? Okay, putting some thought into it. It's not a snap take.
Yep, it's Game 3 of this set. Xing is really trying to think hard about these decisions now. And we're seeing the Sanji get picked up, so a 2K, never something you don't, always something that you're going to be happy to see is just a 2K counter and also a blocker too. But really, you're looking for those Sanji puddings. You want to match these plays 1-for-1. You want to see things like the Sanji pudding, like the Luffy Taro, or the Zorojuro. But we're seeing the pass back here to 4 Dawn after Ty develops the Frankie. And we're seeing Zorojuro come down on curve on 4 Dawn into a search. And with that, the search is, oh, nope, the search is still being resolved currently. So Xing is really going deep in the tech to think about what card he has to grab here. Now with the decks with so much searching involved, it really adds a lot of thought and skill-intensive thought to this deck, but also can be your downfall picking the wrong card. And he's grabbing the Gum Gum Rain, which allows him to pitch a card from hand in order to go up by 3K. And we're passing back to Ty here now, going into the 5 Dawn turn, and it's such a snap play. It's a snap play into the Sanji pudding. Now into also using the leader ability because he's it's free to use because that Frankie has been developed and allowing him to get a rested Dawn by swinging.
All right, and I'm back here now. What's happened so far in this game?
Our usual, we see Zordro come down on second, going second curve as Xing, and we see the Frankie into Sanji Pudding going first.
All right, very, very nice here. And we see that Frankie swing coming through, ramping a Dawn. Okay, Frankie given in return, Frankie for a Frankie, and now we are swinging 7. Wow, okay, so Xing going down to a very, very low life total. And what are we going to see here? We're at 6 Dawn. Ideally, we want to play the Sanji Pudding. Yep, Sanji Pudding, leader effect coming in, returning 2 Dawn, ramping a Dawn, and gaining plus 1,000 on the leader. We see the leader swing coming through. 6K swing. Where's it going? Into the Frankie or into life? It's going into life. Ty opting to take, maintaining that hand parity. Nami coming down. Another search, looking for more of those pieces, looking for those Sanji Puddings, looking for Usohachi in this case, another 2K.
Yep, so he's got that Sanji in hand, and now also this too. So he's just building up that 2K count, expecting that this is going to go to a slugfest, and you're going to need those every 2K you can get when these Sanji Puddings start swinging at life.
Exactly, yep. You need that counter, and that might have been what he's looking for. It's always hard to know exactly when we can't see all of the cards, and here we see a 4 into the Frankie. A 4 into the Frankie, yeah, clearing the Frankie. Now swinging 7 into 6. There's that 2K just snap given and passing it back.
Interesting. Looks like he respects that Frankie enough to swing his Nami into it and commit that much Dawn.
Yep, and we see the Luffy Taro coming down, a Dawn being returned. There's the next Sanji Pudding. Very, very good. This is exactly what you want to see. Your leader ability is really turned on now, allowing you to restand 2 Dawn, ramping 2 Dawn. And we see the 6K swing coming through. Looks like it was 2 to Zoro. Oh, okay, 2K given. 2 to 2. Nami getting cleared. So rapid, just cleaning up the board, getting those swings out of the way that you know you're going to make. 4 Dawn here for Ty. Where does he want to go? Yep, playing out the merry-go, drawing a card. 3 Dawn left, just thinking about it. 17 minutes still here on the clock. Plenty of time for the players. Dropping another Nami. Ty has really been seeing his Namis today. You really need to see this card. It just helps you find all of the pieces you might want. Grabbing a Zoro Juro. This is another threatening body. Allows you to kind of replenish your hand, representing a 6K swing.
Yep, and just keep digging through the deck and just like filtering through the deck. At this point, oh, and it's a 9K swing into the Zoro. And there's no Dawn for Giant. This is asking for 2 2Ks right now.
And you have to. You have to give
both
it. And
Sanji's out of hand.
Wow.
So that's like probably 3 or 4 2Ks of the deck already used by Xing.
Yeah, you have to get. You cannot lose your board in this matchup like that. And Xing knowing that, like he didn't even think about it. I mean, most players I think would have spent some time like hemming and hawing, like, oh, it's too. No, you cannot lose your board. You need to have swings to be able to do anything to keep up the pace.
Yeah, you need to crack back and just take cards out of hand by using that crack back. And it's the Luffy Taro play, and I believe he's at lower Dawn for the draw.
Yep, so Luffy Taro into Sanji Pudding. So we're seeing that second Sanji Pudding. We're seeing both players seeing their Luffy Taro Sanji Pudding. Exactly what you want to see in this matchup. The big bodies coming down, putting down a lot of pressure. Leader ability here. And what do we start with? How do we allocate our Dawn? We just see this back and forth for both players. They establish their engine pieces, whether that be a Sanji Pudding, a Luffy Taro. Then they leader ability. And then they use that remaining Dawn to decide what to do. 7K swing coming through, thinking about it.
It's a trigger. Is it a Luna trigger, potentially?
Could be a Luna trigger, could be a ramp trigger.
If it's a Luna trigger, Ty can actually rest one of his opponent's characters. It is!
Okay.
And is he trying to say, I want to be able to threaten one of these targets? Is it because I have a Gamma Knife in hand? Do you have a Electric Luna in hand to be able to threaten back as well?
So interesting here. Taking the swing, Ty kind of showing that he might be lacking counter in hand, right? Choosing to just rest to stop an attack there is unbelievable. I would almost want to keep that Luna in hand. The fact that he used it, very, very interesting. I really want to see how he plays out this turn, what he does here. Many cards in hand, just because the GP's at 0 life. doesn't really mean much. Oh, and we can get a count on the hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards, it looks like, in hand. So Ty is 7 cards to 4. Of course, he has taken 2 life. If you put those 2 life to Xing and his draw, they would both be at 7 cards. So we're still seeing hand parity, but 2 of those cards are in Xing's life.
Yeah, and I don't believe we haven't seen a Rush Luffy be searched yet explicitly, but we don't know what is in the player's hand. But, I mean, being at 0 life and having that Rush Luffy be a threat is now scary, because now you have to do those tricks to reduce your Dawn count to make it so that Rush Luffy can't swing.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see where this goes. Triggering the Luna here, where does that get us? It looks like we're just swinging 8 into life. Not even threatening the board, 8, 8, and I think, wow, 8, 9, 10, 11, this might be our last turn. This is Ty just going for it here, a 0-cost event and a 2K.
Ooh, that's basically, that's so many 2. Oh, and he has like, no, it's the, he committed a 1K too. And now he's going to use his leader ability, minusing 2 Dawn.
Return.
He's going to be able to restand 2 Dawn, but really just activate 2 Dawn.
Yeah.
So, 1, 2. And he's going to swing and he's going to go for it. Does Xing have it?
11 for game.
Giant.
Return.
Gets him to 10. Draws 2.
Does he have it?
1K, 1K, 1K.
Wow.
And he had another giant in hand too. Oh, but he was just doing the math in case he needed to like save his Dawn. But, whoo, absolutely wild game.
Unbelievable.
I'm gasping for breath. Wow. Definitely a lot of people are getting converted right now to either playing GP Luffy or at least enjoying watching the GP Luffy, hopefully. You know, Giants be damned and whatnot. But I just want to commentate, like, Ty, amazing player. Like, it's been such a joy to watch his games and to see him climb through the ladder of yesterday and, you know, make it to a top 32 Topcut and, you know, coming all the way from Massachusetts and whatnot and being here and competing amongst all these great players, making it top 8, winning his first serial ever after a year of playing One Piece card game and now playing at such an extreme degree against such good competitors in this Topcut. I'm out of breath.
Yeah.
How did you do?
What a run. Unbelievable.
Whew.
Such a close game. So much back and forth. And it turns out the reason he triggered that Luna was because he knew he had to go for it there. Running out of options, feeling the pressure from the board. And man, I'm telling you, these mirror matches, they never disappoint. A best of 3 mirror match with 2 great players. There's nothing better. I love watching it. I'm going to watch it again, of course, when I go home. I'm going to analyze every single turn in painstaking detail. I'm going to pause. I'm going to rewind. I love it. There's just so much to be gleaned, so much to learn from these great players.
Yeah, no, such an exciting match. Honestly, we got 2 more rounds, don't we? we got 2 more rounds. We got our top 4 round, and then we'll have our champion round after that, and we'll find out what's still undefeated to get you guys hyped up about what's going to go on.
Yep.
But I think in the meantime, we're going to take a breath. We're going to pass it back to our production team. And there'll be a short break between now and round 2, by which I mean just a pause, really. But in the meantime, I believe we have an interview with Ty that we can share with you guys, and you can hear from the man himself and how he's doing at YPIC GP and how his thoughts, and the people he has to thank for being here and getting here and whatnot. But we will catch you guys very soon, so don't go too far, because we got the last 2 rounds of the Toronto Offline Regional Championship 2025 here, held at the Metro Toronto Convention Center. I'm not reading off a prompter. I'm just trying to remember off the top of my head. But passing it back to you, production. Catch you guys in a bit. All right, I'm joined here by one of our top 32 contenders, Tyler, right? Or Ty?
Yeah, Ty.
Ty, all right. And we were talking about this already a bit before, but yeah, tell me, like, is this your first time in top 32?
This is my first time in top 32. I've done a few other regionals, like Niagara and One Piece Day. Yeah.
But yeah, are you feeling proud? Like, I mean, you made it here.
Yeah, I'm definitely proud. My goal was top 64, so I'm glad I surpassed it.
Yeah, it's amazing, man. Honestly, like, it's crazy to see like young competitors who you said you only played for how long?
A little over a year now. I've been playing with my dad.
Wow. So just a little over a year, and you're top 32 out of 1,024 people. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, it does, definitely.
Yeah. Have you gotten, like, you know, your family and friends from locals just like reaching out to you?
Yeah, definitely. There's like, when I went 8-2 yesterday, there's like, when I got back to the hotel, there's like so many people that were just giving so much support, and it was so nice.
Yeah, that's got to feel like real warm, right?
Yeah.
That, like, a community. So like, whereabouts are you from? What, like, you know, tell me what locals it is that you're repping.
I go to Endangered Hobbies a lot From Massachusetts, the United States.
Nice. Welcome to Canada, by the
Yeah.
way. And what a way. Is it your first time in Canada?
This is for my second time for regionals, but I've been here multiple times. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, so you've been visiting. Yeah, you're like our brother across the states, Massachusetts. Yeah. But yeah, no, I mean, like, yeah, shout out to your homies, I guess, to
Yeah.
everyone who's been supporting you and stuff. But that's got to be a good feeling going today, knowing that these people are supporting you behind you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, whole lot to that. So tell me a bit about the deck you're playing today and why you picked it.
I'm playing green purple Luffy today, and I picked it because I was trying so many different decks out, and I was like, why don't I just try this one? Because it seems pretty good. I tried it before on Sim, and I was like, well, it feels pretty good when I was playing in person. And yeah.
Yeah,
So
no,
with it.
and dude, like, do you put a lot of reps in? Because this is a high skill deck.
I just chose the deck like 3 to 4 weeks ago, so I tried to put as many reps in as I could.
Yeah, once you had finalized kind of the list that you
Yeah.
had prepared for. Interesting. What are the matchups that you think you're most worried about?
Definitely blue purple, because I know that's my next round opponent is playing blue purple.
Damn. Okay, so you are doing like
Yeah.
the studying and stuff like that. So that's probably a new thing for you, right? Like having
Yeah.
having the open deck list and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, what are you aiming for today? Like, what's the goal that would
Um,
feel happy for you to achieve?
I'm hoping I get top 16 and get the Zoro, definitely.
Nice. Are you a Zoro fan?
Yeah, he's probably one of my favorite characters.
Yeah. Then, dude, I'm hoping you get that Zoro too.
Mhm.
And I definitely believe you, man. Like, no, it sounds like you got a lot of energy coming in with this,
Mhm.
and you got a lot of people behind you, and like that's like that's the best part of
Mhm.
this game, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you're here.
Yeah.
That's amazing. But anything you want to say to the audience, to your family, to your
Uh,
friends, anything you want to shout out?
Just thanks to my family for bringing me and all the people who have been supporting me along the way.
Yeah, guys, you heard it here first. Hi, this is Ty. He's our youngest competitor here today in top 32, and I am so excited to catch your games today. And best of luck, man.
Yeah, thanks.
Welcome back, One Piece card game players. You are back in round. You're in the top 4 games for the One Piece card game. Sorry, we're so stunned because I mean, in the break, I don't know what you guys were doing, but we just jammed like 2 pieces of pizza real quick and a bottle of water, and we're like, gotta get going. And we're going. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us. You're joined by myself, Jeremy Lau, or your caster, and Patrick Hewen, who was killing it last game. Give it up for Patrick. But yeah, Patrick, what's going on now? What's going on today?
Okay, so we've got our top 4 players here, and I'm happy to say my predictions were correct. We have 3 Belo Bettys in the top and 1 GP Luffy. The Belo Bettys are shining through. We talked about this yesterday, but I really do feel like Western players, they love to get that kind of counter pick on the meta. They say,
Yep.
what's the best deck? I'm going to tailor my deck to beat the best deck. And so we see the Bettys coming through once again, and it's great to see. I mean, I love to see Betty. Betty's a very aggressive deck. It punishes a lot of players, but also to make it this far playing Betty, you can't just rely on lucky high rolls or anything like that. You're going to see across all of these games that they've played today, many games where they didn't see the curve that they wanted to see. They didn't see the cards that they needed, and they had to make their way through anyways. And so I'm really looking forward to these next matches. We're guaranteed to have 2 Betty matches coming, but right now we're going to see that Betty versus GP Luffy matchup.
Yes, once again, these competitors are, well, we're going to have a fast match, but it's 3 of them. So hold on to your seats because it's going to be just aggression on both sides. And coming into our match right now.
Here we go, starting it off. And here we have Xing once again versus TylerBC. Xing, our GP Luffy from last round, and Tyler, our Betty player. And both players just kind of getting ready here. We haven't seen their decks on the mat, just taking a second. And so I'm really excited to kind of see this matchup. Now, GP Luffy is considered unfavored into Belo Betty. Betty puts on a lot of pressure, a little bit too fast for GP. Okay, and we're just having an issue, so we're with the stream. Are we going to pause?
Yep, give us 1 second. We're just going to pause. Okay, give us 1 second. It appears we're having a camera problem. The stream view is not being captured, so give us 1 second while I hop over and find out what's going on. All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for bearing with us as we fix our camera. And the game has been going. It looks like no 2-Don play from GP Luffy. And
Yeah.
and like off of Betty's side, we see a 1-Don open with the raise max, followed by a 8K swing to lead, which is going to be a take.
Yeah, and I mean, we just ran over to the play table doing some troubleshooting, and I was talking to the players. I said, can you guys hold on for a second? They said, well, there's just not much going on in our hands right now anyway. We're happy to pause. And so both players kind of not seeing what they need. And have they been given the cue to continue? It looks like they're still talking.
Yep, so we're...
Yep, okay. And now the players will resume play here. GP Luffy on his 4-Don turn, starting off with that 5 swing. Always risky. Is it a Lindbergh? Is it a Morley? Nope. 4-Don, slamming down the Zoro.
And unfortunately, it will not be able to rest something or swing because there's only 1 unit in play.
Mm-hmm.
And Tyler checking that. Oh, is that true?
Yep, just making sure. And so we are now going to 5-Don for our Belo Betty. We want to play the Ivankov here, ideally, maybe cheating out a body. And let's see what he has.
Yeah, almost Tyler's 8K swing almost helping him out because not having that second body in play means that Zoro can't actually clear the board.
Yeah, and it's always kind of interesting when you're from the GP side playing into this matchup. You know, do you swing that first life or do you just starve? It seems to be we see GP Luffy players kind of rolling the dice on that first swing. 6K coming through, gets countered. Why are we countering 6K so early? Because we know they're going to be higher. They're going to be 8s. They're going to be 9s. We see the 4-cost of Ivankov coming down, using our leader effect, pitching a Koala that allows us to give plus 3,000 to all of our Rev Army characters. In this case, we're just doing it so that Emporio can meet his condition of having 5,000 or 8,000 or more power. I always forget how that works with the Emporio.
Yeah, I think it's 7,000 more. I think
7,000
is the magic number for all of the Revolution Army types. And same applies to the Limber that's played out, which if it's plus, if there's a 7,000 power, then it can KO a 2,000 or less, 3,000 or less actually. Oh, and the 7K from Zoro coming through. Oh, and it's a Lindbergh trigger. This board is just too enormous. You see Xing. Yeah, he's reading the trigger. It requires a card to be pitched in order to be played.
Yep.
He swings 7 to lead. I think he's just basically saying, I'm probably dead next turn. Maybe I just try to win the next turn instead.
Yeah, and that's the risk of swinging at this Belo Betty player is things can just pop out of life, and then your turn just gets that much more scary. Of course, keeping up the pressure here can be good, and we're just seeing 9? Xing really thinking.
He's debating this. He's got one shot. He's got one. He's like, do I really go?
Okay.
Yep. It's okay. The 1-Don reservation here. With the single Don. He's like, once you've swung, there's just keep it. Just no, there's no point. The moment you see the trigger, no, it's over. It's just keep going.
Yeah, and I'm guessing Xing was saying, can I die here? And that's why he opted to leave up 1 Don. And now we see our Belo Betty player. Lots of Don to play with. Likely going to see that leader ability coming through. We could potentially buff up the raise max here, make it a 5,000 power, and then present 588, cheating out another body if we really want to, or just leaving it standing.
And we're seeing that Karasu in hand already. We know that Tyler has access to it. He can play it even for free using the Ivankov ability. He just has to pitch a card and then play the Karasu, and it's going to be a ton of swings coming through.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. This is what Belo Betty does. We talked about this yesterday. There's 2 modes for Belo Betty. They're kind of like in a slow mode, and then they just accelerate into fast mode. Once they're in fast mode, there's no going back. They pitch their whole hand. They power up their characters. I'm curious where this other 3,000 goes. It does go onto the raise max being indicated with the dice there. And the reason you want to pump up the raise max here instead of the Lindbergh is it's essentially getting you that 3 Don that's going to cost another card from the hand of the GP Luffy player. And it allows you to basically threaten now 5 swings. That first 5 coming through. This is just a 5K leader. Keep in mind, 1K given Chopper. Getting rid of the raise max, lowering the Zoro. I'm not even sure. Oh, he will obviously pop that with the Lindbergh. So this is just really, really good. Like, you're going to clear the board here. You're going to put down so much pressure at the same time. And here we see that's the Lindbergh that has not been puffed. 7,000 coming down. Popping the Zoro Juro, that is Lindbergh's effect, taking the 7 swing, and now we have 2 8s and then a potential. Okay, we're going to go 7 with the leader again.
Not presenting the. Oh, maybe not in hand? I thought I saw Karasu, but I guess not. But either way, these swings are just. Oh, and we're seeing Inazuma come down. Inazuma has rush as long as there's a 7K in play. So Another big swing coming through.
7-8-8 is what's represented, and that Inazuma got cheated out by the Ivankov. Here comes the 8.
8. Does Xing have the 2 2Ks?
Thinking about it, takes it, and here comes another 8. Does he have to giant here? He left up a Dawn, so as we saw, Xing, he thought about it. He was like, do I put this on the leader? Do I keep one for giant? He mathed it out, realizing that he needs...
And he has a 2-1-1. That's
Okay.
4K counter. That gets him out.
Well, I was saying, I don't need the giant. I'm just going to go for it.
But how does Xing come back here without a board? I mean, he can only get one swing in unless he has the rush Luffy.
It's got to be the Rush Luffy coming down here. We've got 8 Dawn to play with, so we can play the Rush Luffy. We can swing 9-9. Okay, and we're just starting off with a 6K swing here. Putting a Dawn on leader, not exactly what you would
2 1s.
want.
That's the read. That's the read. You know. Surely his hand's just 1Ks.
Yeah. And
Nope.
scoops it up.
And it scoops.
All right, and that was a very, very fast game one here from our players, and that is how this matchup goes. The Betty puts on the pressure, and we just see from the GP Luffy, can I survive?
Yeah, and we're seeing some people in chat mention, oh, why is Xing doing here? Well, Xing won our previous game, and we played an interview we did yesterday. Due to production limitations, we had to play pre-recorded interviews. We just want to show you kind of what Ty was thinking and kind of like his whole journey up until this point. But yeah, Xing was the winner from last round, and he is in our top 4 match currently.
Yep, that's exactly it. We just did some interviews with as many as we could get. We pre-recorded them. We wanted to show you the faces of all of these fantastic pro players and what they can do. And so now we are queuing up into game 2. Xing will get to take second here away from Betty. That's always what you want. And let's see how this game goes.
Yeah, I mean, these are just
Oh, actually, no, Tyler. Who gets second?
Oh, yeah.
Xing lost, so he gets the choice. So he'll be taking second. Okay.
Yes.
Been a long day here. We've been casting from the early morning. Yesterday, we set up this entire stream with our production lead, Kobe. We just love One Piece.
Yeah, this is honestly such a fun weekend. And then you see that new Gecko card get announced
Oh my
this weekend,
goodness.
and I'm just like,
Don't
wow,
even
it's
get
like
me
it's like
started.
my birthday. It's like my birthday.
Okay, both players taking a look at their hands, deciding whether or not to mulligan. Betty with the
Ooh.
snap mulligan. I do not want this.
Xing's thinking.
Yep.
He's thinking.
Yep. He's showing.
He's showing that. He's like, oh, like look, what is this?
Do I keep this? Would you keep this?
He's asking the question like, we want to keep this. He's already saying I'm gonna mull it, but like he's just like, I love when that happens. And feels like, oh, like, yeah, this is not it, right?
Yeah, and we're at that stage in the competition. Of course, both players playing for bragging rights, playing for some additional prizing, but also we tend to see a little bit of the pressure off because these players have already kind of received their serial card. They've already received their prizing.
Yeah.
And I'm just excited to see where this game goes.
Yeah, and Xing is no stranger to competition. He has multiple. What was it, Patrick?
Oh, he has multiple tops. He's won international tournaments and other card games. This is not the first time. This isn't his first rodeo here playing TCGs at the top level. And that's just one of the great things about getting to do these large events is we get these fantastic professional players showing up who are just great at any card game they attempt. And he's showing us here how to play GP Luffy at the highest level.
Yeah, it's amazing to see. We're so blessed to have all these competitors here. And we're starting off with a 1-Dawn search from Belo Betty off the Belo Betty search. We're looking for a Revolutionary Army type card. We're seeing quite a few important pieces, I think, from the Belo Betty side. We're seeing things like the Ivankov that can be played on 5-Dawn as well. We're seeing some other targets. And we're choosing the 5-drop Ivankov because, you know, going on the odd curve, meaning you're going to get that 5-Dawn turn, you're going to play a 5-drop 6K, and then play out another 6K or less, or 5K or less Revolutionary Army from the top of your deck.
Exactly. Yep. And you're always starting with that searcher. Really nice. You always love to see it as Betty, and as GP, you're always like, oh man, that's going to swing 5 at me later on. So getting that search out, great. We see the Nami coming down. Nami's going to grab Giant. You need that defense in this matchup. We're using our 1-cost search event, looking at the top 3, taking a Straw Hat or a Heart Pirates in this context. What do we choose here? We want our defensive options, but we also, you know, we need to establish some sort of a board that can either swing at Betty's life or threaten their board in return. So we need defense, but we also still need enough offense to slowly poke at the Betty where we can finish them off. And the Radio Knife coming through. There's the tech card saying, can you take that? Can you take Radio Knife? And it's, yes, you can. That is our 3 captains. You can search any of the cards for any of those 3 captains. Eustace Kid, Straw Hat Luffy, Trafalgar Law, and Radio Knife is a law ability.
Exactly. And that's, all things considered, you want to see the Zoro, right? You want to see the 4-drop Zoro, you want to be able to rest something and then also swing into it. But being able to, like, KO something might be better than nothing, right? Especially it's a Karasu, like, not that Karasu, but the scarier Karasu that minuses your power. You're going to want to clear it on sight.
Absolutely, and the radio knife's so flexible, allowing you to rest one character, pop another, potentially swing at another character. Just a really, really nice, flexible tech card. And here comes the 4-cost Zoro. Taking the Straw Hat, that could be purple. This is exactly what we want to see. We love to see the Zoro here against Betty because it allows us to find some defensive options while establishing that 6k body that can swing into their board, put pressure on the Betty because, of course, Betty runs out of cards very fast. Leader ability requiring you to pitch a card is quite costly. And so let's see what gets searched here.
Yeah, and Xing's really thinking hard about this one. I wonder if he's decided between cards with counter and a card that's a brick but might be useful later on. He's really thinking about this one. He's deciding how much pressure can I... Oh, yep, and he chooses the 2K. I think he's trying to choose between a 2K and maybe a useful card. And he's like, nope, I just need to live.
Yeah, and I mean, Sanji's so useful in this matchup. You can end up returning Dawn quite a lot just to stay alive, and then that Sanji only becomes a 3-cost, 6,000 power blocker. And I know when I've been playing this matchup, that Sanji has often won me the game, being able to drop down 2 of those Sanjis in one turn, allowing you to build this board, allowing you to threaten a lethal push if they don't KO your board. And here is that 4-cost Ivankov, just like last game, coming down. We're seeing the leader effect coming in, buffing that Betty Searcher, buffing that Karasu blocker, and now buffing the Ivankov, allowing him to cheat out another Rev Army card. And there is the Karasu, making the leader 4,000 power.
Ooh, and this is going to be a lot of tough swings coming through. This is going to be kind of scary.
Yeah, this is what Belo Betty does. It just puts on so much pressure. Karasu just making your leader so weak, requiring you to give 2 Ks. 6 into 4, you have to give 2-1. You're going to take it. 7 into 4, you'd have to give 2-2.
7 into 4? Oh, no.
Yeah, and this is a tough decision. I think we might see a take here, but oh, no, we're going to see the 2-2s going down. And there's that Sanji blocker and an Usohachi that was searched earlier. So much early pressure from the Betty. And that's the thing is, we think about GP Luffy as this deck that uses Sanji pudding to stabilize, to stay alive. Sometimes you don't even get to play it. You feel too scared. I think we're going to slam it down, though, anyway. You have to. Sanji pudding coming down. This will allow Xing to have more Dawn to play with. He'll be able to clear up some of the board here, and then it'll be the case of can he hold on with cards like Gum Gum Giant, and does he have enough 2Ks to survive the onslaught from the Belo Betty. We could also see the radio knife coming down here to deal with the Karasu. But let's start off with a 2. Let's clean up the board. Let's get that Belo Betty down.
Now I'm wondering, does he have the Zoro in hand that rests in the field? He has to get this Karasu off the field, or does he use radio knife to get it off the field? But 100%, this can't stay another turn.
Absolutely not. And the risk here, and I'm sure what you're thinking of, is if you use the radio knife, that means you cannot leave up any Dawn. So let's see the 6 first. Let's go 6 into 4, see what happens. Oh, 6 into life. Oh, okay.
Oh, wait. This is too long of a pensive take to... Oh!
And it's the Kuma coming down. That will KO the Nami. And of course, this is just a body that can be buffed up by leader to get wider swings.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe what Xing is thinking is I can already KO the rested thing, and then I can swing into the Karasu. But this is a little awkward now. I mean, if you choose the rest of the Karasu and KO it, I guess the 6K from leader goes into the 4. Maybe his thought was, I will remove the Karasu and the KO, and then rest the Karasu and swing into the blocker Karasu KO, and then rest the other Karasu and then swing into it. But there's no guarantee you'll clear it.
Yeah, I feel like we are going to likely see... Yep, there's the stage. We're not seeing the radio knife this turn, and I think that was really telegraphed there by the 6K swing going into life. This is a race, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at the races. We are seeing Xing. He's saying, no, I'm not going to worry about clearing your board. I'm going to try and potentially survive here and then just kill you next turn.
Wow, but this Karasu's... This -1K going to just being a 5K leader and then having all these swings come through, it's going to be scary.
Yep, and here comes 7. That looks like it's also at
Is it?
lead.
Oh, wait. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, almost thought it was another trigger.
Yeah, and I guess that Xing is thinking of saving the radio knife next turn, maybe to rest the blocker, or maybe to Usohachi, because that blocker is going to restand next turn, preventing him from, or potentially preventing him from, going for lethal. Wow. If I'm Tyler, I'm feeling a little bit scared, because clearly Xing thinks he can survive another turn.
Yeah, and if you're Tyler, I mean, you're used to being the one putting the pressure down, being the one on the offensive. Now someone's turning it back on you and say, hey, you could get, you could lose next turn.
Yeah, and this is the flexibility of GP Luffy, and I'm learning a lot watching how Xing plays this matchup. He is so aggressive. He is willing to risk it on the triggers. He's saying, this is actually the win condition. This is the higher percentage play, putting the pressure on life, not even worrying about the board. And here we go. Leader effect coming down, +3, +3, +3. Getting those tokens down. We've got a 5K swing, 2 8K swings. Leaving the blocker, we may decide to leave the blocker for the final swing so that we can leave it up if needed. And let's see how we start.
Oh, and it'll be an 8K swing to the Zoro Juro and then -1 on leader. So prioritizing, well, surprisingly, clearing that board first.
Yep, and just saying, like, I'm actually worried about dying too.
Yep.
So, and Xing does protect the board. Protecting the Zoro is almost like protecting life, so you're just happy to give some cards away. It means you're likely not going to die this turn, and the question will be, how much can you give? Okay, letting it go down.
And now Tyler has to have some kind of play here to not just stay alive next turn, because there's still 2 swings coming across and potentially a rush Luffy, but also, you know, progress your game state forward too, and then making sure that you're establishing a win con. Now, I know Tyler's list does run some interesting stuff in terms of the higher end Revolutionary Army cards, so let's see whether he got one of them right now.
Yep, and here we go. Up to the Betty, really to put on as much pressure as possible this turn. Could also try and be defensive. Here we see a 7K swing coming through, 7 into 6, demanding a 2K that gets taken right away, no trigger. And another 7 that gets taken right away, no trigger. Xing saying, this is the last turn. Just taking everything.
Ooh. What's Tyler's last play with this 3 Dawn? Is it another Karasu blocker?
Another blocker would be good here.
I believe I...
You can still cheat out something.
Oh, there we go. Oh, and he's going to go for it. So, 7 to lead. 2-1.
Slam down.
He lives. Now Xing has a chance to come back. He has to find a way past this Karasu blocker and also to get lead thumbs up. I believe Tyler's at maybe 2 or 3 cards. Maybe more than that, actually. No, we're looking at quite a few. We're looking at 4 cards in hand, and I'm seeing a 2K, a 1K, a 1K, and a 1K.
Yep, and 7 Dawn here for our GP Luffy player. How can he make this work? We know he can use the radio knife if he needs to rest the Karasu, but that's 4 Dawn that it would cost him. Of course, he can get 2 Dawn back with his leader ability. He can get 1 Dawn from his Sanji pudding. Holy Jones!
Oh, wow. So Tyler actually has 2 2Ks and a 1K and a 1K in hand. So is this enough?
Interesting. 7?
He has a 2 and 1, I think. He can get out. Oh, but he's taking it because he knows
8.
he has enough for the full counter. And Tyler wins
Good
the set
game.
off 20 minutes of just incredibly aggressive, key Belo Betty gameplay.
Wow. That was a quick one.
Yeah, honestly. I am a little bummed there's not more to it, but at the same time, it's such great play, such refined aggression.
Yeah.
And also more time for me to jam some more pizza. It's always great. It's like I'm always going to be standing for. And, I mean, wow. What's next? I mean, we're going into our final game, though. We're going to have Belo Betty versus Belo. We're going to have Belo Betty Mirror as our finals. I think we're going to end it. Well, actually, we're going to end on time, then that means. No, I'm kidding. But it means that we're going to have an explosive match between 2 Bettys, and we're going to really see who knows the deck better.
Yes, and it will be quite literally an explosive match. Both Belo Bettys will be pitching cards. They'll be buffing their board. They'll be looking for those Karasus to lower their opponents, and it should be a really, really explosive Belo Betty finals here.
But yeah, I think with that, we'll be passing over to our break, but stay tuned. There'll be more to talk about. And before we jump into our next match, as we may be able to jump into it quickly, depending on whether or not the other match has resolved as well, which it may have already, based on how explosive these games have been. But yeah, what a crazy game. Man, Belo Betty, best deck. No, I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna say it out loud because I feel like someone's gonna clip just that. Like Vandal thinks Belo Betty is best deck in format, and just laugh me out.
I mean, it's been proving it. Our Belo Betty players here in the West have been really putting up a lot of results on the deck. And so there is an argument that when you're faced with a sea of Luffys, there were so many Luffy players here yesterday. I was walking around GP Luffys, tons of purple Luffys, tons of UP Luffys. There was just Luffy everywhere. And you've got a
Yep.
really nice spread into those Luffys as a Belo Betty. And the nice thing about playing Belo Betty is when you're playing those 10 rounds, you're going to have a couple rounds where you just high roll, where you just see the Karasus, where you just see your curve into the Luffy player. And against a UP Luffy player, the game can be over in like 3 turns when you see that high roll. And so that allows you to, just get your rounds over with quicker. So you're not just sitting there like grinding out, let's say like GP, Luffy mirrors all day. You're able to kind of have a few rounds where they're over quickly. You can recoup, you can go, you can get some food, you can get some coffee. And that really is the advantage. Every deck kind of comes with its own set of advantages and challenges. And I'd say one advantage definitely for Betty is that your high roll is just so explosive into this matchup spread.
Yeah, when it comes to those those 10 rounders, man, those 10 round regionals followed by this top cut, you're playing so many rounds of One Piece. And I don't know about you, but my brain is like mush after like 7 rounds or 8 rounds. So like having a deck that's able to like keep you kind of like with your stamina, feeling good, having fun is really important. Picking a deck that you're having fun with all 10 rounds is super key. But yeah, with that, we'll pass you over to our production team. But we'll catch you. Don't go too far. We'll be back super quick for an explosive Toronto Offline Regional Championship 2025 at the Metro Toronto Convention Center, hosted by Unsung Events and all these wonderful judges and people. And it's going to be an explosive match, so stay tuned and stick around. All right, catch you guys in a bit.
All right, and I am here with Beard, our 3rd place player. You saw him on stream playing Purple Luffy. Congratulations on coming in 3rd place. How are you feeling right now?
Thank you. It feels pretty good. The goal is just to get a high seed for day 2, especially with a deck like Purple Luffy. Die roll's very important.
Yes.
So I'm very happy with how it finished.
Yeah, yeah. And what made you decide to bring like Purple Luffy to this event?
Honestly, I wanted to play a deck that was pretty fun. I have never played Luffy in a big event before. One of my buddies, he really was high on it. And I looked at the stats on it. It didn't look too bad. It seemed that it was like slightly unfavored in most matchups, which made it a good choice, I think. I didn't want to play blue-purple Luffy because I felt like it's the deck with the target on its back.
Yes.
So I just went with something a little more risky, I think, and it's been fun.
Yeah, I mean, well, clearly it paid off. You made day 2. That's really, really great. And I think, like you're saying, a lot of people might not have expected to see a Purple Luffy, right? You're a little bit off meta. You're still playing Luffy, but you know, a little bit off meta. So going into day 2, what matchups do you want to see?
Well, I would love to get paired into blue-purple Luffy. I think that's my probably my best matchup of the top 32. If I can find that, that'd be great. Otherwise, I think most other matchups are close to the 50-50 match. So, yeah, I guess just that one.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And is this your first time playing a Topcut?
No, I made Topcut in Peoria a few years ago. I ended up with the top 16 finish.
Oh, congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've done it before. You know what day 2 is like.
Yeah.
How do you feel going into day 2?
I'm a little nervous. I know the competition is really high. It's you know, I can't misplay. I got to play optimally and hope the cards are with me. Man.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, you got to play well, but you also have to have the luck on the day, right? Yeah, exactly. And this is a huge event, right? There's 1,000 players. How did you practice for this event? Like, how did you get into shape?
Honestly, I'm finishing a grad program right now, so I've been really busy. But Sim is like the easiest thing to do, and I just queue up ranked and see whatever I can kind of get matched up into, and just try that. It hasn't been going well, so I'm surprised at how well that I did today. Today was interesting. I versed I think 9 unique decks today.
Oh wow!
In 10 rounds.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. The only deck I versed twice was Mirror Match.
Wow. What are the odds of that? That's very interesting.
Yeah.
And throughout all those rounds, were there any like memorable matches? Any games that were like really close or really tight, or what stands out?
The match I had on stream, definitely. It was a crazy game. The first one, it was like I didn't have an optimal start, and he was really aggressive, but Gum Gum Giant is just an insanely good card.
Yeah.
And kind of come back from behind victory, so it felt good.
Yeah, and I didn't ask you, where are you from?
Detroit.
Detroit, okay, yeah. So you came over. Welcome to Toronto.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming. And do you have any shout-outs that you want to give?
Just shout out to my testing partners. Jarmish, he finished 8-2, and unfortunately got 42nd, didn't make it in. He was on PLuffy as well,
Okay.
so I was hoping that he would get in there. And then my other testing partner, Caleb, and yeah, they've been helping me kind of grind the matchups, figure out what I'm looking for. So.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for the interview. Best of luck tomorrow. I hope I can cast your games again. They're so much fun to cast. And yeah, I hope you get there tomorrow.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
All right. Okay.
Surprise! Not 2 minutes. It's actually now. We're heading into our finals match very soon. So we had a Belo Betty in the semifinals, and then we have Belo Betty Mirror in finals as well. So that meant that the other game also went super fast, lightning quick. Just a game of like a cowboy shootout.
Yep. And that's how it goes. These are TCGs. You always have aggro decks, right? It's back to our basic archetypes. You've got aggro, you've got control, you've got mid-range, and Belo Betty is our aggro deck of this format, coming in, ending games really, really quickly before these decks like UP Luffy can kind of stabilize, do their game plan, execute what they need to, and we've got 2 Belo Bettys here for you guys in the finals, 2 fantastic players.
Yes, after just 10 rounds of Swiss, followed by a top 32 cut, and all these intense games, best of 3s, these hour-long grinds, we're finally at the finals, and it's 2 Belo Bettys. Whew.
I know, and what a weekend it's been. I mean, so we started yesterday. We did 10 rounds of Swiss here in Toronto. So many rounds, so many games, so many great players, and for us, it's been just such a treat to be able to cast and be here with all of you, enjoying these games. We just love One Piece. Jeremy and I, we're great friends. We met playing One Piece together at locals here in Toronto. We've had we've faced locals how many times? We've got like some of the most memorable games playing next to one another. We faced each other in regionals, and now we get to be here together casting for you. And Jeremy, when you came to me and you said you want to cast, you were like, we were just talking about the game anyways. We're just going to do what we would be doing. We'd be getting together, we'd be chatting through the games. Let's stream it. Let's try and make the best production we can. And that's what we've been doing. We've been scrambling around for the past month. We've been buying camera gear. I learned how to use an audio mixer. We learned a lot of things to get the stream together for all of you.
Yep. And with that, well, I'm also thankful for all this too, but the games are starting. It's going off. It's Belo Betty Mirrors, and we're going to the finals round. Okay. But also, I've lost to say about Patrick. We'll sit after. But we're going to our Belo Betty finals. It looks like Tyler is going first. I don't actually know. In this matchup, I guess you still want... Well, I've heard different philosophies. In the mirror for Belo Betty, I've heard someone says, first is better? And I'm not sure that's true. I'm actually not sure. So I guess we're going to see the theory or whatever it is put in practice. Who was the top seed here?
I actually don't know. Let's see if we can get that from production.
Yeah, who the top seed was. And who got to choose? Because that would be really good to know.
Yeah, and I mean, in the Belo Betty mirror, right, there's quite a lot of things going on, right? So you're looking for certain pieces that you want to establish, a wide board. And then the question always becomes, when do you swing for board? When do you play for board? And when do you play for life? So Justice was actually our top seed here. So he did choose second, choosing the reliability of that Emporio on 4 into Karasu and those types of plays. We do see Justice with his stage coming down here. The stage, very similar to the Blackbeard stage, allowing you to pitch a card and take a revolutionary army. It allows you to cycle, find the pieces you need, and taking that 6-cost, 7,000 power Koala blocker allows you to take a life, and then you get to also play a 4-drop, and you get to draw a card. So if you are being starved, it's a good card. In the mirror, I'm not sure how good of a card it is, but we'll see if it comes down.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this comes down to just, who can just, kill the other Belo Betty faster. I mean, this may be the fastest final set we've ever seen. So we see 7K swing coming through, followed by a Raise Max to prep for any KO effects that may need to happen with that Raise Max minus 3K power effect.
Justice on 4 Dawn, pitching the Raise Max, looking at his top 3, taking a revolutionary army card, hoping to find a piece of the puzzle, and it looks like he does grab the 4-drop Ivankov.
Yep, bot decking 2 of the 5-drop Ivankovs. So on this turn, I guess you're looking to play that, but then pitching a card this early without something to buff or to swing with, not great. But
yeah, it's kind of tricky. I'm not sure where best to go here. How fast do you want to play it? Starting with the 5.
Tyler not gonna pitch the Karasu, is he? He was holding in hand. I wasn't sure.
He's thinking about it.
Nope, it's gonna be Lindbergh.
Okay, and here's the 4 cost coming down.
And surely he has to use it. If he's playing it, he must use it.
Yep.
Pitches the Raise Max to give it plus 3,000 power, which will let him play out. There is no good. To play out the Karasu minus. I guess there's no reason to minus.
Yep, just getting the Karasu down, saying I want to have the bigger board here. And also getting down that first Karasu can feel pretty nice. Assuming it doesn't get removed, we have the Raise Max here that can give it minus 3,000 power, putting it in range of a host of different effects that can KO it. And so let's see what Tyler goes for on his 5 Dawn play.
Yeah, and really heads up to kind of swing the 5 first before doing anything. I mean, if you play the Karasu first and you drop by 1k and force a 2k out of hand, you may just end up taking the hit and then just popping a trigger out, and it's not great. You almost want the 1k more.
Yeah, exactly. And so let's see what Tyler thinks about. Apologies to the stream. His camera does appear to be blurry. Our cameras have been working hard for the past 2 days. We'll see if we can get that fixed. And what does he play with this 5 Dawn? Tyler, a very experienced player. He's won a regionals before, an offline regionals, going for his second one here. And we'll see, can he get there today?
Yeah, being a champion of 1 regional is one thing. Being the champion of 2? Well, that's not luck.
No way. That's so impressive. Such a skilled player, putting a lot of thought into his turn and opting for a mirror of what Justice played, playing out that 4-drop Ivankov. We're going to see the leader effect coming in, pitching a Koala. Let's see where the 3000s go. All right, hitting the Belo Betty Searcher, hitting the Raise Max, hitting the Ivankov, and playing out the Karasu of his own.
Yep, so this is a pretty heavy swing. You're looking for the minus 1,000 counter. It's there. And that Belo Betty's now a 4,000 power leader with 3 health. And these are 3 pretty big swings. These are 2 5s and then a... Oh, I guess he just played the Ivankov, so he can't really swing higher than that. But 5, 5, and 6 into a 4K leader. I
know you have to have a 2K here. You have to give the 2K. Looks like he is going to give the Zeus, that new 2,000 power Zeus, and then a 6K. That's going to also be a take.
And just like that, we are a 1 health Belo Betty.
Yeah, this is getting really, really scary here for Justice. I'm not entirely sure what he can do. There's a few options, though. He can either start to clean up the board here. So we've got 2 really kind of like weak bodies that are just going to die if he decides to swing at them. And then there would only be 3 swings coming his way, potentially more if that rusher comes out. And so Justice really has to think, do I clear for board, maybe play out another blocker? I believe he still has that Koala that he searched for earlier. So he could play that just to wall off, not to take his own life. But just putting a lot of thought into this turn. I imagine we'll see the stage come down pretty soon to just try and cycle and find the pieces.
Yeah, what's Justice thinking right now? I mean, he doesn't have the swings for lethal, right? He has 4 swings, and there is 4 life. Even with a rusher, like, I mean, you're kind of pushing it.
Yep, and actually pitching that Koala that we saw earlier, taking the 3-cost 4,000 power blocker Karasu, saying, okay, maybe I can survive with this if I want to go for another turn.
Yeah, but blockers aren't going to be the greatest in this situation because if you use a blocker to stop an attack, you're losing your own attacker too, and you're spending your resources just to not die. You have to establish some threat back.
Yep.
Otherwise, you're not going to be able to ever win this game.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, and we see
Honesty Impact.
I think we said that in sync. Nice work.
Yeah, we're seeing a KO on the Karasu and then a minus, I believe, 4,000 or 6,000.
Yeah, the Honesty Impact coming down, such a strong card. And that's going to help clean up the board, completely clearing up the board.
Yeah, so I believe it's minus 4,000, and then it KOs as 6,000 or less. So you can target 2 things of different, you target 2 different targets when it comes to this effect.
Yeah, you get some power reduction, and then you get to KO. This was a big card during our pre-releases. Yeah. Okay, 5 coming through, clearing out the Raise Max.
I was not expecting that at all.
Yeah, nope. And that's an 8K swing into 2. And now we're seeing an 8K going into leader, now minusing the leader, making it a 4-cost. Not going to matter too much for this turn. And a trigger, the blocker coming out. Justice plays out another blocker as well. And that is the Belo Betty mirror. I mean, these triggers can just pop out of life. And the Belo Betty's both getting a taste of their own medicine here, playing all these trigger cards, keeping your opponent on edge. You never quite know what's going to jump out at you and then get buffed up by plus 3,000.
Yeah, both of them trying to present board states that can present lethal while also staying healthy. That Karasu blocker really coming in clutch. I mean, What a crazy game. You can see both players have kept the counters for plus 3,000 and minus 1,000 on the field, knowing that, hey, you do this too, right?
yeah. There's just a scattering of plus 3,000 lying around the game table, and for good reason. That's the hallmark of Belo Betty. Okay, we're attaching 2 Dawn that will meet the requirement for Ivankov to cheat out a body. Still thinking about it, checking the trash first. We want to know, make sure we have all the information that we need before we decide to allocate any Dawn for this turn. Probably checking for things like 2Ks, blockers, figuring out how best to do the math here. 2 Dawn attached.
Interesting. So opting to use 2 Dawn rather than using the pitch from hand ability. Tyler is running out of cards in hand, so I think he has to go for it?
Yes, and opting here to attach the 2 Dawn so that he can cheat out the Inazuma and then have that Inazuma get hit when he uses his leader ability by the plus 3,000, right? So now the Inazuma is a 7,000 attacker coming in with Rush, and now we're representing 7,000.
It's a take for the 7,000.
It's a take.
That's not looking good. That means that last swing, the biggest one, you're going to have to counter out of. I mean, you're looking at down at 7, 10, 7, 8 next.
And 8 asking for 2 2s. That's going to get blocked up.
And then another 8, I'm assuming?
This is a 10.
Oh, wait. 10 next, but, and then 9.
Yep, that gets blocked. And GG.
GG. A bit of a sequencing error in terms of order, but you know what? I think at this point maybe Tyler just had the read. He just was like, oh, I kind of know.
Yeah, he knows that he's going to get those 2 blockers, and he's not really feeling too scared of the crackback, knowing that likely with the number of cards in hand that he just has the game, and that was a very fast game 1. As expected, when you have 2 Belo Bettys facing off here, both leaders play very rapidly.
9 minutes. That 9-minute round, that's the fastest one yet, I think.
That is the nature of aggro versus aggro, and so now Justice on the back foot going into game 2. Has to kind of rethink about his game plan, maybe hope to find all of the pieces that he needs to win this finals. Of course, both players here going home with fabulous prizing, both players going home with their mats, both players going home with the honor of making it to the finals here in Toronto.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, these competitors are playing for like the title of champion.
Yes.
That's a meaningful title to go for, and then for Tyler, it's the 2-time champion. You know,
yeah,
that's the thing they're playing for. But and that's so much tension in these games. I'm starting to feel going versus Betty is kind of good. You get that first swing, you get to establish kind of the tempo for aggression. It's kind of good. Yeah,
and I mean, it just depends. If you can get that first swing, fire that off. There's no triggers coming down. You're starting to feel really good, right? You're getting that extra pressure, and so that is the advantage of going first. Of course, if you do get hit with a trigger, it can spell doom for you as well. All right, and let's start the game up here, putting down some life for Justice. It looks like Tyler is going to mulligan.
Yeah, I wonder what other tech Justice has in his deck. I mean, that Honesty Impact surprised me. I thought after that was the comeback.
Yeah, I know. That was a shocking card. I'd love to know how that performed for him over the weekend. Maybe I can chat with him after, and I think I see that in his hand again. So we might be seeing another Honesty Impact coming down, hitting the board, representing Kobe. Okay, and we've got the deck spin cut. We're going to draw here, and let's see what Tyler has for us.
Yeah, I mean, Tyler's got to feel good after that. I believe Justice choose again. I wonder what Justice chose for turn order.
I'm guessing he's going to take second again, but let's see. Yep, yeah. Choosing second again, opting again for that safer curve, getting that Ivankov down, Ivankov cheating out a body, getting you started. And this is a great start from Tyler. He's playing out the Belo Betty, getting that searcher, exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, no. Let's see what Tyler's plan is. I mean, he's got to feel good after that game 1. He's got to feel like, you know what? Okay, game 1's in the bag. Now I got to like play refined, play smart, and just get one more win, right? There's 2 games he has to do it.
Yep. All right, and let's see what is coming down here. What do I choose? What will help me win this game? That's what Tyler's thinking right now. And it's the stage, saying, opting for the ability to cycle, to filter. Of course, when you play a stage in any of these decks, you're basically giving up a card for the rest of the turn. So it's costing you hand advantage, card advantage, but in return, you get to filter. You get to try and find the cards that you need. And Justice answering with his own Belo Betty, that alt art coming down, searching the top 5, and taking the Karasu here.
Yeah, we're seeing a real battle of the rarities, man. So comment in chat, are you a max rarity gamer or a min rarity gamer? Which side are you rooting for?
Exactly. Okay, playing out the Raise Max here. Really, really good card to drop in the mirror because not only can you buff it with your leader, it also represents minus 3,000, so you can swing with it. Then you can put it to the bottom of your deck to give minus 3,000. Just a very versatile card that it can do more than minus in Belo Betty. That's what's so neat about it. It can also put on pressure.
Yeah, no, that's the great part about it. I remember back then, if you had Machinos in it, you could also increase by 3,000 again. But I know that Belo Betty actually runs that. But
okay, stage coming through. Pitching one of those Karasu blockers, looking at the top 3. Looks like we saw Stage, Lindbergh, and the 4-drop. We're definitely going to take the 4-drop of Vonkov here, allowing us to cheat out bodies if needed, and 2 Dawn remaining. We play out the Kuma.
Ooh, and that's the KO on the Raise Max.
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, in this matchup, those little bodies, each one matters. So this Kuma removing it is actually a really big deal, especially if a Karasu comes down next turn.
And that's the risk you take when you play out those weenie bodies. They might just get popped by the Kuma. And here we see the leader effect coming down, plus 3,000, cheating out the Karasu, making the leader a 4K. And now, does anything pop out of life, starting with a 5 swing, asking for a 2K?
Nope, he doesn't give it. He takes the hit, and it's not a trigger.
And 5 again.
And that's 2K given, and then that's the end of the swing.
All right, and now we are on 5 Dawn for Tyler.
Drawing for turn. We know that Tyler has the 4-cost Ivankov in hand right now. Now, the real question is, does he have the associate to play with it? Does he have his own Karasu to match this one to get some swings back? Or does he kind of need to address the board here? I mean, he's also looking at a tough situation.
Yep, pitching the Koala. Again, not a card that these players value in this matchup. You really don't want to take your own life when you might be dying. And what does he find? I'm wondering what he's looking for. Okay, he does find the Rush Inazuma. That allows you to just put a lot of pressure. Of course, you lose the surprise of it when your opponent now knows that you have it in hand. But just an easy way to establish another body to go wide to get more swings in.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to play it off of his Inazuma and be able to use it to actually swing this turn. So we can spend 4 to play it, bring out Inazuma using the ability of the Ivankov after leader ability, and then swing probably the 5 with Kuma, 5 with Belo Betty, 5 with the Inazuma, 7 with the 5 with lead, and then also 7 with the... No, he can't swing with the Ivankov, but yeah. He can swing 4 5s this turn if he chooses to.
Exactly, and here comes the Ivankov pitching the Raise Max, buffing up the board. 5, 5, 8. Now that Ivankov is 8, his activate main condition is met and can cheat out. What will it be?
Is it Karasu or is it going to be... I think there's a Karasu, a Lindbergh. It's a Karasu.
It's the Karasu.
Yeah,
yep.
he has both.
All right, and then I'm guessing we'll want to clean up the board here with the first swing. So we'll see whether all swings go at life or whether Tyler here chooses to KO that 1-cost Belo Betty just to stop the swing. That'll kind of really clue us into his priorities in this match. And 5 to life.
He takes. So Tyler's saying, oh, I don't really care about that Belo Betty there. I don't think you can kill me next turn. I'd rather just pressure you for cards right now.
Yep, that 5 got a 2K with the Koala. And so now we swing 6 into 4. I imagine that will also be taken. Thinking about it, is it a trigger? Is something popping out of life that could make the difference in this game? Really thinking about it here. And it is the Kuma. Okay, choosing to play out the Kuma.
But unfortunately, because all of Tyler's characters have been buffed up, this Kuma can't actually KO anything.
Yep, just choosing to have another body on the board that can swing. Like you mentioned earlier, that's the key here for this Belo Betty. You can buff it up. Yeah, it's 2,000 power. Guess what? Now it's 5. Drawing for turn. And what does Justice have? He has a board. He has a lot of potential swings. The Karasu's stuck on the board. He can make the Belo Betty. His opposing Belo Betty, 4,000 power. Does he have another Karasu? What's coming down?
I mean, Tyler's got 2 cards in hand, 3 life, so you do need 4 swings in the game, and they are present, but I don't know, anything could come out of life, and you could lose the game off of that alone. So he's got to decide, does he want to address this board and try to raise some blockers and kind of get himself into a safe position to win the following turn? Or does he want to just start putting the pressure in and then turn this situation back and say, well, you're also afraid of losing too?
Exactly. Okay, starting off with 7, we always want to swing the Karasu first so that we can lower their leader for the rest of the turn. That's going to be a 7 into 4, demanding 2Ks. Tyler saying, no, I will take that. And here we have the Betty swinging a 6 now into 4, demanding a 2-1. That's 2 cards. You don't always want to give that, and that's another take.
And now there's still an 8,000 coming through and a what appears to be 6,000 coming through again. Give me a 2 and a 1 is what he's saying.
These 6s into 4, they're just so hard to deal with. You don't have that many cards as Belo Betty. You have to really think about when to pitch and what.
Oh, and I think that's the game. I think that's the game. I believe a 7 and 8 together, or and 6-9 would be the most guaranteed.
Yep.
Should be game.
6 gets the counter, and 9.
Yep.
And.
Yep, and that's
the
game.
game.
That's
All
game.
right.
Yep, they're just resolving it.
Players are
1K,
scooping.
1K.
Wow.
1-1 each. It is maybe only been about like what 10, it's been about 20 minutes maybe, and it's already just like 2 explosive games back and forth. Both these Belo Betty players playing so close to the wire, just being able to like get the reads and the instincts on. Do you have it? Do you not have it? How much counters in hand?
Yep.
And getting the reads of just like no 2Ks being in hand anymore.
Yeah, these games are so dynamic. They're so back and forth. They're so explosive. I almost feel like I don't know who's going to win until until that last turn comes up, because there's so much pressure that can come down. There's like cheating out of the bodies from the Ivankov, the 4-drop you can play out, the Karasu, you can play out a rusher. You can really get your engine going, and it's so much pressure from the Betty.
Yeah, and now we're going to flip back to, Tyler gets to choose turnaround. And I want to actually see now, does Tyler like actively, I probably won't pick first because he hasn't gotten the chance to actually play second yet, but if second's very good, and we see Tyler going second, he's going to feel, and he thinks it's favored that way, he's going to do that same combo back now. Drop that Ivankov on 4, drop that Karasu, and he might be able to take this game 3 off that.
Yep, we're seeing a reversal here. Justice going second for the first 2 games, and now we will get to see Tyler's going second. What does he prioritize? How does he play this matchup from the other side? The players laughing is down to the wire. This is exactly what we want from a finals. We want a game 3. We want to see these players work for it, because you get to be named champion of the Toronto Regionals, the first ever Unsung Events Toronto Regionals at that, by winning here today.
Yeah, and it's going to be a high noon Cowboy shootout for this final round. It's going to be draw and fire.
Quite literally. And let's see if they draw, and let's see if they choose to fire off that hand, or if they mulligan. Both players here making that decision. And let's see. Going first, you really want to see, you want to see the Searcher. Both players really want to see the Belo Betty Searcher. Typically, you want to see the stage. Of course, you could just high roll and find all your pieces without it, but you want to see the stage. That increases the statistical chance of you finding what you need. Both players also going back, so no one just kind of high rolling in terms of that opening hand. Again, that's exactly what we want to see from our finals. Let's see what these players get.
Yeah, I mean, going first, and definitely that Searcher is really helpful, because like one of the things that kind of like old school Zoro, these Searchers aren't just the ability to find the cards you need for your matchup. They're also bodies that represent huge threats. I mean, people have to respect it, so they have to swing into it. If you're going if you're going second, or even no matter what turn you're going, you have to respect it by swinging into it, by clearing it. Unless you're very confident you're not going to lose the next turn. Do you commit your own Searcher to swing into it? Do you have to commit an entire 5K swing into it? That's like very painful.
Yep, and here's the moment the players get to see their hand. They get to see their fate going into our game 3 on day 2.
Yep.
Props across the table.
They know that no matter what happens in this game, they have both played so well across these 2 days. And we're seeing the Belo Betty Searcher come down, searching top 5 for a Revel Army type card. And I'm seeing lots of options there. I'm seeing the Karasu, I'm seeing the Koala, which he probably does not want to pick, and a few other things. So I believe I also saw an Ivankov in there too, the 5-drop.
Yep, and just as seeing that first piece here, the Searcher allows you to find what you need, but also represents a threat.
He's considering taking the Inazuma. I think he may be looking for a 3-Dawn play rather than trying to prioritize something else. Yes,
yep.
He takes the Inazuma to represent that 3-Dawn play, but also having a really good target for that Ivankov.
Yeah, exactly. Just trying to find what you need here. And going over to this 2-Dawn turn for Tyler, does he have a Searcher? Does he have a stage? Does he have a Kuma? What can he play down here? Okay, so we do find the stage, playing the stage, pitching a card, looking for a Revolutionary Army, trying to find our Ivankovs, trying to find our Karasus, hoping not to see both of them in the same stack. And so what do we choose? I saw a Koala, I saw an Ivankov, and what was, did you catch that last card?
Akuma.
Akuma, okay.
So it looks like because there was the 4-drop Ivankov already in hand, it looks like Tyler's debating whether he takes a second one or if he just grabs something else here. If he already has it in hand, does he really need it? And he's saying, I actually want the Kuma here in case I need to clear this Belo Betty.
All right, and now back over to Justice. 3-Don turn. What does he have for us? I'm expecting we'll see a leader swing coming across. To start, yep. 5 to lead. Tyler has to decide, okay, do I counter? Do I gamble on getting a trigger and respecting it, playing out the Kuma, and as you said, there comes that Inazuma that was searched just to come down on 3-Don to ensure that Justice is using his Don efficiently, building up a board that can be threatening.
Yeah, and it's important to build up a wide board because if you play that Ivankov and use your leader ability to give it plus 3,000, you want to make sure you have other things in play that will use that plus 3,000, you know, to actually swing and do something. So the worst thing that can happen is you play Ivankov, you give it plus 3,000, then you don't swing anything else because you have no other bodies, and then play out your Karasu.
Yep, and pitching the Koala, she's just been getting pitched nonstop, swinging 5 across the board, and that's a take. No trigger. And here comes that standard 4-Dom play. Ivankov looking at a leader ability here.
Ooh, he's going to pitch a 2K.
Pitching
Ooh.
a 2K, that's Sabo, wow.
And then Lindbergh and passes. Looks like he's trying to prioritize having that Lindbergh in place so he can try to address this board. Every time Lindbergh swings and it has 7,000 power or more, it can KO at 3,000 or less, which helps him deal with some smaller bodies like this Belo Betty. But also, combined with Raise Max, you can consider even KOing a 6K.
Yep, and here's that 5-cost Ivankov, the first one we're seeing in this series, cheating out a body from the top of the deck, looking at the top 3. He finds the Lindbergh as well, saying, you've got a Lindbergh, now I have a Lindbergh as well, using the leader ability, pitching a Raise Max, +3, +3, +3, going to the Belo Betty Searcher, and that's going to be 5 right at the leader, and we're still representing another 5, another 7. Swing goes through. Trigger. Oh,
Ooh,
Tyler is running the Sabo.
Trigger.
That allows him to just draw cards, refreshing the hand. Not what you want to see from Justice's side in this final game. You don't want your opponent's hand to get refreshed. And did we just see Tyler counter with his Karasu as well?
Oh, even that Sanji's PLuff off life is not going to help you, but what's strange is
and another trigger.
He has other counters in hand, but he chooses to pitch the Karasu.
Yep, and we see another trigger coming out of life. The Kuma, we saw how the Kuma can do work by getting buffed from the leader.
It is Tyler's plan to play a more control line. He's saying, and Karasu is such a great way to end the game. But me saying, if I can manage this board, I have a guaranteed lethal against a 5K leader still.
Yep, that's true. And looking at his hand, he does have like it's a Raise Max.
A 2K Koala and a 5-cost
go.
Ivankov to play out something from the top of the deck if he chooses
so
to do so.
A lot of bricks in hand that may have also forced him to give the Karasu here on his last turn.
Yeah, I'm surprised why he chose to give up the Karasu over the 5-cost Ivankov, unless he thinks the 5-cost Ivankov is going to be important in this matchup.
Yep, and the players are thinking, what do I take here?
He's going to take the Karasu blocker.
Yeah.
Oof.
Not the greatest search ever. Not exactly seeing what he needs here. Tyler had, I think it was 2 Kumas and the Karasu. That's just not what you want.
One thing that is kind of nice about the Karasu blocker is at least in this matchup, it is both an attacker and a defender. So every time you play it, you're developing kind of like 2 parts of your strategy at once.
Yep.
But it's still not a great play. You see Tyler kind of going to tank here, trying to think about what he needs to do to make this happen. I mean, pitching the Karasu that liberally is a sign that he kind of had a plan, but is he choosing to pivot now?
I'm just putting some thought into this turn, weighing all of the options and opting to play out a Raise Max for 1 Dawn. We're going to bot deck the Raise Max. We're going to hit the opponent's Lindbergh, and now we're seeing the battle of the Lindberghs. Minus 3,000. He's just 2,000 power, putting him at range of the Lindbergh, and we're probably going to see the leader effect coming through next. What do we want to pitch here?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting because Tyler can't actually address the board. He can actually probably clear all 3 of these units and, you know, make it so that it's very difficult for Justice to actually win the game next turn because he'll need to rush Inazuma to actually have enough swings to represent lethal. It's going to be tough. I think it's going to be a board clear angle for Tyler.
Yep, and here's the leader ability coming through, pitching the Ivankov, +3, +3, +3. So we've got 5, 8, 8, 5, and starting off with that 5, looks like it's going to the board. Okay, clearing up the board as expected here, just removing some threats. If you can take over and if you can win the board as the Belo Betty in the mirror, you're going to be feeling pretty good. So there's the Kuma going through.
And this board
And
is
the
just
Lindbergh.
gone,
Yep.
just like that. And this 8 is going into life, I believe. And that means Tyler's in such a great position. He's representing 3 bodies right now, while Belo Betty, well, Justice, has 2, just the leader swing and this one Ivankov, which means, you know, if he wants to go for lethal, he needs to play an Inazuma, or he gets this trigger off of life, which is insane. And now Tyler has to think about, okay, wait, now he does have the 3 swings. How do I deal with this? And is the answer, and he nods his head. He's just saying, I'm just going to go.
Yep, big swing coming down here. Is that a 10?
Yeah, I
Huge
think
number. That's a take for sure.
Oh.
And another trigger. The battle of the triggers. Both players seeing 2 triggers each.
Oh, but because Tyler still has the ability of Ivankov, he can still play out a blocker. So really, there is just enough swings for lethal if Justice can math it out. With Tyler at 1 card in hand, every 7K swing, if he starts with a 7K swing, that swing is guaranteed to hit.
Yeah, and no stage here from Justice, so he can't cycle. He's got to make do with the cards that he has in hand. And does he have the math here?
7 Dawn, and let's say 6, 4, and 2. So 6, 12, 17, plus 9, 26, plus 7. Oh, I'm already losing track. There's so much to go. There's just too many numbers going on. But yeah, 17 plus 9 is 26, plus 7 is 33. So 33 divided by 4, probably like 889 is his best swing, or 8889.
Right, and does Tyler still have that 2K koala from earlier? Remember, he was holding on to that for a while. He opted to pitch the Karasu over that 2K. So I believe he might still have that 2K in hand, meaning that depending on what comes out of life, he may be able to survive this turn.
Yeah, I mean, and all this math is, you know, assuming there's no Karasu. If Karasu comes down, I believe it does make it, well, it's roughly the same because for 4 Dawn, you get to decrease power by 4,000 roughly. But yeah, seeing what he does, I mean, the thing to say is that the 7K swing off the bat will hit no matter what because you can't counteract to 8,000 with only 1 card in hand.
Yep, and so Justice here, just thinking about how to do this, it looked like he was considering playing the Belo Betty, the 1-cost searcher. He also does have a Karasu in hand, so now he has to decide how best to allocate his Dawn to make the swings as awkward as possible. This is a lethal puzzle.
Yep, this is that high noon moment.
Yep.
This is that moment. This is the turn that Justice either goes for it, or I don't know how he survives this board state. I don't think without a Limber, I don't think he can address this board back. I think he's also planning potentially like what happens if he uses something like his Honesty Impact to clear maybe, because we know he runs that card. He's also probably considering what happens if he uses Honesty Impact to like clear the blocker. But no, we're seeing that 7,000. He knows it's guaranteed to hit.
Yep, 7's always going through here with 1 card in hand. That's a take. No trigger.
No trigger.
Okay.
So now a 9K swing is guaranteed to hit. But he's going for 8 instead and saying, do you have 2 2Ks?
Oh, okay. Was that card a 2K? It was not a 2K out of life. We have a 2K and a 1K in hand. And what is the last card?
And he's swinging 9 because he's saying, if you had the 2 2Ks, you would have used it then. You don't have it. And that's
9.
And that is Justice swinging for the game. And that's Justice with a sigh of relief as he wins in the finals. And congratulations to Justice. And applause in the room can be heard from Justice homies in the back saying congratulations to him for such a well-played game.
Wow, what a great ending. Just some perfect math here. And Tyler he just needed a 2K out of life. Very, very heads up of him keeping that koala in hand, though. He kept that 2K in case he needed it for later, knowing that it might come into play, and he almost got there with it. He was so close.
Tyler was playing so well there. First of all, he lost. Like he didn't get to pick his first order, and then he won, and then but playing first twice and still playing it so well. Tyler definitely did a really good job. He wasn't able to secure his 2nd championship, but we have also crowned a new champion here today with Justice winning his, I guess, first championship ever.
I believe so, yes. When I was talking to him earlier, I don't think he's had any big events that he's topped or any major events. So this is a first for him on this day, and he must be feeling so great right now, surviving the Belo Betty mirror in the end to make it through on this final day.
Yeah, and talking to some of our players and contestants today from our top 32 cut, some of them, this is their first or second regional, or their first time at such a big event and doing this. We can really see that with the meta shifts that are going on, with this new format that we've created in NA, that like we're seeing a whole new, I guess, like generation of talent come out, which plays differently, that's able to play into this meta differently, is like trying to try new strategies and stuff, and we're seeing it convert, we're seeing it come up, and I really commend all these new players, or these players who are just new to the regional scene, doing so well.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing to see, talking to players in the room, walking around the room. A lot of players here, it's their first regionals ever. We're seeing huge conversion from other TCGs into One Piece. We're almost getting into what I feel is like the third wave of the One Piece competitive scene, where we're just seeing this convergence of players coming into the game, and it's so exciting because the more talent we have, the more exciting the matches are, and the more we get to see the game develop. And that also comes alongside the merging of the formats, right? So this was the first time we really got to see the West cook. We had the starter decks here first. For the first time ever, we got to build our own decks with our own meta, and we got to see how that played out across so many regionals this June. It's actually been the most fun I think I've had watching One Piece.
Yes, watching and playing. You see us at locals all the time just trying out new decks, but it has actually been such a blast seeing this. And it's not even just about the new starter decks being there. It's the fact that new starter decks can address certain things in the meta. Suddenly, Blue Purple Leaf's like, I got to worry about this and this and that. I got to worry about Buggy. Got to worry about all these different matchups. I got to worry about Yamato sometimes now, too. Like, such a great format because this diversity means it's not just about, do you have the best deck? Are you also the best prepared for all the things that can happen?
Yeah, so we're getting to see like deck builders really shine.
Yes.
We're getting to see people who can come up with lists that are novel, with tech options that are novel, really shine. I mean, we had a weekend where Black Purple Luffy just seemed like the best deck, and then we didn't see any today. That deck rose up. We saw multiple players top with it. I didn't see one Black Purple Luffy today at a top table.
Yeah, no. I mean, I feel like, yeah, people are just constantly innovating and also then countering that innovation with more. But like I said, like it's the deck builder type, right? We always talk about different types of players in One Piece. We got the ace pilots people who are like, oh, I'm going to jam reps on this leader. I'm going to play super high skill leaders. I'm going to try to figure out all the combat. I'm going to play perfectly on all these lines. Then you have like deck builders who are like, oh, I want to just make the most like interesting, unique deck. I'm going to put tech cards in there and all that great stuff. But just an array of One Piece. And the one thing unifying all of us around this is just a love of One Piece and the card game, and also the community too. I think this weekend it was so great also meeting you in person and talking to you guys. All of you have so much love for this space and all have the same thing to say, like, oh, the community's been great. That's what kept me in this game. Or like, I came from this game or that game and I just found the community was so welcoming and wonderful. And yeah, no, like that's why we did this stream for you guys, is actually because like Patrick and I were thinking, we want to give you guys a gift. Like, it feels like this game and this community has been such a gift to us that the only thing right to do on a day where we have to not play regional is to give that gift that we think is so great back to you, so you can enjoy all these wonderful games and all these players who are just putting their heart into everything.
Yeah, and it's just been, like you said, so much fun to see the community come together. The Toronto community here, shout-outs to all of our Toronto players, shout-outs to our event staff. For us, just seeing the room filled with familiar faces has been such a blast. The scene here is so good. It's so supportive.
Yes.
Everybody supports each other. Everyone, like, we have sweaty locals, but it's like, it's the good sweat. It's not like the sweat where you're worried. It's the sweat where like you're having so much fun, or where you're facing players that you love playing them so much that you want to do the best you can for them because you know they're doing the same for you. Yep. And so it was great to see all of those players in the room. It was great to see so many players coming from out of town, players flying in from all over the world to compete in One Piece. I mean, come on, 1,000 people were here playing.
1,000 One Piece players here in this room. Oh, I don't know. I am so thankful for this weekend and thankful for you guys. There are so many who are joining to watch us this weekend and supporting us and whatnot, and we are so thankful for you being here and joining us and sitting on your couches or being at locals and doing whatever, watching these games with us. Patrick and I have been having a blast, so I hope you have been too, and you can hear that and sense that from us. I want to give a shout out to our judges too. Our judges have been so wonderful this weekend, and not just managing the stream game, obviously, but managing all of the games that are happening in this hall. that are happening currently. No matter what comes up, they're ready to deal with it. And it's also great to hear the passion that they have too, because even in between rounds, I hear they're just talking about the games they're watching. Like, and then this thing happened, and then this thing happened. And yeah, while they're watching a game, they're judging and they're trying to like be serious. But then in the back of their minds, they're like, that was really good. And they're actually just fans of this game too. So big shout outs to the judges and Unsung Events for just running this whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. The judge, like, you think of judges as like they're just locked in all the time, but they're loving the game too. They're having so much fun here, watching the game, seeing these players, and they've been so supportive. We got the judges bringing us pizza to keep us sustained. When I said I want a better banner, I want Frankie, they brought us the Frankie banner.
Do you have water? Do you have pizzas? That's like, yeah, no, but thank you to them for sure. But with that, I mean, what do we want to close off with, Patrick?
I mean, first of all, I think we just want to give a shout out to Fournier for organizing this event, for having us here as your production team to put it, to cast the event, to put on the production, and to him for organizing this event. There is so much work that goes on behind the scenes to make events like this possible. So thank you to Unsung Events for putting on the event, for having us. We also have to say a big shout out to our producer, Kobe. We are a 3-man team. You don't see Kobe on camera, but actually there's just none of this even is remotely possible without Kobe. And he had a wedding today, so he had to take off in the middle. He doesn't even get to see.
He was suiting up. He was like, are you guys good? Are you guys like ready to do the final games? And we're just like, yeah, we're fine, we think. But yeah, no, big shout outs to Kobe for helping us make this all possible. You can see, I tweeted about it. You can see a picture of him just behind the desk, just like getting those transitions ready, getting those interviews ready. And thank you to all the people who are helping out as well. You know, there are people in the room who have just been helping out. All the players who are willing to do interviews with us to help fill in some of that time in between, so you guys aren't just watching a blank screen. We're trying to do that more of that as well. So we're really thankful for everyone who's been helping out. And like myself, I'm thankful for you, Patrick. I'm thankful I get to watch these games alongside you, which is honestly just what we do anyway. But I'm thankful for how much joy that brings and how much friendship we've been able to have just through the coincidence of meeting through One Piece card game.
Exactly, and yes, thank you to you too, Jeremy. None of this would be possible without Jeremy. You were the initiator of all of this, making all of this happen, casting this tournament, getting all of the production together, getting all of the gear. None of this would be possible without you. And so it's just, you know, it takes a village, it takes a team to put on something like this. And for all of you watching, we want to do this more. We only want to scale up from here.
Yeah.
This was our first time doing an event like this, doing everything. We had to go, we had ChatGPT teaching us how to do like this is our first time, and we want to do so much more. So please let us know what we did right, but also feel free to let us know what we did wrong. We are going to improve. We're going to scale up. We really want to do our best to contribute to the One Piece scene in every way we can.
Yeah. This thing is our gift to you. We want to bring you the best that One Piece has to offer that is reflective of just how great you guys are. And I guess that's the last thank you we have to give is thank you, our audience. Thank you for being part of the One Piece community. Thank you for loving this thing. Thank you for liking the series. Thank you for enjoying it. Thank you for playing. Thank you for making it. Thank you for taking the effort to go out to locals. Thank you for the effort. If you don't go to locals, then you play with your family. But thank you for enjoying the One Piece card game because you are the best part of it. But I think with that, I think it's time to say goodbye. As sad as it makes me, I think it's going to be a goodbye here. I'm going to sign off here. It is hi. This is goodbye, actually. So hi. Goodbye from myself, Jeremy Mandel-Lau, and Patrick Alto Hewen, signing off from the Toronto Offline Regional Championship 2025 held at the Metro Toronto Convention Center. That's still a mouthful. Held by Unsung Events. And thank you to everyone. And please have a wonderful day.